Open, 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 open. And we are live. Happy day two of the Anchored in Freedom Summit. So exciting. We had a great day one. You can go back to YouTube and watch the replay there. You can also jump on to anchoredinfreedomsummit.com and we'll be posting the replays there after today. So you can go back and watch that as well. So super excited. I'm Kimberly Henrie, Living the Good Life podcast and co-founder along with several others that have really contributed a lot to make this happen. I'm excited today because we have some incredible speakers lined up. We have Sue Brooke coming up here shortly, and I'm going to talk to you about Sue here in just a moment and what she's going on that you can take advantage of. Also going to tell you about Sarah Jones. Sarah Jones is going to talk about money in a way that you probably haven't heard it before. So if you want to get your money in order, or if you just want a new perspective on how you can wrangle your finances to make life move a little more smoothly, stick around for Sarah. We have Sebastian Samuel. I met Sebastian just a few months ago, and in talking with her about 10 minutes, he lit me up about branding and marketing and the holistic view of what branding really is and how to make it work for you no matter the size of your business. And so he's going to talk to us around this afternoon. And then we have Luca from Tax Queen. Tax Queen is a tax agency that specializes in digital nomads. There are some unique things you know about your taxes to really benefit from being on the road, or from your taxes being on the road, whatever, however way you want to look at it. So some really great speakers today. I want to be quick before I introduce Jess, who is our first speaker this morning, and I'm super excited for what she has to share. Before we bring Jess on, I wanted to share my screen and show you what Sue has got going on. Let's see if I can find it. I had it all lined up, but you know how technology goes, right? There we go. So Sue Brooke is with business.org, which is a nonprofit organization that helps businesses who want to move forward with meaningful purpose. And they also have a publishing division, and I'm working with Sue on creating this RV entrepreneur publication called Built with Purpose, RV Entrepreneurs Building This on the Road. You can become a part of this. And if you go to the website, which is publishing.businesswithpurpose/RV authors, and I'll put this on the website as well, click on join the interest list because you can't get in yet. You need to let her know that you're interested, and once enough, then she'll open it up for actual contracts. But if you let her know you came from the summit, then you will get a discounted rate for being part of this publication. So really cool project, builtwithpurpose.org/RV authors. All right, I'm going to stop my share. All right. So one of the biggest questions that I always see moving around the social media networks, forums, and even around the campfire is, what do you do to get online? What do you do to make your technology work when you are a digital nomad? And so to answer that question and a few other things, I'm sure, we have this morning with us Jess from GoRoam.tech. Welcome, Jess. Glad to have you.
Thank
I'm
you so
super
much.
excited.
Thank you so much. And welcome to the
And we just met a few months ago and had a great conversation and got me really excited about what's possible,
Yes,
right?
it's possible. It's possible. So much. Thank you so much. And
Yes.
welcome everyone to the Friday kickoff of day two, the Anchored in Freedom Summit. I'm so honored to be here. Yesterday, I heard from such great speakers, John and Chuck, and also Jennifer, and they talked a lot about like mindset and also tools we can use. And what I want to talk through this session with you guys today about is is like connected without being consumed, because every single day we get this question, right, Kimberly? Like, how do I get this Wi-Fi in here? So we're going to explore just like how to set up a strong, secure, and simple connectivity configuration while maintaining control over your time, your attention, your lifestyle. Because none of us went on the road to worry about whether or not we were going to have Wi-Fi when we got where we were going to get. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen now with you all real quick, like before I get too excited about the things. And Kimberly, if you can just let me know that that looks as I intended, I would appreciate it.
Looking good.
Fantastic. Okay, in this session, we're going to learn how your digital footprint can protect your reputation, how unintentional tech use harmonizes with adventure days, and that a mobile first mindset can really help you stay professionally reliable without being constantly on. A lot of the folks in this group are business owners, RV entrepreneurs, but there are a lot of digital nomads that still have corporate jobs and they have different requirements. So we're going to talk through that. At the end, I want to make sure you guys have like a practical framework for maintaining the internet that you need on the road to be successful, some clear strategies to reduce your overwhelm because wow, it can be a lot. And then also the groundwork of your digital security, your digital hygiene, right? We have so many devices, logins, and digital identities, and adding AI to that mix is like fuel for that dumpster fire that Jennifer talked about yesterday. So we want to eliminate those flames as much as possible. So thank you so much for having me. I am Jess Jorgenson, and we are full-time traveling tech nerds. Okay, so this is our rig. We do have a big one. We are in a 397 TH from Momentum, and we are adventurers. And I have learned to measure my success in adventure days, which has been so much fun and a completely different, way to shift things. So freedom called to me like deep in the heaviest moments of pandemic lockdown. And it turns out I don't love being told what to do. And since we already had a travel trailer at the time and essential worker papers because we make the phones ring and the internet work, we spent our quarantines in the sand dunes, in the mountains, in the desert. We enjoyed being weekend warriors with the occasional day to work remotely before the new normal, and never viewed like working for Rome as an option, right? We never thought we could do this full time. In fact, my husband was super, super against ruining our camping experiences with work. So here's a little bit about us and what we do. I live for all the nerdy talk. I spend a glorious amount of my day talking speeds, feeds, security with CIOs, CTOs as a technology advisors. I own two businesses. The first one that I'm an advisor in is Blush Technologies, and Go Roam Tech is my passion. Go Roam was born from me solving my own problem and saying, you know what? More of this in the world needs to happen for folks like me who want to ensure their adventure security with their jobs. So I find great joy in helping folks stay connected and also balancing the harmony of practice and mindset and the steps it takes to shift into a successful perspective, right? Being in this, like Jennifer talked about, is so different than what we experienced in our traditional sticks and bricks environment. And it takes practice. And we should really give ourselves a lot of applause for the challenges that we love to overcome, because that might be the one thing that ties us all together as a thread as being successful digital nomads. So we proved to ourselves and our executive leadership that we could, in fact, deliver exceptional results from anywhere. And that's where Go Roam was born. We'll talk more about that later, but I just want to jump right into what I wanted to deliver today, which was a framework for your success, right? So, how do you get good Wi Fi in your RV? Let's start with the basics, okay? So there are a few different options and they all have pros and cons. So whether you have a RV, a van, a schoolie, whatever rig you choose to travel in, you're going to need internet because our modern lives depend on being connected in that way. So when we first started out, we went all hotspots. Well, hotspots, I would say we had a big router. Like I said, we're tech nerds, so we might have had some advantage, but we started out with SIM-based data plans with all of the existing carriers. So when we set off on this trek 4 years ago, we had a Verizon SIM card, an AT&T SIM card, a T-Mobile SIM card. We didn't need a Sprint one because I knew that the T-Mobile acquisition of their band was coming and it wasn't necessary. So, we relied heavily on that, and we had to tether our hotspots to our computer for a while. That can work in a pinch, but it really limits your ability to use your phone. Like, good golly, if you're in the middle of creating something online and all of a sudden your phone rings and you lose your internet connection, like, that's no way to live, folks. I'm sorry if you're going through that stress right now. So you can take, a T-Mobile, Verizon, or AT&T plan on your devices. And as long as that's the carrier that's broadcasting your band wherever you're at, then you may have decent service. I do want to talk about the bands and the way that actual Wi-Fi or wireless internet service works for you. So each carrier, part of the reason that T-Mobile or they acquired a part of Sprint is because of the broadcast bands that they own. So the FCC in the United States says you can broadcast on this channel, you own this channel, you own this channel, and depending on what towers are in the area and what they're broadcasting, you may or may not receive that service, right? So it's just kind of hit or miss. And, 5G fixes some of the challenges that the traditional carriers have had with mobile internet service by increasing the density of devices that can connect to a said tower, but it doesn't necessarily increase the speed. Like, it's a good thing. 5G is phenomenal. I love that it is being upgraded and updated in the background all across the US and especially in some super rural areas. It can work really, really well. And but again, it depends on how well you receive the broadcast that they're sending from whatever tower is closest, and you have very little control about that. So, you've invested in, so wireless only really limits your travel location to only highly populated areas that they've invested in the service for subscribers. So you're not likely to get good T-Mobile service high in the mountains or in remote terrain. Your adventure days are going to need to be planned where you can base camp for service while you work. So when we started out, we did this. We said, okay, we need to make sure, because we only have these services, we go to places where we know these services can live. And there are some tools that I would be happy to share with you guys afterwards that help us figure out whether or not we'll have good service in those areas. So in fact, in some of the early days of our travel, there were places where only 3G and AT&T would broadcast, and that made it okay, right? Like, we made it work, but it was stressful. It was some extra kind of frustration and route planning that we had to incur, right? So in the early days, like I said, we were just using the SIM cards. We paid for plans for each carrier and we're under contract. So aside from the stress and frustration, the cost, good golly, it was really hard. Even though we're tech nerds, we didn't have any special access or anything to make that happen. So, and I know a lot of other travelers, carry multiple hotspots from multiple carriers, and they play this kind of like roulette game of who's going to connect best where they're at, right? So, that configuration worked well for Zoom with the hotspots we had in our router. So that worked out fine for Zoom, for Teams, and our VPS services. But that consumption of services was also so expensive. The speeds were stable, but they were low. So no streaming TV, no gaming. And we still chewed through 100 to 150 gigs of data each month across all of those carriers, doing only work things. So in today's market, you can also pick up a multi-carrier hotspot, which is a huge advantage for folks. And it provides access to all of the major carriers in the United States, and they have some that work globally as well. So you don't have to carry individual contracts, which each provider, which is very expensive. The real drawback of these plans, or any wireless plan really, is the fine print. So while many still use the word unlimited in their marketing to describe their plans, they don't mean it, and you're not going to get it. So every wireless internet carrier has a throttle point. It's like 40 to 50 gigs, depending on who it is, and your service will slow down. It's not personal. They have built the infrastructure to handle millions of data packets flowing through the network of cell towers, data centers, and all the devices we use. And that allows folks to allowing folks to like hammer the network has really long-term effects. Like these large carriers have business SLAs to keep with other clients as well. They're not just serving us mobile users with our devices. So, and they have such control over your consumption, but they have to do it to provide for the masses. They can't let some rogue device on one tower take all of the juice, if you will. So, speaking of the masses, part of our consumption at that time came from visibility of a new brand, right? I had just started on the road. I wanted to share our life. I needed access to social media. And let me tell you, the day it took 38 minutes to upload a 28-second video to Facebook, it's the day I ordered Starlink, guys. I mean, come on. Upload speeds for mobile providers are just like notoriously slow. You don't need to have blazing fast speeds, as we've all been advertised, to hold a Zoom video call. You really just need like 1.2 megabytes at minimum. I'm not talking gigs, I'm talking megabytes. Anyway, the same holds true for Microsoft Teams, voice over IP phone calls, and any other collaboration applications you have running across your computer. Many of these are required for corporate responsibilities if you have a remote job that's tied to a W-2. All of these applications in all of my career are fussy. And they will be the first thing to show you that there's a problem with your network when you get that unstable internet warning. It likes to pop up during your most important meetings, of course, as we experienced a little bit today. Um, After a year of working successfully for the road, we did add that Starlink to the configuration. And like I mentioned before, it was to get the faster upload speeds for larger media files. And soon it became our primary internet source. Oh my. The Earth lover in me, though, really hates it. I was a holdout on the satellite technology. I've worked with satellites for decades, delivering service to stationary places as a part of a business strategy or backup plan. But it was always terrible. It was like high latency. It didn't deliver a good experience for the users. And so I was always a little hesitant. But the new low orbit satellites are incredible. They've improved to a level that we were comfortable utilizing, and I still don't like the blanket of low orbit satellites that's growing monthly. However, it really is the best tech for the spaces between where our wireless carriers can reach their own towers. So we want to ensure that we have a primary internet source that is available everywhere, and so that we don't have to plan our routes based on where we get the internet. I would be lying if I told you that not having to worry about whether or not we have service has just like lifted such a heaviness off of us when we plan. Now we get to go where we want to go, regardless of what kind of services may or may not be there. So, um, if you're uploading large data files, like I said, like I was doing media, if you're a content creator, if you are a architect, if you are a editor, if you are not so much in the process every day, all day long of having a Zoom call where the packets need to be delivered in a precise manner and that sort of thing, Starlink is a really great option on its own. Just as if you are staying in areas that you aren't moving around too much, a hotspot or a tower from one of the big carriers can also be a really good choice. But I'm going to talk to you a little bit later about having them combined. So I just want to, and actually, while we're on the topic of Starlink, because this is an audience that relies heavily upon it, I do just want to mention that a Starlink dish with roam service is an excellent choice. All you need is a clear sky, some power, an active service agreement, and you're good with Starlink. However, I'm seeing a lot of in the forums and across my client base. This is just a little word of caution for you all that the service plans are changing rapidly. For one, whether it's residential, and they really used to allow you to move between the plans pretty inconsequentially. However, many of consumers have taken advantage of the new standby plan and turning it down for $5 a month when they aren't traveling and they don't need to use the Starlink service, which is a great service, by the way. That's fantastic. However, previously you could turn it on and off, and there were no like additional fees. It was just a pretty simple thing. What folks are unfortunately finding right now is that when they go into fully reactivate their service from that $5 a month standby, if their home location, if they moved it to a residential plan rather than a roam one, they're seeing sometimes anywhere from $500 to $1,500 charges in some areas now, depending on how many dishes are deployed within your zip code. So not how many are in use, but how many have been purchased. So as far as I can tell, there's no real way to know if this is going to affect you until it does. Starlink's customer service is not great. So if you're kind of on your own if you have a problem. The AI agents are very well trained though as their customer service online. And they can help you really with some troubleshooting, but they haven't been great about billing questions based on what I've heard. I hope that you guys are having better experiences, no unexpected charges or plans or plans changing that weren't part of your budget. Okay. So, and this same caution should be shown for any carrier. Honestly, they all suck sometimes. Verizon's been down, AT&T's been down, T-Mobile's certainly been down, Starlink has been down, although it wasn't for very long. But all technology in that way is cyclical. So they all suck sometimes. They all have growing pains. It's not intentional. It just is how they are able to they have to have growing pains, right? Each new technology, which is changing so rapidly, requires some expansion and some collapsing, right? So you see layoffs, that sort of thing. It shouldn't affect your service. But anyway, so our current configuration, which I'm going to get into a little bit more in a moment, is really just about Starlink is our primary, and we use the Roam Unlimited plan. And then we have, oh, I didn't talk about the other option. Let me go back just one moment. So the other thing I wanted to talk about was the multi-carrier wireless. Okay, so multi-carrier wireless is a great also alternative to if you're going to be in town or in an area, but you're not sure exactly who has a plan. Instead of carrying multiple plans, a Verizon contract, a T-Mobile contract, an AT&T contract, there are some really cool multi-carrier wireless services that are on the market now that you can get like a little puck size or a little router guy that provides you service for AT&T, T-Mobile, or Verizon, all under one contract. Generally, there is some cost with equipment and whatnot, but what we say is one interconnection is no internet connections because one is just not a reliable source of internet. Like most of us have multiple sources of power, right? Solar, shore power, a generator. Why would we only have one source of internet if that's really what our life is relying on? So now that you're kind of considering what option may be right for you, I want to talk a little bit about how SD-WAN works and the reason that I say we use all of them, right? So give for a moment that this satellite is your Starlink connection. The second one is your LTE connection from a tower. We're going to use a router that I've specially and custom programmed to ensure that Zooms, Microsoft Teams, anything in the G Suite, Google Meeting, any Gmail sort of voice, even applications there, have the highest priority. And we customize it for each client. So don't think that what you have is like super special. If you have to use a VPN, if I need to talk to your IT guy, happily, right? Our gear includes a firewall so that you're a little bit safer. But I just want you all to change your perspective in that one internet may not be the best scenario for you, and there is the power behind SD-WAN. Am I only the only PepWave dealer around? Absolutely not. I think I am though the only one that has sold it for a decade and used it solidly for 4 years on the road. So I manage it a little bit differently. But this isn't about me. This is about the choices. And I want to talk about consumption because if you are relying heavily on your individual carriers or a multi-carrier SIM, you're going to chew through that data like wild. So I mentioned earlier that when we started, we used like 100, 150 gigs, right? And then we added Starlink. And now our usage, just as a frame of reference, is more like 400 gigs a month because we watch TV, we stream games, we watch the heck out of some Olympics, right? Like we just want to get into our real life, but we needed that piece of it. So when we talk about consumption and how much data we really need, I want to just give you a little bit of kind of context. So every device has a little bit of overhead, if you will, right? So your usage may not very distinctly match what you think it would be. And we're going to talk about how to reduce that so you don't get stuck with a bunch of overages because that sucks. So these like overhead pieces of your service are the constant heartbeats of the service that keep you connected and like ready at any time, but they also cost you a little bit of data usage to operate. It's just the way that it lives. So if you're not on a limited plan, I do have a few ways for you to condense your usage so you don't get overages. So number one, turn off the automatic updates on your phones and your tablets and your computers. This will allow you to control when the device is like downloading a new update, software or firmware, whatever it does that it needs to be secure. Otherwise, it's going to pull that update in the middle of the night. And depending on how heavy the update is, it can eat a lot of your plan. I see lots of folks commenting that like nothing was even on and we used like 6 gigs of data overnight. Well, that's what's happening. It's your photos backing up to your iCloud. It's your laptop backing up its Windows instance to your OneDrive. It's all of those things that you have in motion and probably never even thought about before you had to live in a more consumption based model. So you can do that. I'm not saying turn them off and don't do them. Do them. Make sure you pay attention to the updates that are sent to your computer. I'm just saying do it when you are in control of it, right? So that might mean turning on the Starlink to make sure you get all your updates done because that's your truly unlimited plan versus using a mobile service to do that. So just keep that in mind. The second way is to really change your streaming preferences on apps like Netflix or Amazon to deliver maybe less than a 4K experience. I mean, we do enjoy the definition of certain things, but rarely do we really need to watch something more than 720, right? So just go into each of the settings of these individual um, applications and tell them that you don't need to deliver, a 4K quality experience. And while we're on the topic of consumption, I also want to talk about the fact that like Zoom, okay, let's just talk about Zoom and how you're going to work. So your 1 hour Zoom meeting with a gallery view, because that uses more data than a speaker view, is going to eat up close to 2.5 gigs per hour. I'll leave the math to you based on what your professional requirements are, but that once a week team call with everybody on video could easily use up 10 gigs a month. So um, now that you are overwhelmed, sorry about that, with options for Wi-Fi plans and data consumptions, what I really want to pile on is just a little chat about cybersecurity. You may think I run a small business or I'm a solopreneur. I'm not super vulnerable to a cyber attack, but in fact, that makes you more of a target. So I want to talk a little bit about digital hygiene. Our cyber bullies today are more interested into who or what you're connected to than what you have. I hope that resonates, right? So nearly every modern breach has been caused by access adjacent to the actual organization that was hit with the malicious AI, the code, or the ransomware attack. AI, by the way, I love and I think is a great tool, but it really just widened the attack space because I don't want your business to be compromised. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about that. But let's jump into this so we can talk more about how it will be secure for you in the future. So just a little bit about your relationship hygiene, right? Like part of what we do in all of the really cool tools available to us today is reaching out to our friends, our family, our business colleagues, and it is our individual responsibility to make sure that our digital hygiene does not darken our relationships with folks because it's easily can get out of hand. So we are all working to build know, like, and trust for our brands. And your identity, like I said, it's not just your name, it's your access. And almost all of our businesses are running, particularly for our RV entrepreneurs, um, It's not, our inbox is the front door to our business. We don't have a place where you can walk in and have someone screen who you are before you walk in the door. I want you to open your inbox as if whoever sent you a message that you don't know is like some hooded man at your front door. Okay. Like I just want you to be wary and verify, right? So visibility without those boundaries really creates vulnerability. I'll explain a little bit more about that as well. And I want you to understand that security is a form of care, of self care. To not have the worry about whether or not your data can be compromised is huge, right? These are the guardrails for taking a deep breath and knowing the technology is going to work for you and not against you. So right now, the landscape has really changed and the attack methods are widening with AI. So there are some things that people do very specifically to get information that will allow them to hack you. So social engineering, uh, those quizzes and stuff on Facebook, stop taking those. Don't do that. I don't care how many points you get for all of these things. I don't want to know anything about you that can also reveal your security questions, like your dad's name or your dog's name or what street you used to live on. Don't play those games, please. That is full social engineering. That data lives in the clouds, and an AI can find that information about you very quickly and use it to start testing your passwords or credentials. Okay. Please don't. Exploiting software vulnerabilities, right? Let's talk about the Zoom attacks, the Microsoft attacks, the phishing emails that come in and really exploit an iOS, right? An iOS feature. They just pushed out a pretty new iOS update for all of your Apple phones. Do it immediately. Almost every time that there is a new and pretty urgent update for your phones or any device, it's security related and you should do it, but on your own time so you don't chew up your data when you're not paying attention. The password cracking, right? An AI can run through thousands of possible passwords in a heartbeat, right? And that's not going to change. And then the network infiltration of email and IoT devices. I'm sure like one of the biggest breaches that we heard about in the news, although there've been some really far larger ones not so well reported on, was about Target, right? You know that the way that people got into Target to attack their infrastructure and steal all your personal data that you had there was through their HVAC company. One IoT monitoring device that was not appropriately secured is how all of Target was breached. And almost every major incident has come, like I said, from something adjacent to the actual attack they wanted to land. And let's not talk about phishing, right? Like, mm, so these emails I talked to you about being wary of, please ensure that you trust but verify. And a lot of the AI phishing now is quite robust. In fact, I'm not promoting it in any way, but I want you guys to all know that you can go to ChatGPT and maybe some of the others, but I know that one for sure. And you can actually like buy your own ransomware as a service. Like you can find the nefarious folks, you can launch your own attack, right? I just want you to know that that exists within the realm of AI and that, some of these agentic tactics might affect you. Okay. So just be wary. Don't open the attachments. If you get an email from your bank, from your service provider, from anything, just delete it, go directly to them and see if you have any messages, okay? Because that's the only way to skip that step. And even downloading PDFs, they can put malicious code in a PDF. So many things. Definitely don't click those links. Okay. I don't mean to scare you, but I just want to make sure you're prepared. Oh, and I want to tell you this funny story. So just to let you know that I am human and we are all open for different things. Because I had thwarted some privacy and some phishing attempts. I had an AI branded version of an attack that posted a fictitious job on Indeed. It looked like it came from Blush Technologies. It had verbiage about my company. It was it was definitely a role I would hire for if I needed someone in that capacity, but I was not hiring for it. So all of a sudden, I start getting emails and phone calls from candidates who really, really want this job, which sounds like a cool job. But guess what? Wasn't me. I didn't do it. I'm not hiring. Anyway, so even folks like myself can be very compromised in credit card, in all of the things, because we do a lot outside of our network. And like I said, people be fishing, people be fishing, and I'm nobody from an attack perspective. I just fell on someone's radar because I hadn't updated my WordPress site in enough time that they felt like they could launch that sort of attack and get some information. It didn't really affect me too much, but certainly all of the candidates that had submitted their applications, now someone has all their personal information and their whole CV. So hopefully nothing bad happened with that. But anywho, so this is the importance of cybersecurity. You've got to protect your personal and your organization's data. You've got to prevent some of this financial and reputation loss, and you've got to prove due diligence. So if you are carrying cybersecurity liability insurance, you're going to have to do some proof of that. So we can help with some of that, but the biggest thing is defining your know, like, and trust. It's the trust, right? Like, don't let your system send spam emails to your subscribers. So the security principles are really confidentiality, integrity, and availability. We need to make sure these systems are available when we need them to, like we talked about, right? We don't want to be stressed about our cybersecurity and our emails going out when we're trying to get to our next location or when we're hiking, right? Like, I'm a nerd. I think about those things, but I don't want you to. Okay. So these are our best practices for cybersecurity. We're going to use strong, unique passwords and management. You're keeping your passwords in a spreadsheet. Please stop. Please stop. We're going to avoid clicking unknown links. Okay. Password management has come a long way. It's very siloed. I have a few I can recommend offline. Please use secure networks and VPNs for sensitive applications. What we create for our clients is a fully secure network. Don't log into your bank account from Starbucks. Okay, just don't do it. We need to update the software regularly, and we need to back up important data, but again, on our own terms. And I want to ensure that everyone trusts but verifies, right? Like, I trust that I got a message from my bank, but I'm just going to go straight to the bank application and check out what it is instead of opening this email, right? Right? Okay, so use the two-factor authentication or the multi-factor authentication anytime it's available. That's that extra text message with a code. That's using Google Authenticator to provide you an extra special code. That's using your facial identity or your thumbprint as a passkey to open certain applications. Do that whenever you can. Yes, it's an extra step. Yes, it's a little pain in the ass, but I promise you, those extra few seconds will be so much less heartache than any sort of compromise you get. And then remember about things that are free. Okay, so uh, when we talk about social media platforms and the fact that they hold so much information about us, and a lot of influential algorithm data about our businesses and how we get promoted in that way. But be very clear that when you're posting on a social media platform, because it is free, you are the product, right? So all of that information they get about the things we search, the things we like, the things we spend more time looking at than others, all of that data is feeding the cycle of, oh my gosh, how did my email know that I was looking at, this trip or that trip, right? Like those synchronicities that we see come up and we're like, oh, my phone is listening to me. Well, I mean, yeah, it's not like listening to every word you say, but the way that we behave, the way that AI can analyze how we behave makes a huge difference in how we are sold to very specifically. Their goal is to keep you on that app for as long as possible and to give them as much information and money as possible. So they're going to keep doing that. So just keep that in mind. So I want to talk a little bit about the future of cybersecurity, and I'm going to wrap this up here in just a moment. But AI-driven threat detection. Okay, so we've moved from a people to machine environment, which was kind of like the first version of some of the AI things. We would say, hey, AI, I want you to do all of these things, and it would interact with humans, right? So think about your auto attendant IVRs when you call in and say, I want this, right? That was kind of the first version of these things in my nerd world anyway. And that was like 20 years ago, right? So we've been doing this for a long time. But the difference now is that the AI can talk to the AI. And these machines, right, between the AI and your computer and the created pieces on the in the data center, they are talking to each other. So that means a couple things. They're going to see things that we miss. From an enterprise perspective, by the way, we use AI constantly because it watches the patterns and the machines and the behavior of the users when we don't have to, or when a human eye would definitely miss that kind of stuff, right? Like we use it in that scenario, and it's going to continue to get better. So we need stronger encryption methods so that you could prove you're you. That's what all that two-factor and multi-factor authentication is about. Prove you are you. That's all it's doing. Okay. Um, Cloud security advancements are coming along quite nicely, and that zero trust architecture has to remain as permissions based access only. I want to use a very specific example, which is many of you might hire a virtual assistant to post on your behalf on Facebook or Instagram or wherever you tend to be doing your business. Make sure that you're only sharing access to those folks and not giving them your actual password or making them an actual manager of your brand, because you can get compromised and shut down real quickly that way. So those are a few of my tips. And I just want to say thank you, you guys. I appreciate you listening to me ramble on about all of these nerdy things. It is obviously my passion. I want to bring you guys the ability to connect and be safe and secure and meet your corporate requirements. If you have a remote job that says I have to plug into a LAN port or I have to have a static IP address, like those are all things that I can actually help you with Go Roam, which I manage as an MSP. So my clients enjoy me as their tech support, and then we have other folks as backup when I happen to be traveling, because again, I'm building a business for me and for all of my clients to connect effortlessly. None of us want to worry about where we're at when it's time to help a client with a problem, right? Like we've got to have these systems in place. We've got to have this kind of backup in place. So I don't want you worrying about your technology, cybersecurity, or internet. If we can help you in any way, please let me know. I'm lame and I did not get a door prize into the overall door prizes for Kimberly. However, if you subscribe to our um, uh, either our school community or our uh, newsletter. That's the word I'm looking for. Sorry, I got distracted there. Our newsletter. I am going to do a free giveaway in May. So just make sure I'll be able to see everybody who subscribes today in the system. So if you go ahead and do it like that, I'll enter you to win a special thing. I've got some really cool gear coming from Storyteller Productions, who are a friend
Oh
of the
yeah.
Anchored and Freedom Summit, but not until May. So that's when it'll be. I'm going to go ahead and stop my screen share now and just say thank you so much for
That's
the opportunity
awesome.
to, vomit some nerdy things upon the folks in attendance for the
Thanks
summit. I hope it's helpful.
for vomiting on us. that's, that's hilarious. That's great. And Jess, I have a couple questions if you don't mind.
I'd love
Would that
to.
be okay?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. So I want to ask you about some of the things that are out there that people use, that we use, that I use, like Google Password Manager. So that's been a concern because Google Password Manager has all of your usernames and passwords. So if somebody gets a hold of your Google account, they have everything, right?
Yeah,
Is
you're really
that
in
is
trouble
that
there.
a
Yeah.
concern?
Yeah, it is a
Hmm.
concern. Absolutely.
Okay.
So I recommend keeping so I do like the Google Password Manager. And as long as access to that manager is restricted by a different password than your primary Google access, that might be okay. However, I highly recommend
Okay.
that you might look into a separate password manager, something like LastPass. Keep is a good one. There are a few of them, which I'd be happy to provide in the comments, any additional ones. But I
Okay.
would highly recommend going to a separate password manager. And I love password managers. We all need password managers with one really, really
Okay.
super strong access point, because that is what gives away our identities. Like I've got thousands of logins to things that I've accumulated over the years. I'm never going to remember
Right.
that. B, a password manager like LastPass or many of the others are going to tell you how many passwords you've reused. How many of them are weak in a security perspective, and they'll prompt you to go in and change them. So I highly recommend a password manager. If you guys want more info about that, I certainly can just send me a note and I'd be happy to respond directly about that. But yes, absolutely, it is a concern. Now,
Okay.
the way that password managers work, I will just say, is they keep them really siloed. So um, I also love password managers for sharing credentials. So one of the key components of a lot of them is your ability to share, right? So I can give my VAs access through a LastPass piece where they just click launch and they log in directly as me. They never see my password. They don't have the ability to change it. So that gives you some additional
Oh,
security in
great.
those. Mhm.
Okay, great. I did not know that existed, so I'm gonna go explore.
Yeah.
And the other question I wanted to ask you, you allude to identity theft programs and that sort of thing, but we didn't really get a deep dive on that. Do you recommend them? I mean, there's a lot of different ones out there, right? That do ID theft protection for on and offline.
Yeah, I do think that a lot of those are in place, right? Like I have credit notices and things that run for my credit cards and let me know if there's anything strange there. But I would invite
Mm-hmm.
you from an ID theft perspective to make sure that you're covered by one of the major, carriers there. So I would definitely have that backup.
Okay.
I do have it in place.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the thing about the identity theft is that it's such a huge nuisance, right? Now we have to go through and change everything and update everything. And if you're on the road and you got to get a batch of new credit cards, we all know how hard that is, right? So just
Mm-hmm.
keeping that in your back pocket and having that alert and that security, I do highly recommend. I know that there's, some Legal Shield. I don't know what their new name is, but there are definitely some programs for ID theft, and I definitely have
Mm-hmm.
them. I think I run mine through like my Discover card or something. There's a lot of our financial, uh, carriers, if you will, or financial places offer that in the background. And I highly recommend you do that as well,
Mm-hmm.
just to know if anybody's
Yeah,
pulling your
yeah, yeah.
credit, or to have that kind of like cash advance, right? Like if somebody gets and also please don't put your debit card online. Please don't. Just don't do that. Not because I feel like it's more compromised than the others, but because the implications of that compromise when it happens is so much greater because that's your cash, that's your living
Mm-hmm.
money, right? So even if you don't use credit cards for like anything else in your daily life, please have one to use online because our like the insurance against fraud only covers a certain dollar amount for a certain amount of time, and it may take longer than you have the cash flow to make it through. So please always use an actual credit card online and not your debit card as well.
Right. I mean, and your credit card so much more protection over all kinds of things
It
than your
does. It
debit.
does.
So yeah,
Yeah, absolutely.
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 Great. Well, thank you so much.
You're so
This has been
welcome.
really good. And I love some of the things that you covered as far as like social media and the emails because they're getting very sneaky and very, you just have to watch so
Yeah,
much
you
harder than
just
we did even a year ago. So,
absolutely. Even me, right? Like, I mean, I open stuff, I'm like,
mhm.
I don't know about that. But I just, and here's another point that I wanted to make and failed, which is if you find an email from a friend of yours or a business colleague of yours or someone you want to work with in your spam, mark it not as spam. Please mark it not as spam for the love of all of the entrepreneurs in your life that are working on building something, because that's a ISP level delivery issue, right? And if you're having a hard time getting your email sent out and received, if you've got a high spam or rejection rate, you'll want to check all the spam pieces, and maybe get yourself off of those lists, right? Sometimes you have to take a little bit of manual
Yeah,
action there to ensure that your technology flows the way you want it to, especially because a lot of us are using newsletter services and things that aren't like directly out of our inbox. So you'll want to make sure you keep an eye on that as well. You don't want to end up on those blacklists.
right. Right. Very good. All right, Jess. Thank you again. Now, if you missed getting the QR code or figuring out how to contact Jess, then go to anchoredinfreedomsummit.com, click on the little speaker info link next to her name, and you will be sent to her speaker page, which has info on how to contact her and get more information of what she does, and ask questions. So feel free to do that. Thanks, Tess. All right, I see our next speaker has arrived in the waiting room, so we're going to switch gears. First, I want to talk to you about the door prizes Jess was just talking about. We have got so many great things available to you. If you have wandered into our summit and you haven't yet registered on the website, please go and do that. Is anchoredinfreedomsummit.com, and that's going to allow you to be in the drawings for some of these door prizes. You can go to that website as well to look at what those door prizes are to get a whole list, but everything from a $50 Visa gift card, so credit card, and a year subscription to RV Overnights, incredible to earn an RV. We have tax strategy planning with Luca, who we're going to hear from later today. We have got coaching from Sarah Jones, who we're also going to hear from today. We have got a cool campground burn fire first aid kit that has been provided by Storyteller Promotions. Really cool. And metal print. These things are really cool. If you haven't seen them, just an 8x10 metal print. It's very lightweight. So it's great for RVs. You provide the picture, they put it on the metal, and then send it to you. And so you can capture, your favorite place, your home away from home, whatever it is, and hang it on your wall. And it doesn't add weight to your RV, which for some of us is a real problem. I'm raising my hand. So that is what's going on there. Now I'm going to bring Sue Brooke into the room, and we are going to chat, hopefully, a little her special offer. She doesn't know I'm doing this, though, so I'm catching her off guard.
Whoops. Oh, there. There I am.
There she is. Sue, hi. Good morning.
I'm good. How are you?
Good, 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 good.
Awesome.
Hey, we've got a couple of minutes before your official start time, so I was wondering if we could talk a little bit about the Business with Purpose publishing piece.
No, I'm really excited. Well, that's why I'm going to be talking about a lot of that today. So yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
My story and how it developed into the Business with Purpose publishing, and I'm going to be sharing the opportunity for the RV book. So
Awesome.
it's going to be good. So I hope it's good.
Awesome.
So
Really good. Well, we've got some really great door prizes. Your offer is really cool, and I think that people should take advantage of it. Some of our speakers, hint, hint, should take advantage of it because they've all got great stories they've been sharing with us.
Yeah.
So I think it's really cool, and your story is inspiring. Jennifer, I don't know if you caught her keynote yesterday, talked about kind of dumpster fires
Oh.
that happen to us all the time,
Yep.
and having some resilience and moving forward in faith and then making it happen. And she's had her share, as we all have had our
Yep.
share of those dumpster fires.
That's right.
And just persevering and moving and creating something really cool out of what's happened, or
Yeah.
in spite of what's happened. And I know that you've done that too.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm
Yeah.
going to talk about today, because everything that I
Oh,
have
awesome.
is from the worst things that ever happened to me. By the way, you're really choppy. It's really like your voice is fine. It's just the video is kind of choppy. So you keep
Okay. Well,
freezing.
I'm going to stop talking then.
You don't have to. No, I can hear you fine. It's the video that's
Yeah.
placed. But anyway.
Isn't that funny?
Uh,
Okay. Well, it's telling one of my earlier folks that we had huge storms here last night in the middle of Arkansas. So
wow.
everything's been a little bit
My gosh.
wonky this morning.
Oh my
So
goodness.
I'm grateful that we're here. But
Are you
I'm going to go ahead and jump off. If you're ready to go, I'm going to jump off and
okay?
let you take it away.
I'm gonna
Sound
just
good?
I'm just gonna tell you, my dad is still in bed, and I'm praying. I got him all the doors closed, and he most likely won't get up. But if there's some weird thing where he gets up and comes over to the table, I might have to like, if I do, just take over and talk for a minute. But I don't think it's gonna happen.
You
I'm just
got it.
telling you that it happened the other day. It happened. Like I was doing this thing, and he just comes over the table, and so I'm like, oh my God. Anyway, so hopefully that won't happen.
Yeah. Well,
Anyway,
and things happen, especially when you live this lifestyle. Things
oh my gosh.
things happen. So we got it.
So
We got it.
when are you,
Oh,
so
all right, super.
are you starting? Are you going to be telling me when to start? So it's going to be right at 9, or are you doing an introduction, or how's it?
You just go right now. We
Oh,
are live. Go ahead.
oh, so
Yeah.
I can share my screen in the whole 9 yards.
You
Okay.
can share your screen in the whole 9 yards.
Uh,
Yep.
all right, because I told people 9 o'clock, so that's all right.
Okay. Well,
I'll,
and we can hang out for 5 more minutes too, if that helps.
no, it's okay. It's all right. We can start whenever you want. Okay.
We're in between.
All
All
right.
right. Well, I'm gonna turn myself off, and Sue, you take it away. You got this.
All right, sounds good, everyone. Hi, everybody. I'm Sue Brooke. Um, I'm really excited about what I'm talking about today, and I'm just going to get right into it. So let me get my screen share up here. And yeah, I mean, this is me, at least the last 5 years of my journey. And boy, I mean, I'm getting emotional already, and I haven't even started. Every time I look at this picture, I have to pinch myself, and I look at it all the time. It's on my phone. It's I share it with people a lot. And I have to pinch myself because I literally visualized this more than 10 years ago. And this has been what you're looking at right here is my life over the past 5 years. I've been all those places. I did it by myself, and I'm still shocked that I did it. And like I said, I manifested this whole thing somehow because I was in my little guest house that I was living in Santa Clarita, California. And I was in a place in my life where I had sold a business that I had, a very successful business that I had. It was a school, it was tutoring, it was after school, it was summer camps. I had 2 locations. One was in San Diego, one was north of Los Angeles. And I had just sold this business to a woman who I trusted. I financed her. It was her dream business. She wanted to buy it, and I was ready to move on to the next part of my life. And long story, very short, is she ran it into the ground right away, never paid me a penny. And I was 54 years old, and I lost everything. And it was, I mean, that's happened to me before, but this particular time, I really did hit bottom. I did not know where I was. And when this visualization happened, I was literally sitting in my bed late at night, and I wrote in my journal all the time. I still do. Every night I write in my journal. And usually the first thing I write is what I'm grateful for, maybe something that happened that day or something grateful that I was feeling in my life. And that particular night, I couldn't think of one darn thing that I was grateful for. I had really hit bottom, and I didn't know, I was stuck. I didn't know what to do because the business that I built for 20 years was my legacy, and it was supposed to be something that was going to help catapult me into a new direction. So here's what happened. I opened my journal, I'm looking at this blank page, and I went, okay, I have no idea what to write. I don't know so I wrote a date in the future. I just made up a date in the distant future, and I started writing. I just said, I'm going to write whatever comes in my head. And I wrote, I am traveling across the country in my beautiful motorhome. And I sketched out the motorhome, and I never even thought about that before. Okay. And I said, I'm traveling across the country in my beautiful motorhome that I paid cash for, and I'm inspiring millions of small business owners all over the country. And I was like, that was the dumbest thing I ever wrote in my life. And I was like, okay, well, I'm just going to put the journal away. So I put it away, went about my thing. And then the next night, I just wrote it again. And I just kept doing that over and over again. And here I am looking at the exact visualization that I had all those years ago in the worst time of my life. So I wrote about it. Just recently, I just finished this book a few months ago called I Wish I Could Do That. And this picture is a memory of, all the roads that I was on. I love sunsets. I have about 1 million pictures of sunsets from all over the country, but it's the road. And I had thought about this and talked about it in other things that I was doing before, that your life is kind of like a road trip, right? There's twists and turns and detours and potholes and crashes and all kinds of things that can go right and many that can go wrong and take you in different directions all the time, right? But I remember this road reminds me of a road that I went pretty much, I would think it was between Arizona and California. So California is where I had my business and all the things happened. And I was headed back to California. I was going to be speaking at a group of business owners back in the town that I had grown this business. And I had gotten married to my husband there. I had gotten divorced from him when I was there. I was in my really bad car accident when I was there. And I remember when I was driving down the road, and a lot of times I would just drive in silence and thinking about all that. And all of a sudden I was kind of feeling sorry for myself because I was thinking about, I was going back to all that and all those memories. But all of a sudden I went, oh my gosh, if I hadn't have gone through all of that, if I hadn't have lost everything, if I hadn't have gotten a divorce, if I hadn't have all of those things, all of those bad memories that I went through, I said, gosh, I would not be where I am living my dream life and my purpose right now. So I wrote about it, and things happen, to give you messages. And I do another show called Business with Purpose TV. And a few days ago, I interviewed one of the girls that I was interviewing had read my book. And she came on and literally was in tears telling me how much I inspired her with my story and led her to write about her own story. And I was like, there's no bigger compliment than somebody telling you that about how your story inspired them. And all of us that are nomads and out there on the road and working in our motorhomes, we are living a dream life that most people think is completely impossible. So we all have stories for everything. Now, it all started back when I was in a networking event, and this is way before any of this stuff, my motorhomes weren't even in my life. This was after I had gone through the divorce and the car accident and all that stuff. And I had built this business, with the 2 locations. And we were going around the room and they said, tell us how your business started. And I just gave the short part of my story, and someone passed me this exact napkin. I still have it. And I thought, what do you mean you have a story that needs to be told? I was like, what are you talking about? So anyway, a little bit while later, someone else asked me to speak at a women's group. And I said, speak? I wasn't a speaker back then. I just owned my business, right? And then I said, well, what do you want me to speak about? I have no idea. They go, tell your story. And I said, who's going to care about that? And I'm not kidding. I got up, I just told my story on how I built my business, all the things I had went through and what I did. And at the end of that, I had this long line of women wanting to talk to me. And they were crying, some of them, and they giving me hugs and telling me how I inspired them. And I was so confused because, you know what? A few months prior, when I was in a wheelchair, I remembered this girl that someone introduced me to, that she rolled up in her wheelchair, but she was paralyzed. She had this book with her picture on it that said, never, never, never get up. And she told me that she'd been hit by a drunk driver. She was an athlete and she was going to be paralyzed the rest of her life. And I thought, well, that's a story people care about. That's way more powerful than me. And then I realized when all those women were lining up to talk to me and people telling me how I inspired them, they resonated with going through a divorce or losing everything or being in an accident or having health issues or whatever it is that they went through. They resonated with my story. So that's when I really realized how important it is for us to tell our stories and connect with people. So I'm going to talk today about how you can go from being just a business owner to a published authority and to turn your story into more visibility for your business, which we all want that, more credibility, and unstoppable business growth. And I think you're going to be surprised. Most people that I talk to, a big, huge number of people that I talk to, when I said, oh my gosh, you got to tell your story, you got to write a book. They're like, oh no, I'm not a writer. I can't do that. That's too much work. And I thought the same thing in the past as well. So I think I'm going to change your mind a little bit. And then I'm going to show you how your business, your story can help your business. It's going to be the best marketing tool you've ever had in your whole life. Okay. Now, I've done a lot of things in my life here. I wanted to share some of my books down there at the bottom. The one in the bottom right, the tips for finding the right tutoring program for your child. It's I was in a mastermind group, a big mastermind group. We had a mentor, and all they kept saying is you got to write a book. And I had my tutoring center, my school then. And they're like, just write a book. I said, well, I can't write my whole life story. And they're like, no, 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 no. You don't have to write a life story. Just write a book of what you know. Like, what do you know about? And I'm like, well, I know how to find the right tutoring program for your child. And so I wrote the book with my eyes closed. It was just an ebook. I didn't know what I was doing. I was on Christmas break and I put it up on Amazon as an ebook. And the next morning, someone sent me a screenshot that I was #1 in 1 or 2 categories on Amazon. I'm like, I'm a #1 best-selling author. I just wrote the book yesterday. I was like, how did I do that? And then I went on to write how to grow your business. And then a little while later, I'm like, well, I want a real book because those were ebooks. So I asked my mentor, I said, well, why can't I write a book and just write a chapter? And then I'll just get other authors to write the other chapters. And so they're like, yeah. So that's where the Discover Your Identity and Inspiration books came in. Identity was a really, really, really strong topic for me because I had spent 13 years in a marriage where his dream was to become a rock star, and I gave up every single bit of my passion and purpose and anything that I wanted to do to make him a rock star. I'd given up my entire identity to be the musician's wife, right? So that was a big story that I had. And what I found is I had all these other people that had very similar stories on how different things that happen in their life affect their identity. So anyway, I did those. All of the Choices book series was another one I did with a friend who didn't want to write a whole book. And then later, about a 1.5 years ago, I did Networking with Heart. So when I was traveling all over the country and I was teaching networking and marketing and things like that, I just took what I was teaching and then I threw it in. I just made a book out of it. And boy, that's been really cool. That's been the best business card I ever had in my life. And then I wish I could do that. And then the most recent book I'm going to talk about today as well is the Built with Purpose book that just came out that became a best-selling author. And just FYI, I'm a co-founder of the Business with Purpose nonprofit, which all of this that I'm doing now benefits the nonprofit, which is my heart and soul is helping small business owners. It's my purpose in my life. So let's talk about your story. You all have a story worth sharing, every single one of you, especially those of us who are on the road and working, right, in this total freedom lifestyle. So your story can do what I was talking about, inspire other people, give them hope and motivation and all of those kind of things. You can also teach people things. Like I taught people how to network, and then my other one, and how to find a tutoring program for your child. You can teach people the things that you're an expert in that you know a lot about, right? And you can write a book to just give people a new perspective. Like there's tons of AI books right now, people that are getting into AI, and there's books coming out of our ears of people talking about how AI can change, giving people a new perspective on how they can use it. So how do you stand out from your competition? Okay, how do you stand out? And there's a lot of business owners out there, right? Lots of business owners, and they're all fighting for their potential customers, eyeballs, right? And so you can think this way, and I don't think this way, that there's a lot of competition. So I'll just use realtors as an example. There's 1 million realtors out there. And so the realtors that are out there just plugging away, are in their mind going, oh my gosh, I'm one of 10 million realtors. How do I stand out? And they're just out there doing what everybody else does. But the realtor that decides they're going to be an authority in some niche, like let's say, I'll just give you an example. When my sister and my dad's 94 and he has dementia. I'm actually here in Phoenix right now, staying here for a while to help take care of him. But when we found out he had dementia and he was living in Nebraska, I was in California, my sister was in Phoenix, and we had to go back and put my dad in a memory care facility, and we had to sell his house. And I'll never forget, there was a realtor. There was only one realtor. There was a million of them that wanted to sell it, but one, all their marketing, everything they taught, and I can't remember all the stuff that they had, but they were focused on helping the children of seniors who couldn't sell their own houses. So they stood out that way. But when you put author behind your name, oh my gosh, everything changes. It goes from you're a business owner to an author. When I wrote that first book, How to Find the Right Tutoring Program for Your Child, all of a sudden people just constantly, come up to me at all my networking events, who had heard that I had this book on Amazon, and all of a sudden I was an authority and I was famous. All right. So it's huge. I also remember having books at a post office once, and my books were laying there with my picture on it. And people kept coming up going, "That's you? Oh my gosh, you're an author." And everything changed. So think about this too. I got to make this other point. I talk about this a lot too. Let's just pretend that you are looking for a new plumber to help you unclog your toilet or whatever, okay? And you want to find the best plumber to help you. And you're looking at all the different plumbers, but one of them wrote a book about it. They wrote a book. Who are you going to pick to be your plumber? You're going to automatically see that they are an authority, even if the book is about something completely different. So put that in your brain. Same person, entirely new perception when you put author behind it. Now let me tell you what changes when you become an author. So the first thing that changes is your credibility. Authors are viewed as trusted industry leaders and people you're going to trust faster. So Sherry over here on the left-hand side with her purple hard hat is a good friend of mine. And she just came out with this book called Built on Trust. It's all about relationship marketing. The two of us teach that all the time. We've done a lot of events together. And at first she wanted to write about relationship marketing, just general for business owners. And we talked about it. And I said, well, you have a multi-million-dollar commercial plumbing company. You are amazing. You should be, that's what you should focus your book on. And when she did that, it says relationship marketing for contractors, trades, and services. So she uses this book as her marketing tool. And I'm not joking. Since that book came out, like almost instantly, she got asked to be on the board of the Builders Exchange, where she lives in Santa Rosa, California. She has had a lot of speaking opportunities. She has been asked to do all kinds of trainings to different groups of contractors or people in those industries. It's amazing what's happened. She's had her competitors in the plumbing industry are buying the books to give to their employees because they want to learn from her. Is that amazing? So just writing that one book gave her so much credibility. It also helps you stand out. It helps you stand out from your competitors. Like I was saying, if you're looking for different people and that one person's an authority, you're going to stand out from them. Confidence. That's another really big benefit of being an author. I'm going to talk about Sherry again because her story is pretty powerful. So I met her, actually it was a funny story how I met her, but long story short, I met her for the first time in person at a Panera Bread in Santa Rosa. I was new to the community. I had found out I had a sister on Ancestry. That's another whole story. Where I moved from in Southern California where I had my business. And then after I sold it, I found out I had the sister. So I ended up moving to Northern California to stay and live with my new sister. And I was new to the community, so I didn't know anyone, right? So I met Sherry and we were at a Panera Bread and she started telling me her story. And she has a really pull on the heartstrings kind of story of how she grew up. a lot of things happened to her in her childhood and her teenage years that were just, you know, really, really sad. But she came out of all of that and built this multi-million-dollar plumbing company. And I said, my gosh, you have a story. You need to write a book. And she just went, oh my God, no, I can't write a book. I'm not a writer. And she told me when, well, then I told her, I said, well, let's do this, because she was the head of the Holistic Chamber at the time. And I said, why don't we put a book together? I told her about the compilation book idea. And she said, well, I can write a chapter. And so we got a bunch of people together to write a compilation book. And I remember she came to, when she was going through this whole process, or she said, you know, Sue, she goes, I'm just not a writer. I don't think I could do this. And I said, why? She goes, oh, my husband told me I'm not a writer. My dad told me I'm not a writer. Her family was like, I don't know what you think you're doing. Oh, it was terrible. And so anyway, she did it. We published the compilation book, and she told her story, and it just, her confidence now is through the roof. She is working on other books, and she became a bestseller with this book, Built on Trust. So confidence is huge. And when I tell you what kind of books you can write that are so simple, you're going to blow your mind, just wait. And opportunities. I'm going to talk about that too in a minute, like all the opportunities, all the doors that will open up to you, new partnerships, projects, marketing, things that happen to get more visibility. You can't believe what can happen to you with opportunities. So here's the bottom line. Here's the thing I really want you all to hear is most people think this. Most people think books are about selling copies, but that's absolutely not true. I want you to take that out of your brain. Most people go, well, how do I sell my books? Who cares? You don't want to try to sell your books. I know it sounds crazy, but listen, smart business owners use books to sell conversations, and you can make a lot more money by giving your book away. Okay? Listen to that. You can make a lot more money by giving your book away than by selling them. I'm going to prove that to you. Your book as a marketing tool. Your book, and as simple as it can be, is could be your best marketing tool. So smart business owners don't just write books. They use them to start conversations, to build trust with all kinds of people, and to open doors. And books, they work 24/7. They, even while you sleep. And also books are in perpetuity. They last forever. Okay. When you write a book, it's out there forever. You know, you're not just paying for a marketing, like an advertisement in a magazine, and then it's done in a month, right? It's not like that. A book is not like that at all. It lasts forever when you do that. So I like to talk about this because this is so fun for me. Think about your book as a business card. Okay, as a business card. So I'm going to give you some outside the box things. First of all, just think about this. Like my little Networking with Heart book is only 74 pages. It's a little short book. It's a smaller book, and I can just throw them in my bag, and I can take them to networking events. And instead of handing a business card, where do those go, right? Most people, if you probably looked in the trash can outside of the exit door of a networking event, you're probably going to find a lot of business cards in the trash. I'm sorry, but that's what happens. Or they're going to go home and throw it away. Or they're going to use it to spam you, to try to sell you their stuff. That's what happens with business cards. I'm just being real here with you. But instead of giving someone a business card that they're not going to do anything with, give them a book, even if it's a little book, a little short, quick read book, like my Networking with Heart book. First of all, no one can throw a book away. I don't care how ratty the book is. I don't care how old it is. I don't care anything. Most people just, they can't do it. They cannot physically throw the book away. It's like against the law or something. So, books are so powerful. I mean, even the books, when I was trying to unpack everything or pack everything up and get rid of stuff to move into my little motorhome. I only have a 24-footer, right? I was like, oh my God, I had a whole bunch of books and I had to give them away. I couldn't just throw them away. So here's the thing, books are better than a business card. And an outside the box thing over on the left top corner, I just think this is so funny because I had a mentor say, well, I have an idea for business cards. So when you go to a networking event, instead of putting a business card in the raffle bucket like this, just think about, you know, how they do raffles at networking events. Instead of putting a business card in there to be pulled out, put your book in there. Because here's what happens. The person who's running the meeting is going to go grab the bucket to pull a business card, and they're going to say, who put this book in here? And they're going to get you to come and talk about it, or they're going to say something about the book in there. It'll give you more visibility. That's a little outside the books, fun kind of thing to do at a networking event. But just to think, you know, best business card ever. And it's the best follow-up tool that you have ever owned in your life. It says, I value the relationship. So if you are out there and you meet someone, let's say you meet them at the event and you want to continue the conversation, you can follow up by giving them the book and then call them or meet them again. And they're probably going to say, oh my gosh, I read your book. And it's just a really, really great follow-up opportunity is by sending your book to that. Also, a lead generation magnet. This is huge. How many of you have seen something like this picture on the bottom of the screen here, where you go to somebody's website and it says, hey, download this free ebook, right? But you have to give us your email address first. So that's a lead generation. That's a lead magnet, they call it. So you want to use your book as a lead magnet. You just say you can get the ebook, the free ebook. I'm going to give it to you. Or if you write in a compilation book, hey, you get my chapter for free. If you just here's what you do. Put your email in here and I'm going to send you my free book or my chapter in the book. So it's a way to build your email list. It's a way to attract your ideal clients. And it's a way to start your funnel into your business. So like I was said before, okay, let's say you meet someone and it's a potential customer and you're getting ready for a sales call or a coaching session or, you know, a consultation or whatever that first meeting is. Send them your book and say, hey, I can't wait to meet you. While you're waiting, here's the book that I wrote. Send it to them. And especially if you can send them a physical book, but even the ebook is that too. So once you get on the phone with them or get on a Zoom with them or meet them in person for that sales call, they already trust you. They're like, oh my God, you're an author. Why would I not want to work with someone like that? You must be the biggest authority on this. So of course I want to work with you. So let me just double check here. Okay, a single chapter, we're going to talk about writing one chapter in a book, okay? That chapter that you write in a book, which I'm going to talk about, can do so many things. You can use the content from your book to do social posts, to put in emails, to create videos about it. You can even create speaking topics. Similar to what I'm doing today, I use my book. I wish I could do that as a speaking topic, and I can go out and inspire people with different parts of that story. Blog posts, huge. Podcast episode, huge. I do my own show, like I said, Business with Purpose TV, and I'm interviewing the authors from our Built with Purpose books. And now they can take their episode and use that as marketing as well. So having a book up opens doors to so many opportunities. I am telling you, speaking, like I said, my friend Sherry, she gets speaking opportunities all the time. I've gotten tons and tons of them just because you have a book. People want you to come speak about it, or they just see you as an authority and you can speak about something else. Media, it's easy to get into media. A lot of times you can create different things to send out to media, and a lot of them will want you to write, or they want to get you on their morning show or something. It's a huge thing, like press releases. That's what I was trying to say. You can write press releases that your book came out and that you're available for speaking opportunities or interviews or whatever. People that have podcasts, let me just tell you, they really, really need people to interview. And they are going to pick a person with a book before anybody else, because it makes them look good because they're interviewing an authority, someone who is an author. And partnerships, the one there down there with me and Fran Jesse, Business with Purpose Publishing. So what happened was my friend Sherry and I started working on our Business with Purpose nonprofit. Just to go backwards a little bit, over the past 5 years, I was working for a company called Alignable. Some of you know, where there's millions of small business owners that are on Alignable. So I worked for them and told them that my dream was they asked me to come work with them during COVID. And the whole story behind that is I started talking to them and they said, can we hire you to help us, help business owners, because they felt my passion. And I said, my dream is to live and travel in a motorhome across the country. And they said, okay. So over the 5 years that I worked with Alignable, I was traveling all over the country, teaching and meeting business owners and meeting Alignable members all over the place. So when that job ended in July of this last year, I got together with my friend Sherry and I said, let's build this nonprofit. Let's call it Business with Purpose, and let's help as many small businesses as we can. That's my purpose in my life. And then my good friend Fran, who's in the red there on the screen, I've known her for many years. I met her when I had my tutoring business in Santa Clarita, California. And her purpose and passion is publishing. She loves books. And it's so funny because Fran, I have a whole story with Fran. I teach people how to find and discover their perfect, most profitable customers. And I use her story a lot in there. So I know her very well, and she's tried all kinds of different things and been a business owner, and she has quite a story. Let me just tell you. First, she's 81 years old and living her dream and her purpose right now. And she's just in a really cool place in her life. So we started talking. I said, I want to go back and do some more of these books because you know what? I am watching business owners struggling, and they're out there and they're just trying so hard to sell everything they had. And places like Alignable and other networking events, a lot of people, we all know this. You go to a networking event or you go to, whether it's virtual in person, and the person you're talking to is trying to get you to buy whatever it is they're selling. And it's like, oh my gosh, pitch, 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 right? And so I said, but the thing is, I wish business owners knew is that if they just led with their story and built the relationships first, they wouldn't have to sell a darn thing because people would want whatever it is that they're selling. So Fran and I got together and I said, I really, really want to do this. This is what I want for my next purpose and my next chapter in my life is to have an avenue where I can help business owners share their story in a book where they only have to write one chapter, and then we can give them the authority, credibility, and tons of visibility. So we created Business with Purpose Publishing, which is very exciting. So just having a book, you just never know how it's going to turn into something amazing in your business. And here's the funny thing. So I've heard about a million excuses, but your experience is the only permission you need to have a book. Okay. It comes from experience. Okay. A lot of people I'll say, well, you're an expert. And they're like, no, I'm not an expert. You can't call me an expert. I'm like, they said, how do you become an expert? I said, you just call yourself one. That's all you do. You are all an expert in something. So these are some excuses I've had of people when I talk to them about writing their story. I'm not a writer like Sherry. Okay. I'm like, no, you have a story you need to inspire that can inspire other people. I don't have time. That was me. I was heavily into my business that I spent 20 years building, and I had 2 locations, 3.5 hours apart. And I was so busy. And I was like, I don't have time to write a book. Like I said, I was in that mastermind, and it's the bottom line is you don't have to write a full book to start. You can just get in a compilation book like the ones I'm going to talk about and just write one chapter. Oh, and this was mine on steroids. Nobody cares about my story. I said that so many times, and I got asked, I got so many, it took me a lot of people just beating me over the head, telling me that, no, Sue, your story is really inspiring. So they do, people do. And all the people that are on the road and living this freedom, amazing life that we all live, we have so much to inspire people. And I just want people to understand that they can do it. They can do this, you know? And you all have those stories to do that. And I'm not an expert. That's a funny one. I'm not an expert. That's like I said before, you don't need a good degree. You don't need anybody's approval or any of that stuff. Just your world experience is makes you an expert. Now, this is the fun part I was going to tell you. So these are all the kind of books you can write. You can write an authority expert book like my Networking with Heart. You can write a how-to guide like I had how to successfully start and grow your tutoring business. I did that right after I sold my business. I thought, well, I can teach other people how to start a business. So a how-to book is really good. A memoir or personal story like my I Wish I Could Do That. I did that. Those are really great. A workbook or journal, and over on the left there where it says my rolling home unleashes my wildest heart, that my friend Fran, who I just talked to you about, actually created this amazing journal. It's on Amazon. I put the QR code in case you're interested, but it is such a cool journal that you can take with you and have with you, and there's all kinds of cool prompts and things in there to write your journal about your journey out there on the road in your RV. So you can create just a journal of pages. Those are super fun to do. A short book like my Networking with Heart is a very short book. People, let me just tell you this. People don't want, and they probably won't read a big, thick book. So get that out of your brain that, oh, I have to write this memoir of my life and it's going to be 3,000 pages long. No, nobody's going to read those big, giant books. People are going to read a book that they can sit down in one sitting in an hour or two. They can finish the whole book. So write a short book. That was drilled in my head with the mentors that I went to. It's like, write a short book that people are actually going to read the whole thing. A case study book. Oh, you're going to love this one. Inspirational quote or affirmation book. This one is the easiest book to write. And I know this is going to sound crazy, but seriously, you could become an author overnight. All you have to do is this. Create a book called Sue's Favorite Business Quotes. Go out there and find all the best business quotes you have, and then put one quote on every page and put maybe 100 quotes in there and put your favorite quotes and just copy and paste them in there and write a book. And all it is Sue's Favorite Business Quotes, and publish it on Amazon, and boom, you have a quote, an inspirational quote book. So that's how easy it can be. That is how easy it can be. Something as simple as that. And I don't know why this is coming in my brain, but what was that book? Have you guys seen this one? It's somebody wrote well, I guess you could say wrote a book. The title is Everything Men Know About Women, and every single page in the book is blank. How easy was that book? All they had to do was create the cover. And the inside is blank. That's funny. And that's real. I think they sold a lot of copies of that. A niche industry book, kind of like Sherry's, relationship marketing for construction trades and services, and a compilation book, which we're going to talk about next. So it's whatever book is first. Now, you don't need a 200-page book to become an author. Like I said, you can start with one chapter. So we're going to talk about these books because in my heart and my experience doing 4 of these books, this is visibility on steroids. Let me show you. First of all, why compilation books are the smartest first step. In fact, I wouldn't even say first step. I would say be in as many as you can because of these examples. Immediate credibility, because you're in a book with a lot of other people. Sometimes you can get in, there's compilation book opportunities where somebody like, some big famous person is writing the foreword or they're writing a chapter in there and you can say you're in a book with them. A lot of people pay a lot of money to be in those compilation books, but just think you're in a book with other business owners. I'm going to show you the ones that we're doing. It's increased visibility. I mean, multiple authors, all the authors in the book are sharing to their huge networks. Oh my gosh. I mean, it's way easier to get more visibility when you're not just writing one book and you're just sending it to your own list of people that you know. It's all the authors sending it to all of their lists. So it's a lot faster. It's also a lot faster and easier process. You just have to write one chapter. And there's way less pressure and you don't have to do it all by yourself. Now, I like this example because it's kind of a visual. It's like the network effect multiplier. When you are an author in a book of multiple authors, for example, the book we just came out with, Built with Purpose, has 42 authors that wrote a chapter in the book. Just think, if all of 42 of those authors have only 1,000 people on their email list. Now I have like 8,000. So, and I know there's people in that book that have way more than I even do. Okay. So even if everybody just had 1,000 people that they were going to send the book out to and share this amazing book of all these stories, that's 42,000 people you could get in front of. More than just the 1,000 or however many you have on your list. This is massive, massive, massive. So the shared promotion gives you just exponential exposure to so many people you could not reach by yourself. And it's all when you do a collaborative book like this. These books, Built with Purpose, that we're doing right now is all supporting the Business with Purpose nonprofit. So it is a movement. This is a community of entrepreneurs that share real stories. They're building authority and they're all lifting each other up. And these pictures that you see here are from just the last couple of weeks. I'm here in Phoenix right now, and we have several authors in the book from Phoenix, and we got to meet in person. And we're all holding up our books. And I'm telling you, the people at those networking events where we took these pictures were just in awe. And people were buying the books left and right. They were talking to these people and they're already getting clients and they're already building relationships and becoming and building partnerships with people. It's absolutely amazing. But we created this. This is a movement. This is a way. My goal in life is to get as many people, as much visibility, and get out there and be famous around people as I possibly can, because it's changed my life, and I only want that for every other business owner. We made this book. This is another big benefit about being in a compilation book is you can become a best-selling author pretty quickly. And we did like the first day. So we created a bestseller campaign and we told all of the authors in the book to go, tell everybody in their networks. And literally we had so many people get the book on Amazon and we became #1 best-selling. So all 42 authors in the book only wrote one chapter, and now they can put after their name in their signature line that they are a best-selling author. That's my favorite. All right, so the books that we have coming up are Built with Purpose. These are the different books that we have. So the first one we did was for entrepreneurs in general. So any entrepreneur could write in that book, those 42 authors. But now we're doing one for women entrepreneurs. We have another one for veteran business owners, women in construction. Sherry's heading that one up. Pet business owners, super cute book. Oh my gosh, it's the pink one on the screen. It's got little paw prints, and the pet business owners are going to have their pets in there. It's going to be a super cute book. We already have authors signing up for that. Reinvented entrepreneurs. Let me just tell you, I can't tell you how many people say I want to be in that book because I've reinvented myself about 1,000 times. Well, many people have. And yeah, that's going to be a good one. But my heart and passion is for the RV Entrepreneurs book. I talked to Kimberly Henrie, and I said, when we were talking about this event, I said, oh my gosh, we could do a book for RV entrepreneurs. We have the best stories of anybody. And it would be the most inspiring book for business owners. So I'm super excited about getting enough authors to get this book published and make all of us RV entrepreneurs that are out there living our dream lives and building our businesses from the road. I think the stories would be so phenomenal. I've heard, just being in all of the groups that I'm in, you know, and I've just heard just amazing stories of, like, this lady. Actually, I've served several like this, of ladies that were, you know, and I've seen them and met them in their 70s, even 80s, where their husbands maybe passed away, or other women that, and men whose partners left them, and they said, you know what, I'm going to go do this on my own. And they're out there living their dream, even later in life, and starting new businesses and things like that. So I'm super excited about that book. And we make them all bestsellers, by the way. So what do you get as a business with purpose author? These books aren't just about, I want to really make sure you understand, these books aren't about getting published and then you're just out there on your own. Yeah, it's a great business tool. You're going to be able to use it for a lot of things, but I couldn't just do that. I had to go above and beyond. So everybody in these books, they get their own story, they get their photo, they get their bio so they can promote their business. They get to put their website in there. I want business owners to get more visibility. They get their photo on the cover. We do this whole launch. We do so much promotion. We give away a ton. I mean, I create really cool social graphics that you can put everywhere that make you just look huge. I have these cool, I'll show you that on one of the other screens, these badges that you can put everywhere to make everybody see that you're a best-selling author once we publish the book. We actually have, if you go, well, I don't even know how to start writing my story. Well, guess what? My awesome friend Fran just created the story builder, where it's AI powered, where you can go in and it will ask you questions. It's like somebody just interviewing you about the important parts of your story. And then at the end, you push a button and it will craft your whole story for you, that you can go through and fix and edit and turn into a great story. It'll help create your bio and you're done. Like, you could literally get your story done in a few hours if you really want to do it that way. We give you all the guidance and editing that you could. We have a private authors group. This is powerful. Let me just tell you, we just finished one book. So we have the 42 authors from there, and now we have the new authors coming in that are signing up for the other books. So we do networking events in there. I'm telling you, people are partnering up already, like the relationships and people using each other's services. And I just came up with this great idea this past week. There's a whole directory of all the authors and people are working together. It's like, oh my God, that's the best thing ever. It's like your own mastermind group. So we do all kinds of cool things in that private authors group. And you get to be a part of the Business with Purpose community, which is free, by the way, on Alignable. And then here's a way that you can make a little bit money, is you can actually order the books and get the author pricing. So let's say, I think the last one, it was about $8 to purchase author copies for the book. And a lot of these authors are already going out and selling them for $20. So they just made money selling the book. And you get to keep that money if you do it that way. So pretty awesome. Who is this for? It's for business owners who want to stand out in a crowded market, be seen as a trusted authority, gain credibility that opens doors, all those things I talked about, and inspire, which is my heart. I want to inspire as many people as I can with my story, because it's only going to help change the world. That's my personal thoughts about it. The pictures here, Tom up there in the upper right, he is in his late 70s and he's amazing. He started his business way later in life after he was in corporate. He is totally reinvented himself, and he's one of my new best friends out here in Phoenix, and he was so excited to get the books, and I just interviewed him the other day too. Mark, he has an amazing heart-wrenching story of losing his brother. And a lot of it had to do with insurance companies and their huge problem with not finding help with insurance companies. And now he spends his purpose in his life is to help other people so they don't have to go through what he went through. Amazing. Carrie, I just love that picture. That was the day she opened her books. So it's pretty fun. And I have to share this. This literally just came in my email box yesterday. This is Michael Gallegos. He is the CEO of Desert Donuts, one of the funnest, coolest donut shops I've ever been to. They make the donut right in front of you and give you a hot, fresh donut. So cool. And he is a really cool person. And I've become friends with him too out here. And I'd asked him, what would you say to someone thinking about being in a business with purpose book? And he said this: if you're thinking about joining a future volume, my advice is simple. Stop overthinking it and just do it. Your story is the one thing, oh God, I love this. The one thing your competitors can never copy. Listen to that. I have to read it one more time. Your story is the one thing that your competitors cannot copy. It's completely unique, just like your thumbprint. In a world full of businesses that look exactly the same, being a published author gives you immediate authority edge. It's the ultimate professional calling card, just like the business cards. And it tells people that you aren't just a business owner, you're a thought leader. Even if you go and just write your own inspirational quote book, it doesn't even matter what the book is about. You are viewed as an authority, and especially when you're only writing one chapter in a book, it doesn't matter. Beyond the book itself, Business with Purpose is a community. We are a community of people that are heart-centered, that want to help and support each other and want to build relationships. And that's what you get when you're a part of the Business with Purpose and Built with Purpose book series. He says you're being curated into a group of high-level purpose-driven entrepreneurs, which is absolutely true. Anybody that's in this book are very purpose-driven because that's what the stories are about. When you read the stories in the books, it's about how they found their purpose and built their business that way. The network alone is worth the investment. So Michael says, don't wait till your story is finished to share it. Just your story's never finished anyway. But having this vehicle to help you get to the next level of growth and visibility is just out of this world. So I just love this. We're getting so many testimonials like this about the books. Whoops. All right. Whoops. Sorry. Here's my final thoughts for today. You've lived things most haven't, but all of us have. Those of us who are living this dream life on the road, we've lived things that most people haven't. We've chose freedom, rewrote the rules. I rewrote a lot of rules. We've taken risks. I can't tell you how many risks I took by going out and doing what I've done, and you have too. We've built businesses differently. And those stories, that story of how we did that has got to be told. The life you're living right now is the exact story someone needs to hear so they can finally start theirs. Listen to that again. The life you're living right now is the exact story someone else needs to hear so they can start living theirs. Love that. If you want to screenshot this or grab that QR code, or you can go to publishing.businesswithpurpose.org. These are the books that are coming up. The women, the veterans, the women in construction, pest business owners, reinvented entrepreneurs, and RV entrepreneurs. And I'm just going to tell you guys, oh, and there's the badge I was showing you. When you become an author, we give you a badge like that. But that RV Entrepreneurs book, I'm going to make you guys, I'm going to offer you a special gift if you are interested in sharing your story in this book. Go to the website and find the RV Entrepreneurs page, okay, where the book is there. It's going to look like this, okay? So this tells you all about the book. There's more down towards the bottom. Click join the interest list, okay? And you're going to fill it out. And if you do that, and there's a place in there to ask you how you heard about this book, make sure you put this summit, Kimberly Henrie, and this summit that this is where you heard about it, and you will get $200 off the cost of the investment in your chapter. We have a couple of different levels of investment, but you're going to get $200 off if you heard this and you put that on the interest list. And when we get enough authors to fill the book, we are going to publish this and have the biggest party ever. Maybe we should all meet in person somewhere. All right, so finally, I landed a few minutes early. Hope that's okay. Kimberly, build your brand, live your legacy. That's really the bottom line. Your legacy, share your story. That's all I really have to say. It's going to change everything in your life. So there you go. I'm going to stop the share. Oh, hello, Kimberly.
Hello. You are right on time. You are not. You're just perfect.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. You even, I mean, you and I have discussed this. I know all the things, and you still were able to shift my perspective on a few things. So
Oh,
that
good.
was amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for sharing your story.
You're welcome.
Thanks. Yeah, and so I will put that link that you talked about on the Anchored in Freedom website as well. And then if you go to anchoredinfreedomsummit.com and then click on the little speaker info link next to Sue's name, that'll take you to Sue's speaker page, and her link on how to get a hold of her and everything is there as well.
Awesome.
So you can go ask her. You should hook up with her online, go to Alignable or wherever, and get in the circle and learn more.
Awesome. Thank you so
Sue,
much,
thank
Kimberly.
you.
That was fun.
Yeah,
I'll see you soon.
appreciate you. Yeah, it was. All right.
All right, bye-bye.
We've got coming up next Sarah Jones, who is traveling towards wealth. And so definitely grab your pen and paper for that. Sarah is going to pop in here in just a moment and we'll get her started. But I want to just remind you of the door prizes. I want to remind you to go to the website, anchoredinfreedomsummit.com. You can also, on the main page there, find a link to the alignable.com group that Sue mentioned, which is the RV Entrepreneur Group or the Nomads networking, and join us. If you're looking for a group of like-minded people who are nomad or wannabe and run businesses from the road, go to that Alignable link and just follow it and join us there on Alignable. We'd love to have you. We have some great conversations, and that's really how this summit was born, was out of those conversations. So we do great things in there. All righty, let Sarah into the room and we'll chat for a couple of minutes while we're getting ready for her to get started. Gotta love the flow. And I don't know if I'm still choppy. If I am, I apologize. Sometime I'll have to get Jessica back over here and have her get my setup dialed in so I'm not choppy anymore. Hey, Sarah.
Hello.
Welcome to the party.
Well, thank you. I've been watching so much great information so far.
It really has been. I knew that we had an incredible lineup, and you always cross your fingers that it's going to be as good as you expect. I have to say, you all have been exceeding my expectations. So thank you for that. Just checking the chat so far. So have you picked up any nugget along the way that really resonated for you?
I think it gets back to just being intentional, just and being flexible. That I think I'm one that I kind of get my blinders on and have these expectations set even after being on the road for 4.5 years. And I think, just what keeps coming up over and over is just to be flexible and be intentional with things that, you know, maybe put some of the expectations aside and just see where life takes you.
Yeah, I love that. Reminds me of the phrase that I always come back to, and that's plan to be flexible. So you
Right.
you need to plan. You need to make some framework, but understand that you're always going to have to be resilient and
Hmm.
divert and put out the dumpster fires and all of this. So there you go.
Right, right.
Before we get started with your presentation, Sarah, do you want to talk a little bit about the coaching that you're offering as a door prize or
Um,
the metal prints
yeah, so
or both?
I find I work with a lot of solopreneurs, micro mini business owners, a lot of just individuals, couples that just feel a little stressed out about their money, that they feel like they're just in this paycheck to paycheck cycles. They don't seem to really be seeing any of their financial goals come to fruition. The goals keep, they're writing the same things down month after month. And so I have what I call as my signature offer, my wealth alignment program. It's one-to-one coaching to help people feel more confident financially, to work on some of those beliefs when it comes to money, and also implement systems into their life that allows them to actually see their financial goals come to fruition way sooner than they ever have experienced in the past. And I am offering 10% off that wealth alignment program, which is pretty incredible. My clients
Mm-hmm.
have seen, really incredible results because of that. And we have another business that, I definitely believe in multiple streams of income while on the road. And we have a business where people send us their photos on phone, digital. So, photos that you take on your phone, if you've got, digital artwork or graphics. We even do business cards, but we print it on metal. Great for RV life, because they're very lightweight. Hang up with just a command strip or, magnets for your refrigerator. And I am offering a free 8x10 custom metal print to one lucky winner today, too.
Yeah, so awesome. Great. I love it. I love both of those offers. Really good stuff. Well, let's go ahead and get you started. And if you guys want to see the rest of the door prizes, as I've said before, go to anchoredinfreedomsummit.com, and there's a whole list to win a door to be registered for the summit. Click on the register button. Even though halfway through day 2, still go and register so that we can get you a door prize, hopefully, possibly, maybe. Okay. All right. Well, Sarah, we've known each other for a few years as well. You're part of our networking group at over at Alignable, and I know that you bring some good stuff to the table. You bring to what you talk about, and different, I think, perspective on finances than most people hear from their financial advisors or courses or workshops that they attend. So I hope everybody has got your paper and pencil, your listening ears on, shut out the noise around you. And Sarah, if you're ready, I'm going to turn this presentation over to you.
Perfect. I am going to pull up and share my screen here and we'll get going. I am super excited. So let me get this going. Um, you know, as I said a minute ago, introducing the Wealth Alignment Program, something that is really important for me um, is just helping people with their money. I think there's a lot of, well, let me just start over. There is a ton of shame and guilt and restriction out in the world when it comes to money. And I don't believe life needs to be that way. We deal with enough shame and guilt and restriction in life that it shouldn't be part of our money story any longer. And so today I'm just going to share some strategies, some tips to help you navigate whether you're currently an RVer, whether you want to become one, whether you're full-time, part-time, seasonal, it doesn't matter. Stationary, it doesn't matter. These tips and strategies are going to benefit you no matter what season of life you are in. And so, you know, we didn't set out, my husband and I, we didn't set out to travel full time. It wasn't on our radar. We were planning to move from Colorado to Arizona, and I will tell you, the universe just put a lot of what felt like roadblocks in our way to make that happen. And long story short, we ended up in a fifth wheel, an older fifth wheel. And after a couple of months of, stationary living in that fifth wheel, we said, why don't we travel? What's stopping us? And the answer was nothing. And, so when this opportunity presented itself to travel full time, we were able to say yes without much more thought involved, especially when it came to the money, because we had our money already working for us. We had our financial systems in place. We had our mindset to where it was focused on abundance, not restriction, not scarcity. And we had our communication with each other pretty dialed in. And let me tell you, it is a very different situation relationship wise when you go from living in a 2,400 square foot home and full-time work and moving around to then building a business together in 400 square feet and spending 24 hours, 7 days a week with each other. And so, we had done some of the foundational work is really what it comes down to. We had done some of the foundational work ahead of time. So when, we decided to travel full time, we were able to say yes in literally just a couple of minutes. And I couldn't imagine life any other way, truthfully. We've been on the road about 4.5 years now. We have a pretty good sized rig. Kimberly laughs. All of our vehicles, our tow rig, our motorcycle, our fifth wheel here, they all have names. They are definitely part of the family and part of our journey. And that's what's really fun about this too. And I think it's a piece that a lot of people don't think about is the experience that you want to have with traveling. Have you thought about that before? Like, what's the experience that you really want to have? I think that's an important piece, especially when we're talking about money, because it helps you then plan your financial strategies, right? Again, when we decided to go full time, we also thought that we had like it all figured out. And I will tell you that a key piece of a good money plan is developing a money plan that is very flexible, because let me tell you, I was not prepared for all of the unexpected and variable costs associated with traveling full time. Like, nobody told me these things, and I feel a little bit like I thought we were friends. Nobody told me all of the variable and unexpected expenses that happen with travel, and some you might not have thought about before, and I'm going to share some of those in a little bit. But through our intentional financial planning, in our systems, we were really able to turn kind of this dream into a sustainable reality. And I find that so much of the time that's what people are looking for. They just don't know how to do it. You might be one of those people. Something else that we learned along the way, and I know that this has been discussed, but Wi-Fi is way more important than you think it is when you're trying to run a business from a camper anywhere in the United States. Solid, reliable Wi-Fi, way more important than I ever anticipated it was going to be. Again, planning your finances and being intentional with them are, I believe, a very important piece that's missed for a lot of people that are traveling. And if you look at any of the full-time travelers that are content creators out there, a lot of them end their travels sooner than they thought they were going to. And if you really look into the full story, most of the time, from my perspective, it's done for financial reasons. Traveling full-time is more expensive than most people think it's going to be. A lot of times they don't have their finances worked out. They're, working to be content creators while on the road, starting a business while on the road, maybe working, full-time for at a W-2, but they're just kind of going about their money willy-nilly, right? And my goal is to help you have these systems in place that it's not done willy-nilly, that you really get to be intentional and plan ahead so you can continue this journey for as long as you want to, not have to leave it because finances get tough, right? This isn't about restriction at all. It's not about using a lot of complicated tools or a bunch of tools that you don't even need. This is really about creating a financial strategy that aligns with your values and supports the dreams that you have. So some things that we're going to go over today is, planning for the financial events that everyone misses, both personal and business wise, really aligning your personal and business finances for travel, and building a financial system that supports the freedom and flexibility that you're hoping to get with full-time travel. That's one of the number two, the top two is what I'm trying to say. The top two reasons why people travel, right, is flexibility and freedom. So we want to make sure that your finances are aligned with that. So the first thing that we're going to talk about here is, planning for the financial events that everyone misses. There's a lot of hidden costs when it comes to travel. I believe when I do, talking with people, my own experience and talking with other people, some of the big costs that they did not anticipate were the repairs and maintenance costs. Planning ahead for experiences, what I like to call the experiences. So maybe it's, trying new restaurants, it's, admissions into some of the national parks, it's, going to the museums and the botanical gardens and just, really exploring the areas that you're in. How handling fluctuating prices, fuel, it's a big one that people are talking about right now. Grocery prices are vastly different depending on what part of the country you're in, right? And the big one that most people miss is medical. Knowing what your medical covers, what it doesn't cover, who's in network, who isn't, and the costs associated with medical. It's these costs are important because I come from a mindset of everything we do with your money needs to be under this umbrella of like protecting you, protecting your income, protecting your vision, your dreams, protecting your goals, and protecting your plan to make all of that happen. And so when we address these hidden costs, we get to build them into your money plan and build them into your system. So you're kind of, tackling this before they even happen. So when they do happen, because they will, you're already prepared. You're already ahead of the game. It doesn't set you back, right? I want to talk just a little bit about repairs and maintenance. It is my belief that most people do not do enough repairs and maintenance on their rigs to keep them healthy long term. And I think a lot of times we might rely on, the manufacturers or the warranties to cover the work and the repairs that need to be done. And if you've traveled or own, an RV and you have gone through any of that, right, with warranty or manufacturing company, you know how frustrating that can be. You have to plan to get to, their facilities, right? There's costs of, maybe hotel because more than likely you're displaced from your home, right? They don't cover what you think they're supposed to cover. There's a lot of back and forth. There's a lot of, supply chain demands and frustrations with that, just a whole lot of costs, right? And I believe that I always say you should be doing some kind of repairs and maintenance every single day on your rig to keep it healthy and working properly for you. Now, I don't want this to scare you. This could be a true intentional walk around of your rig. Be checking your seals, be checking, the windows, looking at your tires, checking your suspension. Case in point, my husband went to repack bearings the other day and realized that our suspension shackles, which were fairly new, were completely worn out and they are unserviceable. So that was an additional almost $600 worth of repairs that we weren't anticipating, right? So just go around and really pay attention to repairs and maintenance and be intentional, because those intentional actions can help you prevent more costly repairs later on. And then we want to plan for it. We want to make sure that you've got the money set aside and right there ready to be used. Experiences. I talked about this a second ago, but really having money set aside and planned for the experiences when you're traveling. I see this a lot with clients and with, um, a lot of people that are just getting ready to travel. They end up spending a lot more than they anticipated on going out to eat, on meeting up with friends as they travel, on all the fun things to do in the new locations that they find themselves in, right? And so planning ahead for this allows you to keep your money plan working, keep those goals happening, keep you on the road, right? But also planning for you to have the freedom to say yes to the things that you most want to say yes to. Fluctuating prices, having a money plan that accounts for flexibility, that is not so strict and so like this is the way it is, or what's the saying, like my way or the highway kind of a money plan. We don't like that. We want money plans that are flexible, that allow you to accommodate for the fluctuation in pricing that's going to happen. Right now, the big talk is, fuel prices. With our rig, we get about 7 to 8 miles to the gallon. Well, at $6 a gallon, that adds up. So we've changed how we're moving because of that, right? And we know what our money plan allows us to do. So having that insight prevents you from going into debt, prevents you from, having to stop your travels before you actually want to stop them. And then medical. I see this also a lot. People think, oh, I've got coverage. And it turns out that you only have coverage in the state that you are from. A lot of healthcare plans do not cover you as you travel. There's a lot of out of network versus in network. And what does that mean? It means higher deductibles. It means higher out of pocket. It means maybe not being able to get the treatment that you thought you were going to be able to get. Even talking about, prescriptions and those types of things, knowing what your medical covers, where it covers, what's in network and what isn't as you get on the road is highly important for your money. All right. Another big piece that I find most people don't have is a peace of mind fund. A lot of times people will call this an emergency fund. I don't like to invite that kind of energy into my life. I don't want an emergency. I want peace of mind. And so we call it a peace of mind fund. Having financial cushion, both in your personal and in your business, are highly important. They are a part of a really successful financial plan. Having that peace of mind fund is that cushion that when you're sick and you can't run your business and maybe revenue isn't coming in, guess what? You've got the cushion to help cover your expenses until you get to feeling better, right? Peace of mind fund, that cushion is for, hey, you had a couple of blowouts and, your repairs and maintenance fund doesn't have enough money in it to cover. You have that cushion to cover the replacement of those tires. You unfortunately need to travel across country and get a plane ticket because somebody passed away. That's what your peace of mind fund covers. It covers those urgent, unexpected expenses that will happen, right? And we want to have the peace of mind knowing that we know how to handle it. We can handle it right away without disrupting every other area of our life, right? You really do need a peace of mind fund for your personal life and your business life. Your business is funding your personal life. So we want to make sure, remember I said like the umbrella of protection, that goes for your business and your personal. So we have peace of mind funds for both. All right. Some practical tips that can help you is use, some a solid money plan, right, for both your personal and your business. Not a budget. We don't use the B word here. We want a money plan. We want to know when money is coming in, when it's going out, why it's going out. We want to be really intentional with each piece. Business, really intentional with, are you paying yourself consistently and predictably each month, right? Do you have money set aside for your taxes? Are you accounting for that? Are you actually making a profit? Do you have the money sitting there to cover your operating expenses, or are you constantly looking for, to sign another client or, sell another product so you can pay an expense, right? We want to get rid of that chaos and that overwhelm. So having a solid money plan so you know what your business needs to be making to cover everything and still be paying yourself consistently and predictably. And then how are you using your personal finances, right, to fund the life that you want to live as you're on the road, right? I use sinking funds a lot with my clients. Again, business and personal, because we want to account for these things. We want to account for the repairs and maintenance. We want to account for that peace of mind fund. We want to account for taxes. We want to account for that experience fund and so forth, right? So we use a lot of these sinking funds to hold money back and to be able to plan ahead. And again, know your medical coverage. I mentioned this a second ago. Know your medical coverage. I cannot stress this enough. So many people have found out that their insurance coverage has changed without them, without you knowing a lot too. So I always say, go back and do a quick, recap of what your coverage is, what's changed over the last couple months, because there have been a lot of changes for a lot of people. So I've got a question to ask you, what's one expense that maybe you've overlooked in your travels already? Write it down so you can plan for it later, right? We want to learn from all of this too. We also want to align, again, our personal and business finances for travel. I see this more often than I'd like to admit. The blending, of personal and business finances creates chaos, especially for, solopreneurs, small business owners. When you're blending your personal and business finances, when you're transferring money willy-nilly, you're doing yourself a huge disservice. You're doing your business a huge disservice, right? I have not met an entrepreneur yet that has a solid money plan in place that keeps all of their expenses separate from each other and they are not, right? I haven't met somebody that isn't transferring money willy-nilly from business to personal and from personal to business. I've been doing this. I've been coaching on finances for over 8 years now. I have not met a single entrepreneur that has a solid money plan in place. I'm saying this again, that is not transferring money back and forth willy-nilly. This again creates chaos and overwhelm, and you're putting your business and yourself at a huge financial disadvantage, right? It's more than just having separate accounts for your personal and business. If you don't, you need to, but it's deeper than that. Having a full system in place for your money, knowing exactly what you need for your operating expenses, right? Having a peace of mind fund for your business, having money accounted for taxes, estimated quarterly taxes, and for tax filing purposes. Also for employment taxes, if that's something that you have sales tax, if that's something, accounting for these ahead of time, having everything in one account, relying on a bookkeeper to take care of this for you. It's not their job. It's your job as a business owner to know what is coming in and where it needs to go out so you can make sure that everything's aligned, right? Making sure that you've got the money planned for ahead of time of paying yourself consistently and making sure that your team is taken care of, right? These are so important. You need to know, again, when and how you are paying your expenses, paying yourself, when you're hiring help. All of these things are key pieces to a solid money plan, and I find are lacking for most people. I want you to be tracking your expenses regularly. Tracking your expenses regularly. You are responsible for the health of your business, and the health of your business bleeds right into the health of your personal life. All right. It is your responsibility to know what is going on with your money. It is not your bookkeeper's responsibility, and it is not your CPA's responsibility. It is your responsibility to know money. That way you can hire the right bookkeeper and you can hire the right CPA, you can hire the right support partners for your business. But if you don't know what it is and how money is rolling through, you're not going to be hiring the right person for you. Not all bookkeepers are created equal. Not all CPAs are created equal. All right. Another thing that can be beneficial if done intentionally is automating. We hear this a lot, automating your payments, automate your savings, automate your contributions to retirement accounts. I don't like that as a blanket statement. It needs to be done intentionally and by pay period. You need to know why you are making contributions to those accounts, and you need to know when you are making contributions to those accounts, and you need to make sure that it fits in with your overall money plan. Just a side note, a lot of times people don't think about this. Once you leave W-2 employment, you are probably, most often than not, people are not contributing to any type of investment or retirement accounts. As a solopreneur, as an entrepreneur, again, that is your responsibility to make sure that you are doing that, right? I want to talk a little bit about the role of predictable income. And I'm throwing a bunch of information your way because this is so important. And, I wanted to give you a lot of tips and a lot of information kind of to get those, insights maybe coming forward to have you start to question and take some notes of like, oh, dang, maybe I'm not doing this, or I need to look into this. Because it's all about protecting you, right? So I want to talk about the role of predictable income and predictable income streams. What are your predictable income streams? What are they? And I'm going to pause for just a second. I really want you to think about this. I don't know a business alive, a business that's running that doesn't experience inconsistent revenues. There are businesses that have recurring and repeat revenue that comes in that is pretty darn consistent. You might have pretty consistent and predictable income from maybe W-2 employment, but nothing is foolproof. And so I always like to ask you, and I want you to have it written down, what are your income streams and how consistent do you feel they are? How predictable do you think they are? Right? And you build your financial system around that. Most of the time I see business owners start up their businesses. Again, I talked about this a minute ago, transferring money willy-nilly. Something comes up in personal life. They've got quote unquote extra money in their business account. So they just transfer that to their personal life. And then a business expense comes up and that gets really frustrating because they don't have the money to pay for it. So, they transfer money from their personal account, then back into their business account. When you do this, you are creating more inconsistency and less predictability within your financial plan, which creates more chaos and more overwhelm, right? So having a system that allows you to pay yourself consistently and predictably is important, no matter how much revenue the business is bringing in, right? Predictable income, it's not just about paying the bills. It's really about creating that stability so you can enjoy the freedom of the open road. You can enjoy the freedom of this lifestyle, right? So if you're a business owner, do you know exactly how much you're paying yourself each month? If not, please go and get really clear on that. I find that a lot of business owners don't know how much they're paying themselves because it's a lot of willy-nilly back and forth. All right. Building a financial system that really supports the freedom that you want to be creating here with traveling, right? Spending according to your values. This is something that is near and dear to my heart. When I'm working with people, my coaching is based around what I call the 6 pillars of finance. And that's creating, spending, saving, investing, giving, and organizing of money. And a big part of those pillars, then, we talk about spending according to your values. And this is really taking a look at what brings you value in life. What brings you value? All the snacks at the gas station when you stop to fill up and you go and you grab a drink and Before you know it, you've got $22 worth of snacks and drinks. Is that high value to you? Maybe, maybe not, but I just want you to ask yourself, like, is that high value? Is it high value to be able to go and support a local coffee shop when you're in an area? Is high value to you being able to stay on the road for a longer period of time? High value is, when you're looking at what brings value, do you want to spend your money at fast food drive-throughs, or would you rather spend your dollars going to a local restaurant? Like, you get to decide, but I want it to be your decision. I want it to be an intentional decision. When you start aligning your spending with your values, so much of your life changes. When you're spending, I want people to really look at, and this deals a lot with like impulse spending. Is this a short-term spend or a long-term spend? Are you spending this money now for a short-term like fix? They call it, retail therapy, right? Are you spending for short-term, or are you really aligning your spends with what you want life to look like and to feel like? This does not mean you give up your morning coffee. This does not mean that you don't buy the house plant. This means that your spending and how you create your money plan is really aligned with what brings value to your life, and it is allowing you to create the life that you most want to live. And this is where, again, the power of your money plan really comes into place, right? Your money plan should include all the things that allow you to live the life that you want to live, right? So separate accounts for your business and your personal, separate accounts in your business. So again, this goes back to the money plan that I talked about a few minutes ago, making sure that you're accounting for your profit, your peace of mind fund, your operating expenses, paying yourself and your team, right? Again, I use sinking funds and cash envelopes for a lot of my clients in their personal life, so they are making sure that everything is covered, that they can travel and feel really good about reaching their financial goals, paying off debt, building their savings, and still traveling at the same time. And again, an important piece is that peace of mind fund, knowing that life is going to throw you some things that you did not anticipate, and you don't want to derail or have an emergency situation where you don't know what to do. So that peace of mind fund protects you. And then again, planning for those long-term goals. What is the experience you want to have on the road? What is the experience? Planning for those long-term goals, knowing what it is, what kind of experience you want to have with traveling is important, because you get to align your business finances and your personal finances with that. Knowing what you want to experience on the road allows you to align the hours that you work in your business and the time, right? Maybe what locations you want to travel to for business, right? It's all intertwined, and it all plays a big part in your finances. Um, you know, a lot of times people, and I mentioned this a minute ago, but I'm going to reiterate it. They leave W-2 employment, or, they even retire, but they're not thinking about any type of investment after that fact. And contributing to investments is really critical to a healthy financial plan. I don't sell investments. I'm not licensed to sell investments. I don't want to. My job is to educate people on the importance of them and the different options. So when you go and hire a professional, you can ask the right questions and feel really confident in the information that they are giving you. Right? But it is important. There's a lot of different types of investments. I'm not speaking specifically about retirement per se. I am speaking about, how is your money working for you long term? And are you protecting yourself long term to be able to continue to live the life that you most want to live? Right? And investments could be working with a coach, it could be specific retirement planning, it could be real estate investment, it could be a whole host of things, right? But are you contributing? Are you planning for those? So we've, gone over a lot. I've thrown a lot of information your way. Planning for those hidden travel costs, aligning your personal and business finances together so it allows you to, really build the life and have this freedom and flexibility that the open road allows us, and building a financial system that really supports, again, that freedom of travel. So I would encourage you to take an action, take a step. Maybe it's setting up a peace of mind fund for your business if you don't have one. Maybe it's really looking at and being more intentional with separating your business and personal finances. No more transferring back and forth willy-nilly, right? Or maybe you're taking a deep dive into your financial systems or lack thereof. um, so really taking a look, right? Taking a step back and taking a look at, some of these areas, but take that action today. It will allow you to live a little bit more financially peaceful. It will give you a little bit more financial confidence. And that's really what this is about. I'm all about, redefining what a wealthy and healthy, but what a wealthy life looks like. Financial freedom isn't just about having millions of dollars in the bank. It's about, having the confidence to really live life on your own terms, to have location freedom, to have, just the freedom to say yes to things or no to things. And it's about creating the life that you want to create, right? Maybe you want to travel around and go to all the national parks, or maybe you want to, work from 100 beachside cafes this year, right? Maybe it's just simply knowing that you're prepared for whatever kind of season life is going to come your way. That's what my definition of living a wealthy life looks like, is that you're prepared. I would love to connect. You can scan this QR code. This takes you right to my website, travelingtowardswealth.com. Gives you a little bit more information about my husband and I, about all the businesses that we have, because there are multiples. And I would say, if you want to, take a look at your finances and say, Sarah, I don't know, I'm feeling maybe I'm missing a couple of these pieces. Let's connect. I offer a complimentary call just to go over, kind of where you're at, and we can, point you in maybe a better direction that feels more aligned with what you're looking for. So as Kimberly mentioned, and I mentioned at the top here, there are some amazing giveaways. Make sure that you're going to the Anchored in Freedom website to look at, all the giveaways. I am offering 10% off my wealth alignment program. And to another lucky winner, a free 8x10 custom metal print. And I am happy to answer any questions that you might have. So thank you so much, Kimberly. I appreciate the opportunity to be on here today.
Absolutely. And don't go away. I'm going to keep you for a few minutes. I want to talk about a few things. There we go. So well done. Well done. Really good points. But I want to bring some of them to the fore, because I think from my perspective, they're kind of important pieces. Wanted to dig into your brain a little bit about kind of messiness of personal being shared back and forth. Not only does that create chaos day to day, right, in your bookkeeping, but isn't that a red flag for the IRS?
Yes. and you're just putting yourself at risk in on so many different levels with that. Red flag. And I don't want anybody to be scared of the IRS. I mean, listen, I'm not a huge supporter of theirs. Nobody likes to pay taxes, but I also don't want to get on their bad side, right? And I don't want people to be scared of the IRS. But you are creating more red flags when you don't have clear books. So if you can't submit clear books, when you're filing your taxes and when you've got all this documentation, if you're paying for, some personal expenses with your business credit card just so you can, earn more points, travel points, or you are, again, paying for, business expenses on your personal credit card because your business credit wasn't high enough to get a credit card for your business. It's messy. And that creates
Mhm.
very unclear lines between business and personal, and you're setting yourself up for so many levels of frustration, disappointment, red flags, maybe audits, all the things.
Mhm. Mhm. And the IRS, well, they can be scary, but most of the time it's just the red tape that and it just adds to the chaos.
Mhm.
Is really been my experience whenever they get involved in anything. What about though a cottage industry person, somebody who's just selling handmade goods out of their rig, somebody who is a service professional who gets paid in cash or cash tips or that sort of thing? How important is it for them to have a clean book?
My personal opinion is it's extremely important because you don't know where that is going to lead, right? It's always easier to
Mhm.
start from the beginning when it's small, when it's, you know, maybe just kind of a hobby. It's so much easier to start from the very beginning with having clear separation. Even if you're selling, some baked goods out of your camper, or, you're crocheting and you're selling, some handmade items. Kimberly, the fact is it's still a business, and you need to know how much you're charging. You need to know, how much your cost of goods is, right? What's your profit, so you can know that you are reinvesting back into the business, that you're making money, that you can take the orders that you're taking, that you're not putting yourself at financial risk. And so having clear separation is very important, whether you're a solopreneur, you have an official business or
Mhm.
not. I always, always, always suggest keep them separate because you don't know what the future is going to hold with it.
Right, right, right. And I love your points, flipping the switch a little bit, about paying yourself and that roller coaster of income that most small businesses have. If you can amortize your income, then that makes your personal income a little bit more predictable
Mhm.
and keeps some cash in the business to cover some things that you might not expect coming up, right?
Yeah, and I see two things happening. 99% of the time, I see the business owner that doesn't have a clear money plan in place, doesn't have a clear money system in place for their business, and just reinvest, quote unquote, reinvest money back into the business and never pays themselves anything out. And it creates a lot of, tension and resentment. It creates, not only with themselves, but with their business, with their partners, with, all areas. Or they are like, oh, and this isn't necessarily with like business owners, but agents, insurance agents, real estate agents. I see this quite a bit too. They sell and they are so behind in their personal life and feeling so strapped. They just pay themselves everything, pay, their quick business expenses, and then they just transfer the rest to their personal life because they're behind there.
Mm-hmm.
That creates really chaotic money beliefs, and it makes the roller coaster of, income or revenue, and it's a mess. I'll just say it is an absolute mess. And
Mm-hmm.
so creating a system that allows for consistency and predictability with your income, even when your revenues change, is important. And there absolutely is a way to do that. I live it, I teach it,
Mm-hmm.
I do it.
Yeah, absolutely. And then the whole philosophy, I think this is what I take from your philosophy. So you can correct me if I'm wrong. But taking away the guilt around the Starbucks coffee every day, if that's what really lights fire, that's a pretty common thing to coach on. People say, just give up your Starbucks every day and you can have X, Y, and Z.
Mhm.
But if your Starbucks every day, or whatever that is for you, is this something that you just really lights your fire and makes your life worth living,
Mhm.
then according to your philosophy, you plan for that, right?
Absolutely. And I will never, never, never tell somebody to give something up or to restrict or to cut something out. Those are not words that I use. What I use is let's spend more in the areas that bring value to your life. And how do we do that? It might be eliminating something so you can spend more, but the focus is spending more on what brings value. Right? There are some people
Mm-hmm.
that are paying, a lot of money in different streaming services for TV. And I just ask them, what value does this bring? Is this something that you really want to continue doing? Does this bring value? Yes, no, that's not for me to decide. It's for them to decide. But oftentimes people are like, actually, Sarah, I didn't even know we were doing all of this. No, I don't want to do that. I say, okay, where do we want those dollars to go instead? What brings value? You want
Mm-hmm.
to eat out? Are you a foodie? Then let's put that plan in place. Let's build that line item in the money plan, right? So it's about spending more in the areas that bring value, not restriction, not shaming, not cutting out, spending more.
Spending more. We
Mhm.
we like that, especially if you're a shopper, right? But
I
it is.
think,
This is your one life,
yeah.
right? This is your one life. Make it the way you want it to be.
Mhm.
And I think it's empowerment.
It is, and it really leads into the beliefs that we have around money that I won't dig into, but so much of our beliefs are what fuel it. And so when we always are saying like, how can I cut back? How can I cut back? The question you really should be answering or asking is, how can I make more? How can I make more? There's a
Yeah.
huge difference between focusing on the negative, like how can I cut back? That's scarcity mindset. That is your truthfully, and I don't want to, I could go on and on about this, but it's the belief inside that says you're not worthy of what it is that you want. When you're always focused on cutting back and
Mm.
restriction, right? So when you focus on how
Mm-hmm.
can I make more? How can I spend more? How can I make this happen? That's growth mindset. That's like, wow, I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I'm asking that question of how. What might this look like? Right? It is
Yeah.
truly powerful when we start making those shifts inside.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Wow. Okay. Well, Sarah, anything else that we should talk about before I let you go?
I just want to encourage people, and just send this reminder. It's not about having separate bank accounts, although if you don't, you really need to. You need to have a separate bank account from your personal. Please, please, you need to. Um, it really is deeper than that. It really is about understanding
Mm-hmm.
the flow of your money. When is it coming in? When
Mm-hmm.
is it going out? Why? What's the purpose of it? Really understanding that, because that gives you the data that you need to build a really good money plan. So keeps yourself financially healthy and financially sustainable.
Awesome. All right. Well, you can find if you didn't grab the QR code and or the link off of Sarah's slides, you can just jump onto anchoredinfreedomsummit.com. Next to Sarah's name, there's a little info button or link. You can click that, find all of her contact information and bio and all of that stuff there. So if you want to reach out to Sarah, you have a way. There is a way. All right, Sarah, thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Bye
This
for
has
now.
been so fun. Bye for now.
Bye for
Coming
now.
up next, we have Mike Mallon of Storyteller Promotions, but he's not talking storytelling and he's not even talking about promotions. He's talking about security and he has the background to back that up. So sound and learn about some safety measures you can take as a full-time RV or a digital nomad and different than what we even talked about with this morning. And some of it is, it's just all layers. It's all overlapping and it's just really good stuff, really good mindset. Now, is there something that we're not talking about in 2 days that you would really like to hear about? I'd love to know. You can put it in the chat on YouTube or you can send us an email. You can send me an email. let me just say that you can send me an email, Kimberly@livingthegoodlife.us, Kimberly@livingthegoodlife.us, and we'll take that into consideration as we plan more events like this in the future. And is there something you really loved about it? We'd love to hear that too. Absolutely. A reminder to jump in onto the website and register for the summit. Again, we are halfway through day 2, but you can still go on there and register. And what that does for you, that gets you into the running for some of these incredible door prizes that we're giving away. Mike and Promotions is giving away a cool, you can see a picture of it on the website, a cool campground burn and first aid kit that you can use to take on the road, keeping your camper. And everybody needs one. If you don't have one, you need to grab one. So that's really cool. Then we talked about metal print from Sarah and traveling towards wealth, and also discount on or on one-to-one coaching. We also have that social media, the social post wizard from Patrick that he talked about yesterday. If you are running or want to be running social media for your business, you need to go check that out. And if you win this, take advantage of it. Plus his free GPT stuff he's got going on. We've got cash and money, at least what it looks like in these days, a credit card from learn2rv.com. A $50 Visa credit card is one of our door prizes. We also have that RV overnight subscription for 1 year. If you're not familiar with RV Overnight, it's a conglomerate of businesses across the country where you can stop and have a free overnight. And so some of you have probably experienced some similar programs. RV Overnights is one of those, and they are fantastic. And then we also have those tax strategy sessions. Now, based on what we just heard from Sarah, seems a really smart move to take advantage of a conversation with Luca, who we'll be hearing from a little bit later on today. Now, Mike has jumped into the waiting room, so we are going to bring him in here just a few minutes and have a little chat before he gets started with his presentation. But I also want to remind you, coming up next, we have Sebastian Samuel, who is a brand marketer. And all of this stuff is meaningless if we don't build our brand correctly, or if you just really want to explode your business. Building your brand and marketing your brand is incredibly important, and Storyteller Promotions can be part of helping you with that as well. So you'll want to make sure that you connect Mike and his lovely wife, Ruth, who runs Storyteller Promotions. And then a little bit later, we will hear from Luca, who is with Tax Queen. And he's got those tax strategy sessions that he's giving away. 3 will get a 30 to 60-minute session to talk specifically about your business or tax situation. So watch for those registered on the website so that you have a chance to win one of those. And then we'll have a little roundtable discussion in between Ashton and Luca, so we can maybe talk about some things that we haven't covered here yet this morning, or this summit, even morning anymore. But so lots of stuff still up. Stick around, go register, haven't, and keep us with you. We've got a few more hours here with the Anchored in Freedom Summit. All right. I'm going to let Mike jump into the room and see if he go, or if we have a few things we want to chat about first. His screen name may give you a clue.
Let me get rid of that real quick. There we go.
There we go. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Are we live already?
We are live already.
Wow. That was quick.
Yeah. Yeah. We are live. So before we dive into your presentation, have you any nuggets that jump out at you specifically over the last day or so?
Oh gosh, there's too many of them to list. Every one of the speakers has given me some type of a pearl of wisdom that I can take and use in some manner. Um, I they're,
Yeah,
it's like
yeah,
being forced
yeah.
with a fire hose. You know, it's just lots of information.
I hear you. Well, the replays are available, and I feel the same way. I've been paying attention to every single speaker, but I feel like I'm going to go back and watch it all again when I'm not worried about the technology behind the scenes and all of
I
that.
found myself
So
this morning
good stuff.
watching stuff from yesterday again, so I could kind of
Really?
pick up on. Yeah, it's
Great.
it's
Good.
great stuff.
That's what we want to hear. Yeah. Can you tell us a little bit about your door prize? You want to fill us in on what that is and um, why it might be
Yeah.
cool to have?
So one of the things that we're very big on is personal safety first aid. Your
Mm-hmm.
72-hour emergency kit. So one of the things we thought we would do is provide it's a first aid kit that you can keep at your campsite or in your RV
Mm-hmm.
or in your vehicle for that matter that leans towards fire. So anybody that gets burnt, it happens all the time with campfires.
Right.
Um, it's
Exactly.
just a small first aid kit that addresses those type of things immediately.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, thank you for providing that. That's really cool.
Ah,
And
it's our
it's
pleasure.
and it's relevant. It's
Yes.
absolutely relevant. And you want to share a little bit about store because you're going to talk to us today about something completely different than what you do on a day-to-day basis. So if
Yeah,
you want to share a little bit about your business, now would be a great time for that.
got it. So we are Storyteller Promotions. It's my wife and I. We've been running the business for 15 years. We hit the road in 2021 because we figured out that we didn't have to be in a physical location to provide our services as long as we have internet connection. Uh, we can take care of business. And the cool part about being mobile is because of our setup, we can actually bring the showroom to our customers and clients. So one of the things that people in the promotional world, the recipients, they sometimes they like just want to touch and feel stuff before they make a buying decision.
Mm-hmm.
So we're able to bring
Mm-hmm.
that to them. They don't have to come to us. And the RV nomadic life allows us to do that. Couple of days notice, I
How
can be
fun.
virtually anywhere.
Mm, fun. And I think that's important too, because there's so many companies, especially now, there's global online shopping
Yep,
for all kinds of things, including promotional items. You don't always know what kind of quality you're going to get. So I
correct.
think it's a really big advantage that you offer.
I
Yeah,
think that's one of the things
that's
that we provide to our clients that you don't get with the online stuff is you can certainly pick out any pen or hat or cup or any other tchotchke style item and go online and order it, but not knowing who the actual supplier is, what happens if something goes wrong, what happens if you don't get it on time, who do you talk to? We bridge that gap. So
mm-hmm.
uh, we're always going to ask our clients, who is your audience? How do we advertise to them when they're thinking about you? What do we put in their hands, on their desk, on their what can they wear that
Right.
makes sense for that audience? Ruth used to say it best,
Mm-hmm.
unless you're Starbucks, a coffee cup may not tell you a story. Might be a nice desk item, but you know, what is that product that reinforces that emotional connection with your brand? And that's what we focus on.
Right. Oh, I love it. And who hasn't ordered a set of pens with your brand on it? Work.
Right.
Right.
Well, and
Been in
what
that,
happens
unfortunately.
when you get that pen? Where's it go? It goes in a desk drawer someplace.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. All right. Well, are you ready to roll, Mike?
I am ready.
All right. We're going to jump on just a few minutes early since
Okay.
we are on it. We are on schedule today. We are running a well-oiled machine. So I am going to disappear and I'm going to leave you all in the good hands of Mike Mallon to talk about security on the road. Mike, take it away.
Sweet. All right. So why am I here talking to you? This is going to be mostly a conversational thing. I've got one piece that I'll share my screen later on, but this is, I'm sure a lot of people in the audience go, why is a promotional guy talking to me about crime prevention and security? Well, before I went into the promotional world, I spent nearly 30 years uh, doing security, crime prevention, law enforcement, police work, that type of stuff. Um, I started off as a Marine assigned to the U.S. embassies, protecting diplomats, classified material, property, etc. Went on to nuclear facilities when I got out of the service. Again, protecting property and intellectual information, and then went into law enforcement um, and did typical street work, a little bit of investigation, did some SWAT work. But my real passion always went into crime prevention. I was a big proponent that we could prevent the crime from ever taking place, then everybody's world was a lot better. Um, so I wrapped up my career in the corporate security world doing as a commercial crime prevention specialist and executive protection. Now, through that 30-year career, there's a couple of things I've learned. Um, First, that criminal incidents occur in a triangle. That triangle is made up of three different sides. One side is opportunity, one side is desire, and the other side is targets. So there's always things that people want, i.e., targets. There's a desire to commit the criminal activity. Those are the bad guys. And then there's the opportunity. If you can remove any one of those three, then the opportunity for that event to take place disappears. Now, we can't affect target. Again, there's always stuff there that people want. As far as desire goes, it would take years of psychotherapy and psychological therapy to remove the criminal's desire to actually commit a crime. And you can't remove the target again because there's always something that people want. You've got it, they want it, they can't have it, so they're going to take it from you. So what we can affect is the opportunity. We can have an actual ability for it to occur. And if you remember nothing else out of what I'm talking about today, is if you look at every environment that you are in, it's a four-dimensional environment. And it's made up of what we call psychological deterrence, tactical tools to delay somebody from getting to what you have, the physical structures to deny them from getting to what you have, and at the very least, and hopefully this never happens, is some type of mechanism to detect when that crime has occurred and hopefully record the event. So no matter what, at the end of this, if you walk away with nothing else, remember the 4 Ds: deter, delay, deny, and detect. And since we don't have the time to address all of these mechanisms available to address the entire security environment, I'm going to focus primarily on psychological deterrence. Now, the hardest thing to remember is remember that there is no such thing as a completely safe and secure environment. Um, when I was on embassy duty, we had the misnomer in our logbooks that at certain times of the day somebody would have to put in that what was going on in the environment. And I always thought it was a mistake that we would, 0, 100 in the morning, all secure. Well, it's never all secure. So there's got to be something going on in the environment that you need to take notice of, possibly correct, or some type of detriment that we have to address. No matter what you do, there are predators out there. It's no different than think of the watering hole in the Serengeti. There's wildebeest and zebras and all the good animals, and then still there's always predators out there that are trying to get in that environment and disrupt. And since it's worth repeating that there's stuff that you have that they want, um, we need to figure out how to, at the very least, deter them psychologically from ever wanting to get to you or get to the stuff that you want. You would be remarkably surprised at some of the stories I've heard of the things that people want, and the criminal element will come into a campsite and steal your bicycles, your grills, surge protectors. And believe it or not, I've heard stories on this one, even the stinky slinkies that you set up to evacuate waste from your RV. I have heard of stories where people actually steal those. So it's our awareness, and to a certain degree, an acceptance of the fact that this will occur or can occur, that leads us to take steps to minimize and mitigate their opportunity for them to commit the crime. Now, one of the other things I learned in my career is that the majority of criminals, like most predators, are opportunistic. They'll go after the weakest, easiest thing to do. I also know that they don't like to get cold, caught, or wet. My years of security and law enforcement showed that there was a precipitous decrease in criminal activity when the temperature drops or if it's raining. So since we can't affect their desire, we can't affect the weather, we have to focus on our efforts on increasing the likelihood that the criminal might get caught. Now, one of these efforts comes from a study in crime prevention that was conducted in the 1970s. It was called the broken windows theory. And essentially, at its most basic level, the theory suggests that physical environments that appear dirty, unkempt, or otherwise perceived by the average individual to be unmaintained or properly cared for increase the likelihood of a criminal activity from taking place. What the study found was that if a simple broken window on a building or a car or anything like that was not addressed and repaired, it eventually leads to streetlights being out, abandoned cars left on the street, and then an ever increasing likelihood that quality of life crimes, thefts, prostitution, narcotics, uh, loitering, those type of things will take place. If any of you have been on the road for any period of time, whether you're a full timer, a sometime or a part timer, I can only assume that you at one point or another have pulled into a campground or an RV resort that when you got there, I call it the spidey senses. Something on the back of your neck went up, and because of the physical environment and the way it was perceived by you, made you feel uncomfortable. You didn't feel safe. You didn't feel secure. This is a matter of perception. But perception is reality when you are out Um, if you feel unsafe, you are more than likely in an unsafe environment. Most most victims of crime that I have talked to over the years have told me over and over again, something just didn't feel right. That person didn't look right. I didn't feel right. But they ignored those senses and went about their business anyhow and ultimately became a victim of a crime. Now, out of this broken windows theory came a tactic. It's not perfect. It's not 100%, but it is a tool that you can use to help you feel a little bit safer, increase the perception of safety, and possibly reduce the likelihood of a criminal activity from taking place. That theory, that practice is called CEPTED. It's crime prevention through environmental design. I began studying crime prevention through environmental design in the late 90s. I went through the first generation, its first iteration, became an instructor in the program, applied it to multifamily communities, retail environments, hospital environments, um, any place where the people gather so that even in neighborhoods. And now, to some extent, I practice it in campgrounds. Again, it's not perfect, it's not 100%, but it does have an impact on the likelihood that a criminal activity will take place. And it's made up of 4 pillars. One is natural surveillance. It's about maximizing the visibility and what we call the eyes on the street to increase the perceived risk to offenders. So in crime prevention and security, we have what's called the risk ratio. There's a direct relationship between the amount of risk a criminal element will possibly take on in order to get a reward. If the reward is low enough, then the risk, they won't take the risk. If the reward is high enough, they will take a greater degree of risk to get that reward. What we're trying to do is take away the reward and increase the risk. So that's where we work on the natural surveillance. The other side is natural access control. It's using the things in your environment to create a psychological deterrence to make it more difficult for the criminal to actually commit the crime. In our case, we have a fifth wheel toy hauler that has 2 side decks on it, a side deck and a back deck. Both decks are elevated from the ground. Both have doors that you can actually get into the RV from the deck. And our RV actually came with a set of steps for both of those decks. One of the first things that we did when we hit the road was we removed the steps. We didn't carry them with us. What I've essentially done now is I've created a natural point of denial where, in order to get into our RV via those decks, you have to climb up on the deck. There's no way to climb up a set of stairs and get on that deck. It's also about using landscaping or temporary fences. One of the coolest things I've seen somebody do. Now, again, this may seem silly, but it's sending a message and it creates a psychological deterrence. I know of a full-time here that every place that they get, they set out a temporary fence around the perimeter. And they put a dog bowl and a big chew toy out in the perimeter. They don't have a dog, but it sends the message that there might be a dog inside of this facility, and it's probably a big dog because of the size of the chew toy. Again, not a perfect thing, but it is a psychological deterrent and just makes it a little more increasing that risk, right? The other one is territorial reinforcement. You want to make your campsite or your RV spot look like somebody is there. The first thing you do is set out some type of ground covering, a rug, that fencing I was just talking about. Whether you have a dog or not a bad deal. It creates a sense that somebody owns this particular space. Somebody is here. We have a practice of leaving our television on loud enough so that it can be heard outside, even when we're not here. I have a TV on my side deck that is exposed to the outside. I have been known to turn that TV on even when we're not home. Anybody walking up to our campsite can see that TV going, and the automatic assumption is, gee, maybe somebody's inside and they just went in to get something. They'll be out in a moment, right? It puts, again, increasing the risk reward ratio. And then also the maintenance. If your RV, take that broken windows theory, if your RV looks like it's unkempt or not well maintained, I think Sarah hit on this earlier about the cost associated with maintaining an RV can be prohibitive sometimes. But if you think about what's inside that RV and what message a well-maintained RV is sending to the ne'er-do-well approaching your RV from the outside, it says something about the environment, it says something about you, it says something about how well you're maintaining things, and the likelihood that they're going to get caught increases. So we do this by creating what's called non-union approach, or in security world, we call it the concentric circles of security. You start at the outermost perimeter that you can control, and you work your way inwards, creating concentric circles of security as you get tighter and tighter in. It would be a kind of like a layered security perimeter. Think of the old castles, right? You had the castles of war. They had a great big lawn as they were approaching. Then you had your gates, you had your walls, you had your parapets. These were all things that were designed to thwart an enemy from getting to you. That's the same thing we're doing here. So let's look at your outside layer. You want to do the natural surveillance. Select locations that are free of what we call entrapment. So you want your campsite visible to others in the campground. Preferably someplace where people are walking by, where there's no trees or anything else blocking somebody's view of your campsite. You want to keep your rig under continuous observation. This is also where you can apply territorial reinforcement using non-physical psychological barriers such as signage. This is the home of the Millers, or put something out there that says this is mine, right? Create those type of things. The temporary low fencing that I talked about, a large outdoor rug, seating, chairs, tables, make it look like somebody is there. This clearly defines the boundaries between what's yours and what's the public area. And by creating that, the public activities stay in the public, and the private, the bad guy doesn't want to come into that private that private environment. Your middle layer. This is a circle that encompasses the immediate footprint around surrounding your RV. Natural access control is utilized to guide how people can move around your space. The strategic layout of your outdoor furniture. Where do you put it? Is it by your front door? Is it on a deck? We have 2 chairs and a table set up on our back deck, just outside the glass doors. The glass doors are tinted, so nobody knows if we're in here or we're not. Our side doors have frosted glass, and we have tables and chairs set up on our side deck as well. The keeping that area tidy, organized, it projects a pride of ownership, a pride of place, and it signals that the site is actively managed. There's somebody here, and I don't want to intrude myself into that environment because I'm going to stand out. People know that I don't belong. That naturally deters the unwanted activity. A liberal use of exterior lighting. In our particular case, we use lights over our door. We have awning lights that stay on. There's a light over our back deck, but they're all the low 12-volt lighting. It lights up the area without creating what we call light pollution to our neighbors. Another one that works really well, especially if you have it, is the ground effect lighting, either under the RV or in your immediate campground. Solar lights work really well for that type of stuff. It helps really get rid of some of the darker shadows, especially at night, and makes observation of anybody outside of your campground coming into the campground makes them really visible. Now the innovator, the physical shell of the RV itself serves as your next defensive perimeter. This layer uses your basic access control. One of the first things I recommend for anybody that has bought an RV is to immediately change out your door locks. What a lot of people don't know is that many of these RVs, the locks are keyed identically the same. So anybody who's been in the RV industry, who's had access to those type of keys, very likely may have a key that will fit your particular rig. In our particular case, what we did was we changed out and went with the programmable RV locks so that we have a code and a key. The thing I like the most about them is they are a good size. They're black and they're unlike your typical RV locks, so they stand out. The average bad guy will recognize those and go, I don't have the code and I likely don't have the key because it's keyed directly for that particular lock, not a generic lock that's used every place else. Your innermost layer is inside. So at the absolute center of the concentric circles are all the assets that you're trying to protect. Your emergency cash, your passports, any documents that you might have, and yourselves, your family. Those are the really vital things that you're trying to protect completely. I would ask you to take a look at your vulnerability and what plans do you have in place to protect that innermost layer. Do you have an escape route? Aside from your front door and aside from an emergency exit, what are the other exits that you have available to you in case somebody intrudes into that innermost environment? How are you going to defend that environment if you cannot escape? Do you have emergency numbers inside your RV readily available so that as somebody is trying to get in, you can make a phone call and contact emergency services right away. There are many who carry firearms with them. I'm not saying you need to do that, but look at alternatives. One of the most effective things that you can have with you is some type of OC spray, mace, bear spray, and believe it or not, it makes perfect sense in a campground too, is wasp and hornet spray. Um, a wasp or hornet spray made by Black Flag, any one of the other ones, has got usually about a 20-foot stream. You can point it directly at an intruder's eyes, and you will incapacitate them for a period of time. Something to consider. The second generation of SEPTED talks about leveraging social cohesion. How often, when you are at a new campground, do you take the opportunity to introduce yourself to your neighbors? You'll be amazed how cohesive this environment is. Anybody who's ever been in a campground and watched an RV pull in and start to back up uh, recognizes that as like the Friday night entertainment. Everybody comes out and just kind of watches. Uh, but use those opportunities to engage your neighbors. It's a nice way, or a very simple way, of creating a neighborhood watch. If the person in the campground immediately adjacent to you or close by you that can see your RV and knows that you're Ruth and Mike and that you work out of your RV and they know stuff about you, anybody who's coming into your environment when you're not there or when you're inside and you can't observe what's going outside will be especially attuned to the fact that, hey, I don't recognize that person. They don't look like they belong there. And because they are living in a similar environment to you, are likely to step up and engage. The final part would be, we're in an environment constantly where things change, whether power outages, water. How many times have we been in a situation where water gets shut off without notice, or the entire campground loses power? You've got a storm coming in. I highly encourage you to have some type of a 72-hour emergency kit that you have in your tow vehicle or towed vehicle, so that if you have to bug out and get away from the campsite, even if it's a criminal incident and you need to escape, you've got all the things that you need to survive for 24 to 72 hours without any support. Okay, that being said, I will come back to our host and answer any questions you might have. Hello.
Hey, Mike. No, hey, no questions. Lots of comments. People are loving some of the things that you're sharing.
I'm glad
So
to
lots of
hear.
comments. Yeah, the slinkies got us all.
It's a shame to admit that somebody would actually take somebody's stinky slinky that's in use. I mean, you've really got to be desperate. I just don't get it.
Yeah, I've never seen one. I have seen them left behind, which also baffles me.
Yeah,
That's crazy. Yeah, yeah,
yeah. I
yeah,
think
yeah, yeah. But and
one
then
of the
the dog tip was good too.
yeah. That's a very effective crime prevention tool. Yeah, the other thing I didn't get into talking about was the use of cameras. The Ring doorbell Ring cameras are an outstanding way to monitor your environment. We use Google Nest and the Google Nest cameras on ours because they're magnetic, and I can affix them to different parts of the RV depending upon where we're at. And we can monitor those cameras from inside. So it helps a little bit. Um, you know, just to talk about wrapping up the risk ratio stuff, I'll tell you a quick funny story. When I was working as a police officer in a college town, deep midnights, and typically during the holiday season, you know, the town, the city essentially emptied out because all the kids went back home, and that's when we knew the burglars would be out. So quite often we would get out of the patrol vehicle and start going on foot in the apartment complexes. And my partner and I came across an open patio door one night and went in, and sure enough, you could tell the place had been pilfered, uh, stuff removed. It had been ransacked a little bit. And we started going down the line of apartments, and sure enough, you know, three, four, five, I think it was a total of five apartments that have been ransacked and gone through. And we got to the sixth one, and we're doing a search on that house. And we got up to the bedroom, and we found this guy asleep on the bed in this apartment. It was obviously not his. So through the investigative process, we tracked it all down. Sure enough, it was him. We put him in custody. We found his car in the parking lot. And the amazing part of it was in his pocket, he had a Christmas wish list of things that he had crossed off that he had stolen from other people as he went down the line. So they're out there. Got to be conscious of it.
Well, I've heard that criminals are not necessarily smart people.
We don't catch
that
we don't catch
kind
the
of proves
smart
that
ones.
point. You don't catch, right? I wanted to ask you about the changing the locks on your RV.
Yeah.
Is that something you can do yours typically, or how do you make that happen?
Yeah. So I went to there's a company called RV Locks. I'm not promoting their particular brand. It's just the first one that I found. I ordered the locks for both the front and back door. Um, it took me probably about 15 minutes to change each lock. The key is you have to make sure that it fits your model. And most of the aftermarket RV locks have some type of a template that you can use, and they'll tell you whether or not it fits your model, or will give you some type of adaptation to their provided lock, so that it does fit your model. Relatively easy to do. The next one that I'm going to do, I haven't done yet, is to change out all our cargo and bay doors, but that's another project. They're relatively inexpensive. I think I spent about $200 on both door locks, and they're completely programmable. They can come with key fobs, so you can unlock your door from a distance or lock it from a distance. There've been a couple of times where we've gotten in the car and halfway driving away, and realized, oops, forgot to lock the door, and we just hit the key fob and lock it.
Nice. Okay.
Yep.
I do have another question for you from the chat. Can you give a good idea for a check or a bug out kit? Do you have anything that's already set up like that?
You can buy them online, but quite honestly, what I did was thinking back to my Marine Corps days and my law enforcement days. I just put together my own kit based on what I thought I needed. But if you do a Google search on what's called bug out kit or bug out gear, you can find a wealth of resources on suggestions of what to put in a 24-hour kit, 48-hour kit, and a 72-hour kit. There are even some out there that will give you a 7-day survival kit. Some of them can be purchased outright, but I would suggest that it's probably less expensive to just go down that list and buy the individual items yourself. So this way you're buying the things that feel right in your hand, um, and that you are comfortable working with. I've seen too many situations where people buy a 72-hour kit, they throw it in the back of their truck or the back of their car, and they never open it. So they're not familiar with the items that have been put in. I would highly encourage you, make sure that these are things that you feel comfortable working with.
Okay. That answers that question. Good, good thoughts. I also happen to be in an environment where there's a lot of unattended rigs, fifth wheels and class A's. Any specific advice for folks who are needing to leave their rigs somewhere for a while in a public place? Like
So
for months versus a few hours.
my recommendation would be, first of all, remove anything that you think is of perceived value from inside the rig that can be seen from the outside. If I know it's a pain in the ass, excuse my language, but it's worth the time and effort to, if something is of perceived value to you that you feel it would be a headache to lose and have to replace, remove those items. If you're going to leave it for an extended period of time, take the TVs out, take them with you, store them, don't leave them in the rig. The worst thing in the world that I've seen happen, I'll tell you a quick story to emphasize my point. When I was in the commercial security world, I had a young lady who came to me because she was very, very upset that somebody broke into her car and took her laundry. She said, "It was laundry. Why did they take it? Was stupid. They broke my window." I said, "Well, here's the thing I can tell you about criminals. They Most times when they go into a residence that might be occupied, they know what they're going after. Again, the risk ratio or reward, right? Risk reward ratio. In a vehicle or something that's open to an environment where there's less likelihood that they're going to get caught, that risk goes down and they're willing to go in and do more damage to get stuff that they perceive as valuable. So in this particular case, they busted out a $40 window to get laundry, but they didn't know what it was. It was a bag. It was like a gym bag. So as far as they knew, it was gym equipment or something else of perceived value, maybe a laptop. They didn't know, but they're willing to take that risk. So if they're willing to take that risk on something like that, what are they willing to do to your rig to get to something that they perceive might be in there? If I was parking my rig in a place where it was a storage lot or something like that, I would make every sign visible that I was removing all the good stuff out and leave it open.
Wow.
Don't lock your doors, because if they're going to break your locks to try to get in to see if there's something there. Leave it all unlocked. You know there's
Gotcha.
nothing in there. And this way you're not coming back to something with damaged locks and broken windows.
Oh, wow. Good point. Or be willing to go
Yeah,
through that, right?
right.
That's a choice we get to make.
Yeah.
Put your stuff in. Wow.
You know,
Good points though. Really
you
good
have
point.
to assume that it's going to happen. So what can you do to mitigate or minimize the damage done to your rig or your vehicle in their attempt to get to something? I've seen, we had a personal case when my son was in college. He was using our truck. We had to replace two sets of locks on the trucks, on the truck handles, uh, which was almost $900 because it was a Toyota. so somebody could go in and steal the change out of the center console. So for $1 or something worth
Unreal.
of change, I'm paying $900 in an insurance claim to get these locks repaired. Not worth it.
Right. And a lot of times it's just under the deductible, so it's all out of pocket,
Yep.
right, for something like that. Yeah. Well, I have learned a lot, and I was just telling my husband, um, who's kind of listening in as well, I'm going to take your presentation and send it to some people that I think really need to hear it. Because a lot of these things we don't think about. And that
I-
psychological piece we don't always think of,
well,
right?
in a perfect world, you shouldn't have to, but we are in the world that we're in. So, and
Mhm.
that's not a condemnation of anything. It's like I said, it's a natural environment. There are bad guys and there are good guys, and
Mhm.
fortunately, the good guys still outweigh the bad guys. Most people are good people, but
Fortunate.
you have
Yeah.
to prepare yourself. You hope for the best, prepare for the worst, and plan accordingly.
Mhm. And what really stuck out to me was that maybe was a switch for me was you talked about when it looks good, it shows pride of ownership and that people are invested in it. And when it looks kind of trashy, dirty, rednecky, or whatever, it's not as it's low barrier to entry.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of us would think, well, if I make it look like that, then maybe they'll think there's something of value here. But
It
correct.
it's what happens when the environment becomes unkempt or it appears perceptually is not maintained by anybody or closely guarded or watched, then the bad guy can disappear into the environment. He becomes part of the environment. So it's harder for them to stand out when it's well maintained, controlled, um, well lit. It's a lot harder for somebody who's up to no good intentions to blend into that environment. One of the things we didn't talk about in this, but one of the concepts within SEPTED is to make sure that you create environments where the positive activities take place so the bad activities can't. It's kind of hard to do in a campground or at your campsite. But if you think about campground with a playscape, um,
Yes.
or those type of things, or places where people play games. Not a bad place to have your
Mm-hmm.
RV park next to, right? The good things are taking place here. Let's park our RV in that place.
Right. There's more activity.
Yep.
So
More natural
people will be
observation,
more likely to see what's going on, right?
right?
Yeah, that makes a sort of park. I saw a meme the other day, or maybe it was somebody's actual campsite where they were parked direct. I mean, in the campsite was a street light, and they were complaining about that. But from a crime deterrent perspective, can't beat it.
Yep. No, you're well lit. There's no doubt about it. That's one of the reasons I like this.
Right.
I, I like the ground effect lighting with solar because it
Mm-hmm.
creates that perimeter for you. And then, like I said,
Mm-hmm.
we use our awning lights and the lights over our back deck. It keeps our area
Mm-hmm.
well lit without projecting out to our neighbors too much.
Right. A lot of great tips. Is there anything we've missed?
Probably tons, but that's all I can think of right now.
Right. Okay, well, really good stuff. I really appreciate it. If you want to reach out to Mike, you can go to the anchoredinfreedomsummit.com website, find Mike's name on the day 2 agenda, click speaker info, and you're going to get through his speaker page with all of his info and contact information and all of that good stuff.
There's a couple of handouts out there too
right?
that could work really well for somebody when they're after this that can help, reinforce the ideas.
Right. And we link those on your speaker page. So go from there. So you can have those to download and follow up.
Got it.
Awesome. Mike, thank you so much for being
My
part of this.
pleasure.
And you've been a really big help in getting it all together and getting the word out too. So I want to definitely thank you as well.
Let's do more of these.
Okay. The bug. We've got the bug. The bug
There
has
you go.
bitten. All right. So coming up here in a few minutes, we'll have Sebastian while we wait for him to come into the waiting room.
Yeah.
I'm going to give us a couple of minutes of break and quiet for just a few minutes, and then we will be back with Sebastian. So don't go anywhere. We're not going to turn off the. I'm just going to mute the microphone. I'm going to my camera off. We're all going to take a few minutes, take some deep breaths, get up your chair. I know mine gets a little uncomfortable after sitting here for a long time. So stretch, move around, go grab some lunch if you haven't. And then we will be back here in just a few minutes to talk about branding and marketing. Thanks for being here. Welcome back. I hope you had an opportunity to have a little break, move around, stretch, maybe grab some lunch, or check out the door prizes, or what you needed to do for those few minutes before we move on with the rest of our day. We've got some great stuff still to come. This is the Anchored in Freedom Summit. This is a summit that's brought to you out of a group of like-minded individuals who wanted to get together and share their expertise in all these different areas about how to build a sustainable life as a nomad or an RV entrepreneur. And I think that our speakers have done that in spades so far. And I'm super excited about this next conversation. We're going to hear from Sebastian. We're going to talk about branding. Branding is huge. It affects more things than we realize, and we're branding ourselves whether we realize it or not. So is your branding saying what you wanted to say? It's sort of like if you don't make a choice, life's going to make a choice for you. If you don't make a choice about your branding is going to be decided for you. So it's part of everything that we do. And if we want successful businesses or even relationships, we need to pay attention to it. So I'm preaching to the choir though, and Sebastian will speak on that much more eloquently, I'm sure. Before we bring him into the room, I just want to remind you, anchoredinfreedomsummit.com is the place to go to look at the agenda, to look at the door prizes, to go to the speakers pages and get their freebies. Several of them have handouts that are linked on their pages that you can download. And we have also some opportunities to meet with them. Some of them have calendars on there, so you can go and set up an appointment to have a one-on-one conversation and get your questions answered. So definitely go explore that. You can also find our networking group that this event was born out of at alignable.com. There's a link on the website as well, specifically to the Nomad Networkers networking group. So we'd love to see you there as well if you find yourself in this event. Now, if you have not registered for the event, I'm going to remind you to go to anchoredinfreedomsummit.com and register so that you can get your name in the hat for these incredible door prizes that we've been talking about for the last 2 days. Some cool stuff in there. So want you to win it. Now I'm going to bring our next speaker into the room. I met Sebastian networking, and we had a brief conversation, and in about 15 minutes, he had me hooked. I love his holistic approach. Welcome, Sebastian. So glad to have you here today.
Nice to have you, to see
I
you too.
And so we are live, and we'll get you going here in just a couple of minutes, but I just wanted to check in with you and just see if you have nuggets that you've picked up or anything that you want to share from your experience networking with this group.
Oh, well, just anything about what I do.
Sure.
But what I could
I
say
don't
is
know
that
if you've caught any of the summit so far.
no, that's the problem. Is I was one of those days where you're running around, and I was actually running around the
Yes.
city, bringing my son here and then going there, going here. So I basically just got back and got in front of the computer and getting myself ready to go, basically.
We appreciate your time.
But oh,
All
wait a
right.
minute. Am I the last one?
No, you're not the last one.
Okay, phew.
We've got more.
So good. So I'll have a chance to catch up.
Okay, great. Well, if you're ready to go, I'm going to leave the room and let you work your magic. Does
All
that sound
right.
good?
Okay.
All right.
So let me so hi everyone. Uh just give me a second. I will prepare my presentation. So let me just get that. Mm, mm. Okay. So if everything is good, you should be seeing a full page.
We
There we
saw
go.
your screen for just a moment, but now it's gone.
Okay, now it's
There we
back.
go.
Good.
There we go.
All right.
All right, you are
So I hope
well,
everyone
my
can hear
friend.
me properly because I have no idea. I'm speaking to my computer right now. Anyway, so let me start.
You sound great.
Perfect. So a lot of people think their main business problem is visibility. So they buy more ads, post more on social media, and attend more networking events. But often they are left feeling overwhelmed. The ads are attracting the wrong people. Posting on socials feels pointless. And so much time is spent meeting people that just don't really match. You're traveling across the country. You have an incredible service. You are really good at what you do. And when the perfect customer comes across your website, your socials, your page, they just leave. That's not a visibility problem. Oh. That's a branding problem. So, what's branding? Well, it's not really your logo or your website or your social media. Branding is actually the feeling people get when they interact with you and your business. It's the feeling that makes them trust you, relate to you, and decide this is for me. People buy because of emotion, trust, attachment, relatability, and feeling understood. A strong brand makes them feel good instantly, clearly, and direct. So, marketing gets you seen, branding gives people a reason to stay. If your branding isn't clear, people see you but don't choose you. So the goal isn't more visibility. The goal is to be understood instantly. So if the goal is to be understood instantly, the question becomes how? I spent over 40 years working in advertising, fashion, communications, and branding. And I saw over and over the same issue. Your brand is basically an extension of who you are, your values, your personality, your beliefs. It takes the feeling of interacting with you and makes it into an experience that people feel when they interact with your business in person, in print, on video, or online. Again, how do we do this? Let's imagine a scenario where someone goes on Google looking for a solution to their problem. At this moment, they are feeling stress, slight frustration, and confusion. They just want their problem solved. They type in keywords or something that expresses their issues. They fall on your page. You have seconds to convince them. This moment is when they judge if you are for them or not. They need to feel understood. The experience should be clear and speak to them. Visually appealing, professional, not overwhelming. Straightforward, not all over the place. It needs to make them feel like this is for them. You only have seconds to gain their trust before they move on. Often, simplicity wins. They judge, and if it feels good, they stay and continue on. Ask yourself, is my website or any of my touch points creating an environment where people feel like staying? I had a client who is a hypnotherapist. She came to me basically for a logo and website. She had just finished her training and started helping mainly friends and family. So we sat down and started talking, and so I could learn more about her. She was excited and eager to help people who are dealing with real issues that she can help them with. A week after, I presented her with my logo. I wanted to capture the good feeling I had with her, laughing, smiling, empathetic. She loved it. So as you see here, the logo is basically just a font with her name and hypnos underneath with a line that's curved like a smile. Simple, but already expressed and made people feel, this is nice, refreshing. So she loved that. Then I built the website and she loved it too. So we launched it. And as you can see, the website reflects the same idea. You can see a picture of her right there, smiling, happy, good lucky. And by the way, it's all in French because I live in Quebec. So a few weeks later, she gives me a call and says, "Hey, Sebastian, I'm getting people I don't know calling me." So I say, "Well, isn't that what you wanted?" She says, yeah, but I didn't expect it to really happen like that. Now I have customers booked." She didn't think that these tools like her website would do the work for her. Her logo is simple, clear, and gives a sense of her jovial personality. The website is clear, simple, and speaks to the people who are in need of help. Clarity, simplicity. People felt that they could trust her, that she understood them. We gave them a calming, welcoming, and supportive environment and experience. Did not try to do too much, so they stayed and they booked. So the word is clarity, brand clarity for you and your clients. If you are good at what you do, it's going to be seen. You're professional and generally care about giving the best to your clients. Then to do then do not, sorry, then do not settle for good enough. That's a bad word. For what you're putting out in the world, it should never be good enough. It has to be the best of who you are because it is a representation of you. So it must be at your level. Your brand right now is either confirming your level or quietly lowering it. People don't buy depth first. They buy what they understand first. So if your message isn't clear, they hesitate. And hesitation kills decision. The way I help people create a brand that feels like them, that resonates with their target audience, and gets them to trust and buy, I take my clients through what I call the brand shift method. The way where everything clicks into place. The brand shift is built on 4 parts: foundation, focus, path, leadership. And so now the first thing I'm going to show you is going to be the foundation. That's the first part. This is where it starts with a simple question. Who are you? And when I ask that, I'm not asking what you do. I don't want to hear I'm a coach or I'm an accountant. I'm asking, who are you really? Your personality, what drives you, what you believe in, your values. Why this matters? Because that's what people actually connect with. Business, at the end of the day, it's built on trust. And trust, oops, I apologize for that. And trust doesn't come from what you do. It comes from how people feel about you. It's like friendships. You don't connect with everyone. You connect with people who see the world the way you do, or who share something with you. Business works the same way. So once you understand who you are, the next question becomes, who do you want to serve? Most people already have an idea, but this is about getting clear. Who are you speaking to? What do you think? What do they think? What do they need? And yes, that can evolve over time, but you need a starting point. And this leads to something essential, your North Star. This is where your purpose lives, where your real goals are. Not surface level goals, but the reason you're building this in the first place. Your North Star becomes your compass. Every decision you make, every opportunity, every direction you consider, it should move you closer to it. Because without that, you start saying yes to everything and end up going nowhere. But when it's clear, you move with intention. And it can't just be money. Money is a result, but what drives you has to go deeper than that. Otherwise, every decision becomes reactive. So when your foundation is clear, who are you, who you serve, and where you're going, you stop second guessing. You stop trying to do everything, and you start making decisions that actually move you forward. Oh, that's weird. Focus. Um, the second part is focus. This is where most people struggle because they try to say everything. They think if I show everything I can do, people will be impressed. But what actually happens is confusion. I work with someone who
Sebastian,
had,
can I interrupt
oh,
just a moment?
go ahead.
Your slides don't appear to be showing up the way that you would want them to be.
Oh, no.
So right now I just have a blank slide that says foundation. Is that where we're at?
Yeah, my foundation,
Okay.
this is my focus, but it has extra stuff that I
There
didn't
we
want to show.
go.
Okay.
Okay.
Phew.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure it was what you wanted.
Yeah, but I'll put it up anyway, but don't read what's underneath.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
it was a placeholder and then anyway. Okay.
Got it. I got it. My apologies.
No worries. So I work with someone who had a long list of services. Excuse me. Talented, capable, and could do a lot. But when you landed on their page, you didn't know what they were really known for. So people hesitated. Clarity beats talent if talent isn't clear. And this is where people lose momentum. New idea, new offer, new message, new audience. Throwing spaghetti at the wall, hoping something stick. But every time you change your message, you reset trust. Clarity doesn't come from doing more. It comes from committing. One message, one direction, one clear goal. And staying with it long enough for people to finally get it. Because when you're clear, people instantly know if it's for them. Path. Now it's right. The third part is path. This is about direction. Not trying random things, not reacting to pressure, but knowing when you're going. Sorry, knowing where you're going and making sure every step is either bringing you closer or pulling you away. I worked with a tattoo studio not too long ago. A talented team highly skilled. They believed in premium work, quality above everything, great client experience. But every month, they were struggling to make ends meet. As the month went on, the pressure built. So they went into panic mode. Discounts, flash sales, special offers. And it worked. They paid their bills, but they were attracting the wrong clients. People came once or were waiting for the next sale, not people who valued their work. So the cycle repeated month after month. They weren't building, they were surviving, stuck in decisions driven by urgency instead of direction. So we changed the path. Instead of chasing money, we repositioned them as a premium experience through how they presented themselves, through the environment, through the way people experienced the brand. Same talent, different direction. And everything started to change because now every move was building something, not resetting it. Leadership. The fourth part is leadership. This is where everything comes together. Leadership isn't about having all the answers. It's about owning your space and making decisions. I see a lot of business owners get stuck here. They hesitate, they overthink, they spiral in their heads, they keep changing direction. Not because they're not good, but because they haven't fully owned what they do. They're waiting to feel ready, waiting to feel confident, waiting for certainty. But that moment doesn't come on its own. The shift happens when they actually decide, this is who I am. This is what I stand for. This is who I serve. And they stop negotiating with themselves. They stop spiraling in their heads and start moving forward. That's when things start to align. Their message becomes clearer. Their actions become more consistent. Their presence becomes stronger. Because now they're not testing anymore. They're leading. Confidence doesn't come first. Clarity does. And when you're clear, confidence follows. So when people say, I need more visibility, most of the time, this is what's actually missing. Not more effort, more clarity. And when you're building from anywhere, your brand becomes your anchor. It creates consistency, even when your environment changes. It builds trust, even when people have never met you. And once you have clarity, your visuals, your symbols, your space, your colors, your messaging, they all start to communicate clearly. They all start to align. They all start to reinforce the same message. So when we talk about branding, we're not talking about visuals. We're talking about clarity, talking about trust. We're talking about how people experience you before you ever speak to them. Because people don't choose the best, they choose what they understand. And when your brand is clear, you don't have to convince, you don't have to chase. People feel it, they trust it, they choose you from anywhere. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Lots of
Thank you.
exclamation points on that one for sure. Let
So,
me
so,
switch this a little bit so we
so,
can have a little
let-
chat.
yeah. Oh,
There
just
we
a
go.
second. Okay, there.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you so much, Sebastian. Comments in the chat about the repeat cycle of chasing money, that resonated with people, that from your talk. Some of the notes that I took are: branding is the feeling that people get when they interact with you. I think that's such an important concept to understand, because we can make logos, we can make websites, we can do social media, whatever. But if we don't follow through on, if we don't align with that in our follow through, then we're going to lose those people, as you said, right?
Yeah.
And then go ahead
Oh, but I was just going to
if you had
say that,
anything to add to that.
like, I've been a graphic designer for many, many years, and
Mm-hmm.
we want to make beautiful things, okay? And that's
Yes.
our goal. But it's it's not about just beautiful. It has to be about creating that connection. And like colors, fonts, space around it creates a
Mm-hmm.
reaction with people. And that's what you're looking for. So that's why it actually expresses like feelings. If you use like red or you use blue or light green, it creates different feelings. And
Mm-hmm.
also how you use your space. I just get saying this out because it's a mistake that people make. They do something thinking it represents them in a way, but sometimes it's too literal or
Mm-hmm.
sometimes it's too much information. You want to create something that at least when the person sees it, they could go, ah, that kind of feeling. And
Yeah.
that's important because,
Because that's what they're looking for. That's what they're needing, right?
yeah, exactly. They want to not feel like that pressure like too much. They want to feel like, okay, I could absorb this easily, and I understand right away what they're talking about. And if you're able
Mm-hmm.
to do that, then you've won the war already because they're gonna stay longer. They're gonna start reading your content. They're gonna start saying, I should book a session with this person.
Right. Right. Question comes to mind, and this is kind of a surface level question, but I think it's important with all of the AI that's out there, all the tools that people can build their own logos or build their own websites and all of that. Can you think of a case where a color that somebody might use in their branding doesn't necessarily have the result that they think it's going to have? Like
Oh, but
red, for example.
yeah, I mean, see, like red is a strong color, okay? And
Mm-hmm.
you can use red, but how can I explain this? You have the main colors, the three main colors, yellow, blue, and red. And those are the primary colors. You try to stay away from that because they're the most oldest colors, and they red basically the main red is a stop sign. That's what it is. But if
Yeah.
you want something that represents you, you don't use colors that are necessarily overused. You try to get outside of that.
Mm,
And the fun part about colors, I have this here, my swatch book, is that
nice.
is to find the color. Let's say red, okay? Let's go for the fun of it there. But see, you could have a maroon or a pinkish. You go and find a color that defines you only. And because you want people when they
Mm,
see that color, they remember you. Just when you think red and yellow, most of the time you think about McDonald's. You know,
yes.
there's certain colors that are
Yes.
assigned to certain brands, but when you're doing branding, you're trying to be different. You're trying to differentiate yourself and also stay
Mhm.
in the memory of people. You don't want people associating you to something else because then they'll forget you.
You don't want to be McDonald's if you're not
No,
selling hamburgers.
exactly.
I have a question from the chat. Um, Can you expand on how a person can design their brand? That's the question.
How they could design their brand.
How
Well,
they can define it. Define
oh,
it.
okay, define it. You know, when I was talking about my process, the whole foundation, focus, and so on, the reason I
Mm-hmm.
go through that part is that your brand should be a reflection of you, especially if you're a solopreneur, because so you should take the time to actually understand, okay, what makes me me? You know, like what are your values? What are your beliefs? What is important to you? Okay, because if you look at any brand today, if you go on the internet and let's say you go on LinkedIn or anywhere like that, most people are following the founders of the company or the CEOs of the company, not necessarily
Mm-hmm.
the company. It's because we associate the values of the company often with the founder, and we associate ourselves with those values. And if you look at any major brand, even a brand big like Apple, Steve Jobs put his values in it. How how we treat our clients, how the product has always to be at the service of the client and not the opposite. All those are his values that the company has maintained. And that's what's important. You take the values that are important to you and they become part of your brand. I hope that answers the question.
I think it answers it
Halfway.
philosophically, but um, maybe taking it to a more rudimentary level. So there's different ways that you kind of discover that about yourself, right?
Yeah.
For me, and this is just for me, one of those ways that just popped into my head is you can, if you really haven't had that conversation with yourself or really understand it, you can sit down. Here's a free tip for everybody. If you want to figure something out, grab a blank notebook, write a question with your right hand or dominant hand, and then answer it with your non-dominant hand. Write a question with your, respond back and forth, dominant, non-dominant. And
Mhm.
that's going to bring some stuff that you don't really think about all the time to the surface. And then you begin to understand yourself better. I mean, that's a little bit deeper work than what we're about here. But do you have some actions or activities that will help people figure that out themselves?
Wow. Okay. So now I'm trying to think of the process I use.
Worksheets?
It but look,
A
I'm
lot
very
of us
old.
are just running the road and just
Yeah.
doing the next thing that's in front of us. We don't self-reflect all that often. And
But I
so I
mean,
think when you're building a brand, it might be important.
but it's important to have that reflection because I this is my belief. It's important to have that reflection. But if you actually want to be active in doing it, and you want to take a pencil and paper, um,
Hmm.
you could write up different ideas, like different concepts. And let's say you write 10 different concepts, okay? Like say, oh, my
Hmm.
company does roofing. So you write
Hmm.
roof, okay? And then
Hmm.
you keep writing different words. Often the first bunch are no good because they're very generic. They're very, very generic.
Hmm.
So it's basically, if you look at most roofing companies, there's a roof, like a drawing of a roof
Right.
on their logo. So the
Right.
idea is
Right.
to
Right.
to go beyond that because you have to keep pushing and you have to keep pushing your creativity. And then is where you go in more in that's what I said, the importance of understanding the sensibility is that then you might notice that, well, you're someone who's someone who's like who just loves running out and uh climbing. Okay, let's say you love climbing. Oh, apologize for that.
Hmm.
And you, because of that, you feel like you're like a monkey, let's say. So you just say, oh,
Hmm.
orangutan. And then you draw an orangutan and you decide, okay, that will be my logo, an orangutan. I'm being silly there, but this is actually a real
Mm-hmm.
thing. The
Mm-hmm.
orangutan already is going to put you completely outside of everybody else. Just like
Mm-hmm.
this brand that we all know that's called Apple, and it's a
Right.
computer company. So that's
Right.
why
It
it's
it would
out
it
of the
totally
box.
differentiates itself from all the other computer
Yeah.
companies. Yeah, absolutely.
So
Yeah,
push your
absolutely.
push it, push it, push it. Because the first ideas are, I would say crap. The most of the time are crap. So you keep going. Well, look, that's my job to keep pushing the envelope so that we can
Pushing.
get to something that's original.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I hope that answers.
Great. Well, is there any other, well, actually, let me look at my notes here. I love that you said clarity beats talent. And I think this is something that really resonates with me because I do so many things that and I think a lot of us who are RV entrepreneurs do. We're multipreneurs.
Mm,
And that it gets muddy. It gets muddy when you're introducing yourself to someone or when you want to build a website because your message isn't clear. You don't know which thing to lead with or whatever. So I think that really hit home for me, that clarity piece. Um,
mm.
can
But I would
be the
say,
best roofer in town, but
but
if you're if you're not clear on that.
yeah, but it's a reality. I mean, like you said, we do many things, but if you're able to give like that one thing, and everything branches off of it, meaning this is what you sell,
Mhm.
and then these are the extras that could be added on afterwards. So the
Mm,
person is coming
yeah,
in the door because of one thing, and then you say, well, we can do that. We could also do that. We can also do that, and then they're open because they're already in. Oh,
you've built the relationship, the
yeah.
trust, established the trust and all of that for sure. And then when you are clear, confidence follows. And that really stood out to me because one of our earlier speakers, several of them actually have alluded to this, but you just put it right out there. One of our speakers today, Sue Brooke, talked about becoming an author and sharing your experience because it's your experience. And then once you start sharing your story, and you may have seen this too with your clients,
Mm,
then you become more confident that you
mm,
actually do know what you're talking about. And when you can say it succinctly and clearly,
mm.
then that's going to lend to your confidence as well, which then when you become confident, you're presenting yourself better, right?
Yeah. No, that's an absolute. And the thing is about confidence. Um, you can't wait for it because it'll never come. And the only thing you can do is force yourself to get out there and just do it. And the minute you do it,
Mm-hmm.
like I tell people this, okay, just do it. Let's say put a video on social media, let's say, and you put a video, and then wait a second after you've done it, and then you realize I didn't die. Nothing exploded. Nobody called me names or anything. And then you realize, okay, I could do
Yes.
this. So it's always the first one that's hard, but then the second one is easy, and then third, and then it's not a big deal.
Right, right. And you can always, well, ask you this question if I take a little bit more of your time.
Mm,
What about rebranding? So, say you create a brand, maybe an unintentional brand. You didn't really think about it. You just went forward and did whatever. And then you realize, okay, I need to make a change.
mm.
Is that a good idea?
I,
How
I,
can you do that without destroying your business?
it, the thing is that often when you a rebrand moment is when you realize that your brand is not at the level of where you are now. It's not
Mm,
reflecting you anymore. And you know, the first brand for many people when they're starting, you could even, if you ever look, there's a case study with Airbnb. You can see their first logo. It's completely different.
Mm,
And there's always a starting point. But then it's time to fix it and bring you up to today's standards, to your own standards. And
mhm,
uh, it's a good idea to do it because you're you're not the same person, your business is not the same thing, and it needs that revamping and then that rebranding, that new look. And it won't
mhm,
hurt you. It doesn't hurt you. It's just gonna, because you should say, we're starting our a new logo in 1 week, and you use it as a way of promoting yourself again and bringing more people to the fold. So,
mhm. So it's a good communication tool. It's a reason
oh
to
yeah.
communicate with your audience, your clients and stuff like that. Excellent, excellent. Well, Sebastian, is there anything else that we need to talk about? Did we leave anything on the table?
No, I mean, I enjoyed it. It was
You did
nerve-wracking,
great.
but it was good. And thank you very much. It was a lot of fun, and I'm going to enjoy the rest of the event. And I hope, yeah, I helped anyone. If anyone has any questions, if I may, can I ask? If anybody has any questions, you could always
Absolutely.
contact me. I
Mhm.
guess at infuse.com, which is infuse.com. And I'm also on LinkedIn at Sebastian Samuel. You can find me there. Or on Alignable,
Awesome.
if you're on Alignable.
Yes, unalignable. And you can also find Samuel on our website, anchoredinfreedomsummit.com. Find his session right next to his name. It says speaker info. Click on that, and that will take you to Samuel's speaker page with all of his details and contact information and ways to get in touch. So
All right.
again, Samuel, thank you so much. I really appreciate your time and your efforts
No,
today.
no worries. Thank you.
And all right. Have a great rest of your day.
You
All
too.
right. To all of my makers, including you, Samuel, I did send out an email that if you want to jump on here again for a roundtable discussion, we have time for that now.
Okay.
And so if you want to jump back onto Zoom,
Okay, I will do
you can
that.
stay if you want, Samuel.
So I
But
just go out and come back in with the new link. Is that?
no, you stay right where
Oh,
you're at if you
oh,
like.
okay. Well,
Yep,
I'll
we're all
stay.
good.
I don't
Yeah,
have to
here
move.
comes Christelle. Yeah, we're going to do a little roundtable discussion, impromptu, just to share some maybe nuggets that we have picked up over the last couple days, or um, some ask each other some questions, whatever it is that we want to talk about. We're going to spend about the next 45 minutes here in roundtable. Here comes Christelle. There she is. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Excellent. Excellent. Well, did you pick up any tips here today, Christelle?
Oh my gosh, today's been wonderful. It has been a lot. So for me, it was a lot of clarity around like how to not only manage my RV as like its own individual. I did not at one point think about things like security outside of like us being in it, right? Like we changed the locks as soon as we bought it.
Right.
But like while Mike was talking, I was thinking, wow, that's right, because sometimes we're going to leave the RV. The whole point of us being on the road is so that we can go and experience the communities in these different states to figure out where we're going to build our house. And I was like, oh, right, we're going to have to leave this and you can't just trust everyone because you're living in community with one another. So that was great. And then of
Mm,
course, I do feel like a lot of the financial discussions kind of hit home for me. I'm living in this in between state where I do have an LLC. I do have my business stuff separated, but man, sometimes it's so easy to be like, oh, I don't know where my business credit card is. I'll just swipe my personal credit card for this. Or, oh, you paid me in cash. That's cool. And it goes in my pocket. And so like it's just that responsibility,
Right.
right? And then for me, like the
Yes.
final so far, the final little tidbit is just kind of really thinking about my branding and right now my branding is very consistent, but is it, you know, the thing that I left this last session with is like, is it telling my story? Like, is it truly representative of who I am and what I do? And so it's definitely something to think about as I go into the days of recapping this, you know, in the next coming weeks. So thank you, Kimberly.
Yeah, thanks for sharing your thoughts. I think it would be interesting to come back and do another roundtable in a couple of weeks and see what people have implemented or changed, or what our experiences have been. So that would be fun, or even what new connections were made, different conversations and stuff. Patrick, I want to say that your name came into my mind several times while Sebastian was talking, because it really resonates. It felt very aligned with you. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah. I already have him on my notepad for you and I to catch up, Sebastian, for a couple of reasons. I do a lot of AI work, but I also do a lot of branding and marketing, and I don't do what you do. Um, but I help other businesses be able to find a way to do that. And I have a couple of businesses, seems like everybody here does, but they're all built around that same kind of idea. Um, at the same time, I was invited by one of my clients to take over half of his business and us combined and create something. He saw what I did for so long. He went, dude, you're the genius at this. I need you in my sphere. So we just created a brand new company. Um, One of the things that we're going to do in that company is bring in advisors that match up with business owners, and kind of like this, only on a scheduled every week for 6 weeks, kind of roundtable sessions where the advisors talk to the business owners and they help each other grow. It's a kind of a relationship marketing,
Mm-hmm.
kind of on steroids a little bit. Um,
Oh,
I really think what you're doing right here, number one, a lot of people here could be advisors in that. But the branding portion of what you're doing, uh, I haven't heard anybody doing it as um, focused as you are, where it's customized to the tone of that individual and not some, oh, I got this big marketing company and we're going to sell you all these ads and we're going to do all this and blah, 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 blah. And every time I hear that, I want to go, don't do it.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
If you don't, the brand portion, if you don't have that voice, if you don't have the idea of what you're putting out there,
Mm.
you're dead in the water. You're you're
Yep.
you're just throwing money out there,
Yeah.
right? So even if I want Mike to
Mhm.
create me some great stuff, I got to know what to tell him about it so that it becomes great stuff,
Mm.
right?
Mhm.
It's my brand.
Mhm.
You know,
Mm.
one of the I'm a multitasker, so I was actually building a website while I was watching all of these things. So
Wow.
one 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 of my websites I'm working on right now is called Soaring Hawk AI. You might see it in my logo there, because it's kind of what you talked about. The reason it's called Soaring Hawk AI has nothing to do with AI. Hawks have nothing to do with AI. I just particularly love red-tail hawks. They are like, when I see a red-tail hawk, it just lights my life up and I feel good and it makes me happy. It's like God went, hey, something fun's happening today. See that beautiful hawk sitting on that pole staring at you, or floating on the wind? So that's why I call it Soaring Hawk AI. Nothing to do with anything else.
But that's
So
a great
I totally
illustration. That's a great illustration of what Sebastian just shared with
uh,
us. That's great.
I so resonated with what you said in that other story because of that. Right. So
Cool. Cool.
wonderful, dude. I look forward to catching up with you. Cristal and Mike, you guys are amazing. Crystal, you probably saw, I registered yesterday on your website and got some of your stuff.
Awesome. If you have
Yay.
questions, let me know.
Yeah. And Mike,
Yay.
fantastic stuff on the whole security thing. A little frustrated because the trailer I have now, I bought brand new, has these freaking glass facing doors on them. And I'm like, how the heck? I got to figure out how to get a lock I know I can't do two locks, but some way to do that digital lock on that thing, that,
I'm
but
sure there's somebody out there that makes them for the glass doors. I'm not sure who it would be.
yeah, yeah.
Um,
I hate
but
these doors. I wish I never would have bought them, but it came with the trailer. Kind of goes along with that Lippert conversation we had the other
yeah,
day. But
adapt and
fantastic.
overcome.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mike, what are your thoughts on anything?
I'm back to where I was when
The
we first
whole
started
wide
talking.
world.
It's like
Yeah.
there's so many things and uh, just we're so heavy into the branding stuff that I was just listening to. It was almost like I was listening to myself talk about branding.
Mm-hmm.
It, we work on a different aspect with companies too. Is how do your behaviors within the company reinforce the branding? So
Oh.
the experiential branding is what we call it. Is that 16-year-old that's representing your brand at 5 o'clock in the afternoon on a Friday, living it?
Mm.
No, that's such an important part. Branding goes way further than people think. It's the company spirit. It's all of that.
It's
When you
culture.
have a company that, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
the company culture, exactly. Because you go to, let's say it was a store and you go there and everybody's happy and everybody's having a good time. They're serving you perfectly. You're gonna leave that place thinking, oh my God, that was the best experience I've ever had. So that's the best kind of branding you could ever have.
With those of us that travel a lot in
Mm-hmm.
Texas, if you've ever been to a Bucky's, suddenly a gas station is an experience.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you got to have a
Mm-hmm.
giant star on the side of every house, man. I mean,
Well, kind of along the lines of what you guys are talking about, building your brand is important, but then living up to that brand is super important too. And that can almost backfire more than if you didn't create the expectation in the first place. Like if you have that 16-year-old kid who isn't following the protocol, if you will, and just totally destroys the experience for the client, then you've actually created a negative
Yep.
experience and negative reviews and all that.
One of the things that
Yeah.
was pounded into me when I went to Disney was understand what your client's expectations are and then exceed that expectation every single time.
sure.
And then
Yep.
Yes.
you'll take care of the brand.
I think for the RV entrepreneurs, I think the hard part, uh, and one of the things I hope they get out of this whole summit is that many of the people that I worked with in the past are in the home services industry, or they're in something where they were a technician that was really good at something and then
Oh, sure.
said, okay, I want to start my own company. Okay.
Mm.
So they're really good at XYZ, but they don't understand operating a business and
Right.
branding and what it looks. So I had an electrician one day who I was trying to explain to him the difference between advertising and marketing. He thought they were the same thing. And I'm like, no, you know, and I'm trying to explain to him about that kind of stuff. We're helping the culture and getting who answers the phone and how do they do stuff. And so then when you look at that from the RV entrepreneur side, whether it's even if it's a person who's teaching courses online because they were really good at something, now they're getting up to my age. They're probably, getting behind me, but coming up to my age, and
What,
they're
like
out.
39,
Yeah,
40?
oh, that'd be a great day. I
Yeah.
wish I still looked 39, man. That guy had a really skinny waist. but at 72, that waist isn't there anymore. But the idea of being able to, as an RV entrepreneur, hear these things and understand how we can put them into place, and then recognize that if I'm going to write a book about my experiences and then try to sell that online or to do something like that, like um, I went totally blank, but
Sue,
what we were
yeah,
talking
Sue.
about, Sue, I can see her face. What Sue was
Mm-hmm.
talking about
Mm-hmm.
earlier, or whatever thing it is that you do, whether it's making sourdough bread,
Mm-hmm.
like Sarah, you know, you still
Mm-hmm.
have to present that out to the people that you're trying to work with, right? So what is it that you're presenting, right? Because I have this motto that we're all salespeople. Every day we are selling. I don't care who you are, you're a salesman. You're selling people on the person who cut your hair yesterday because they did a really good job. And you're going, oh, check out my new
Mm-hmm.
haircut. Or I seem to be selling people on my dog because that's what I talk about all day long. It's like, hey, check out my puppy. She's so cute. But we do that, right? So we present ourselves out there. So, it's like,
Mm-hmm.
and Mike understands this, I know, and you guys do too, that a good salesperson isn't trying to get somebody to buy something they don't need. So the good salesperson, and all of you here are saying, how can I help that person that I want to help discover what they need? Okay. And then help them find it. Okay. And if it's not the thing that I have, then go point them in the direction to where that is. Right. So
Mm-hmm.
it's like, I would never try to do what Sebastian does. I do not have the skill set for that. Okay. I have another skill set in branding, but not his. So if somebody came to me and I listened to what they said and I found out what they needed, then I would go, oh, here's the way to go. Or if I was talking to somebody about end of life things or just, your directives and those kind of things, dude, I'm like, I don't know, Google it or go talk to Christelle because I don't know.
Well, doesn't that point back to your purpose, your mission, in the business being about you?
It's all
So
relationship.
if you're in business, generally you want to help people. You want to help them in whatever capacity that you can serve them, right?
Mhm.
And so if your goal is to help them, then it's not to sell them something that they can't use or that's not going to benefit them. It's to help them find the thing that is.
Yeah, that's why I wrote my first book in the mid 90s was called Relationship Marketing, because that's what it's all about. Okay. And it's
Mm-hmm.
not relationship marketing in a way to use it as a tool to get somebody to do something you want them to do. It's it's relationship marketing, and to create a relationship with you, I have to find out who you are, right? I have to discover
Mm-hmm.
who you are first to have a relationship, right? You don't go on a first date and then start slamming stuff on them, right? Not if you want to have a second one.
Why not? Why can't it just be that easy?
No,
Although
that
that book
definitely
that
makes a
Sue
lot of
was talking
sense.
about, with the empty blank pages for the guys, I don't know. I guess that's true.
That, that's a big
Only
No, I
felt
think
a,
that
seller.
makes a
only felt a little bit hurt by that.
I think it
Was
makes
it?
a lot of sense,
A big-
even for people that are transitioning into that RV entrepreneur lifestyle, that you're really just kind of like taking what we've been doing in person and you are reframing it to this modular lifestyle. And because I
Mhm.
think about one of the reoccurring thoughts from everyone today is just that it really is our relationships that we build are the marketing that we do, and that becomes especially true when we are nomadic and always moving around to different people. And people don't care People do not care about what my services are or like how many workshops I've held or how many like classes I've taught. They want to know that I'm trustworthy. They want to know that I know what I'm talking about before they're going to give me any money. And I think about my in-person networking, and I never stuck with a facility or a hospice agency or a school just because they had a brand, they had a name, they had a good logo, they were popular. I stuck with the people that I met there. And when those people went to other locations, I went with them because we were compatible and we valued the same type of content that was important for the demographic that we were working with. And I think the same goes for when you're on the road and when you're networking online. I have sat in situations where people are trying to sell to me in our 30-minute chat, and those people do not get a call back.
Yep.
Like they don't. I ignore their calls. I don't return emails because I want nothing to do with your brand if your brand has nothing to do with being authentic and telling me who you are.
Yeah, I always feel
Yes.
sad for those who do that because part of them is that they're desperate. That at that critical point, like I mentioned before, is like they're in panic mode. So they're trying to sell as much as
Mhm.
possible, trying to force the person to give up their money. And I've actually had opportunities to say, tell the person, I just want to tell you that we've been talking for a half an hour and you haven't let me talk once. And
Yes.
and then the person went, oh, and then he went, I said, you're not listening to me. And if you all you're doing is selling to me, and it's not working. And
Mhm.
Mhm.
I said, I'm telling you because I think you're a nice person. You're just that you're in the wrong space right now. And I told him, and he apologized. And then he started to tell me, oh, I'm desperate. He actually told me.
Oh,
So
I think we
I
have the
Transactional.
felt bad.
same, like, I think we're talking about the same person, honestly. It's very,
Well, I've met him too.
You know what? I have been that person
And
in
I
my
think
life.
we've,
So, there were times in my life
yeah,
that
we
that's
all
what I
have,
was.
right?
I mean, there were
Yeah.
things that I didn't understand, and I was, you know, I was scrambling around doing it because that's the way I was told I was supposed to do it,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
You know, when I started my
Mhm.
first company in 1988, I thought buying, marketing, and advertising was the end all be all, and I spent thousands and thousands of dollars in 1988 dollars on, in those days, print ads, a right hand thumb position with all color print and blah 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 blah. And I hired people to come around and chase me around and take photos and put them on stuff and create custom billboards and do all of this fancy stuff. Couldn't see a return on investment on any of that,
One of the
right.
but
thing, one of the things Disney is famous for saying is, if you want brand loyalty, give your customers what they want, even when they don't know they need it.
there you go.
Can you give an example of that, Mike? I love that, but can you put that into action for me?
Um, I, well, I'll pick up the security hat again. One of the coolest things I noticed when I went to the Disney Institute, um, one of the primary considerations is safety and the guest experience. Every every one of their trash cans along the parade routes and stuff like that
Mm-hmm.
are themed to the environment you're in. But more importantly, they are shaped and put at a height where it's almost impossible for you to get up on it and stay there. You essentially slide down. So it takes into safety. You know, a parent wants to know that their kids are safe in an environment, and
Gotcha.
Disney takes a little extra step to make sure you can't put yourself in a situation where it's
Hmm.
unsafe.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
And then they
Mm-hmm.
don't even tell you
You know,
about
it
it, they
just
just do
popped.
it.
Mhm.
Yeah, they just do it.
One of
Yeah,
the one of the
that pops wayfinding into my mind.
one of
You
the
know,
cool
you
things
just
that
you want to know where you're supposed to go when.
one of the cool things they talked about while we were in the school was they figured out that there were some people that used to do all their maintenance at night, right? All the painting, all the landscaping. When the park was closed, that's when it was done. Then they found out there was a certain segment of their guest population that actually enjoyed talking to the landscapers and the painters and the maintenance people. There was some guy that came on vacation with his family that actually enjoyed that. So now they actually make that part of the show. There is somebody out there painting a thing that somebody will stop and talk to. So they wanted it or they needed it and didn't know they, well, they wanted it, but didn't know they needed it. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that made it happen for that person.
Mm-hmm.
Individualized guest
So now
experiences.
we're all gonna get our notebooks out and start
I
writing like
I could do a
Samuel was
whole nother
talking about.
class just on that one.
What do our people need to know that they don't know they need to know? That's so good. Well, Christelle, that's everything about you, right?
It tends to be. There's a lot that when I worked in hospice, I actually went into hospice about 6 years after I had gone to school. I'd switched my early childhood education to sociology and gerontology, and then I had actually homeschooled my son for a couple of years, and I was doing the military wife thing and bouncing around. And so I went into hospice, and I thought, oh, all of that stuff that I thought people were going to need to know. They've probably all, like everybody in the country or the world has learned it in the last few years. Like, I don't really, there's going to be no use for me. And boy, was I wrong. And sometimes I feel like I'm a broken record because sometimes I feel I'm like, oh my God, all you do is talk about advanced directives. All you do is talk about grief during the holidays. All you do is talk about hospice. But I realize, like, first of all, not everybody has learned it. Second, not everybody has retained it. And when you think about things, and I'm not in this line of work, obviously, but I read that, like science has proven that you need to try a new food, like what is it, 7 times or a certain number of times to determine if you really truly like it or not, if it's something new that you're not sure about. The same thing goes for getting people to take action. Sometimes you need to tell people multiple times the same information over and over again before it finally either clicks and they're like, oh, I understand what you're saying, or you've finally motivated them to do something about it. So whether that's legacy planning or advanced directives, end of like memorial and funeral planning, I mean, there's this myriad checklist, different checklists that you can have that people are like, oh yeah, like, but I don't need it now. And I'm like, right, but when you need it, you're not going to be able to make it. So, yeah, I feel like a broken record, but I realized that there are still a lot of people who don't know what they don't know, and that we're still not talking about death in the same capacity that we are talking about even like our finances, our retirement, we will plan what we're going to do for vacation in detail to what color underwear we're going to take with us in our suitcase. But we're not going to talk about what funeral arrangements we want until we're already dying.
And Christelle, I will raise my hand to that because I have heard you several times over the period of time that we've been meeting in the RV group. And every time I hear you, I go, I made an advance directive, I don't know, 6 or 7 years ago with an attorney through Legal Shield or somebody. I don't even remember where it's at. Right.
Oh.
And it's like I'd have to go look it up to try to find it. And I hear you talking, I go, I gotta do that. I've been promising my daughter I'd make sure I did a better job so she didn't have to dig through garbage when it was time to, if something happened to me, because when my ex-wife passed away and my daughter, I had to go down to Sacramento and do that. It was a wake-up call. And because she had no will, she had nothing, and then I moved up here in Oregon to get some big medical stuff done after being on the road for 6 years. And every new doctor, hospital, everybody I saw said, "Do you have an advanced directive?" And I'd go, I don't know.
And unfortunately, even though it is written in that if you are a licensed provider and you have an NPI, that you can get reimbursed for having advanced care planning conversations with your patients. Unfortunately, people are
Ah,
still in all parts of the clinical world. We're still experiencing too many patients. People are understaffed, they're underpaid, they're overworked, all of those things. It's this revolving door of clinicians. And also, where people are lacking is also in training. So you might get 30 minutes with your doctor to talk about advanced care planning. And I think that's wild because if you already have a chronic illness, let alone a terminal diagnosis, 30 minutes is barely going to answer questions about the trajectory of your disease. With people who have chronic illness, I will have upwards of 2 hour conversations with them. And then I still have to like actually transcribe, put everything in the advanced directive. And then we go over it and we sign it and all of that. These are very deep conversations that, are surface level. What do you value most? But then as you get them talking, a whole new world opens up. Your doctor is not having that conversation with you.
I'm just
right,
raising my hand to say,
right.
I know I'm supposed to do it, and I have been putting it off, and then that's why I jumped on your website earlier yesterday. Was it yesterday? Yeah. All right. Okay, I'm doing it this time. I'm gonna get it done.
Nice.
Maybe we should pay you to bug us, Christelle.
Right.
Let's just
I have a
knock on our
I have a
knock on
client.
our door every
I'm
month.
I have a client who that is kind of almost what she does with me. I met her, I was doing a workshop in New Jersey, and she said, I have some individual things I want to work on. Her and I meet monthly on Zoom, and she has told me that she refers to people that I am her death consultant. And I
Oh,
said, well, that's a new one, but okay. And she's like, you're just keeping me accountable.
And the
Wow.
thing is, that's part of, as a business owner, even you think about that. You were talking about 7 times to eat the food before you know whether it's good or not. There's also that whole statistics about your reticular activator, what you remember, you know and the
Mhm.
reason that McDonald's spends all that freaking money on billboards along the freeway, you aren't going to pull over and get a hamburger, okay? Right there, because you're going 65 or plus miles an hour down the freeway. But it's just that reminder so that when you think hamburger, and Sebastian can probably tell me if I'm right or wrong about this, but from what I remember is you can hold about 7 of anything in one thing, right?
mm,
You can say, if I ask you how many sodas are there, you'll get to about 7 and you'll run out of things to tell me, right? If I ask you how many real estate
Mm.
agent companies there are, you'll get to about 7 and you'll stop. It's just what we can hold into our brain when we start talking about things. So if somebody stays in front of us once a month, what I built a program around was every 21 days. All it does is just to remind you that I'm there, right? So
Mm-hmm.
that you will tell your friends about me. So when somebody else has a conversation about death or somebody being ill or something else, to use your business for an example, Christelle, you could be talking to me. You remind me of it. 20 days from now, I'm starting to phase off on who that person was who reminded me about being a doula, right? Because I can only hold so many things. But then I'm talking to somebody else and they go, oh, I've got this issue. I go, oh, yeah, that person can help you because you're at the top of their mind. And it goes along with
Mm-hmm.
what Kimberly was saying about or is it the brand or the individual? Because in 1993-ish, I was going to buy a Century 21 franchise. I had a real estate company that I started, uh,
Mm.
mom and pop thing. Me, actually, my twin brother and I and my daughter started the company, and I was really successful, and I was going to buy a franchise. I was at the point of signing the freaking franchise documents. I was like a week away from signing them. It was going to cost a lot of money. And I decided to check something. And so I sent out a message and called as many clients as I could think of that knew me. And I asked them 2 questions. and this was in the early 90s, Century 21 was the #1 company at the time. They had these little gold jackets. They did all this stuff. It was all, because it was great branding. But I
Brown
asked
and
them
gold.
2 questions. The first question was, when you think of real estate, what's the first company that comes to your mind? 80% of them said Century 21. It was huge, gigantic. But then I asked them the second question that turned out to be even more important. And I did it just off the cuff. I didn't even think about why I was doing it. I just said, when you think about the person who helps you in your real estate, do you care what brand they belong to? 100% said no. 100% of the people that I asked said they could care less what brand that person worked for. They were hiring that agent, that person, that relationship. That's what they wanted, was that personal relationship. Even though they knew Century 21 was the biggest brand, that wasn't why they were going to do it. So I didn't buy the franchise, and I'm glad I didn't. So
Dodged a bullet. Underscore personal brand. I will tell you a little bit of a story around this too. On Alignable, which we're all on Alignable, so I don't mind advertising for them a little bit. Where we do a lot of networking. I meet a lot of people, a ton of people, and there's certain franchises or networking company part of that too, and each person is their own individual person, right? And somebody came to me and said, I need to find an agent for XYZ company. I'm not going to say the company. And I said, oh, I know several of them. Let me go find one for you. And I couldn't find who I had in my mind. I knew I had somebody I thought would be a really great fit, but they weren't coming to mind. So I couldn't even search for them because I couldn't pull up their name. And so I got back to her and I said, you know what? I can't get in touch with the person I wanted to refer to. She said, that's okay. I found somebody else. Well, not 24 hours later, this person that I was trying to think of reached out to me and booked an appointment. And it had been probably 6 months since we had an appointment. And I said, I really wish you would have reached out to me 3 days ago because I would have had a referral for you. So that really illustrated to me the importance of staying top of mind with people for what it is that you do, because I couldn't pull that referral out. Nothing. I tried.
that's why that 21-day touch program worked so well for me. I took that company from me and my twin brother and daughter into offices in multiple states with no advertising, all built around that 21-day touch idea. Every 21 days, we did different things. And in those days, I had my kids sitting there watching television and paid them to stuff envelopes and fold them and lick them and check the addresses and do all of that. We didn't have the internet, man. That didn't exist. We didn't have pagers, man. We were like...
So funny. Well, other than community, which I think is great, I would love it if each of you would answer for me, what's the importance of summits like this or mastermind groups for you as an RV entrepreneur or as an entrepreneur in general? If you don't mind doing that before we close this out and move to our next speaker, that would be, I think, really helpful and informative to people. So, Sebastian, do you have any thoughts on that? What's the importance of networking and summits and things?
I think already from learning from each of you already, it was super interesting, and it opened up my mind to different things, and to now I learned something, and it stays with you. And again, I'm saying the same stuff, but it is staying with me. The stuff about Walt Disney and about death. And now I want to go and check my life, do that paperwork, because I guess I need it, because I'm getting up there. So but yeah, I feel that it's a great opportunity to learn and to grow. And then you meet extremely interesting people, because it's better than just walking to the cafe. Now we're actually active and learning and stuff. So I love this. Sorry. That's all.
Yeah. Thanks. Awesome. Christelle, would you share?
I would say that outside of connection and being able to learn from peers and grow the relationships that we were talking about, I think that summits especially are really low risk, low stress ways for people to be in front of a group of other people. If you are interested in providing community education, or if you're trying to work on your speaker skills, or if you're just trying to kind of mull over the different ways that you want to brand yourself, participating in a summit and creating that opportunity for yourself, I think is a great way to just practice a new presentation or to see what lands with people, or, so I think before you go and like apply for a TED Talk, you could do a few of these, and then you can grow that brand recognition. You get to grow the trust. You're able to give away something of value to help people know more about your brand. And everyone should do a couple.
Awesome. Hit me up. We'll get you on the schedule for next time. Mike.
Um, I'll echo the same sentiments. I mean, aside from the networking and making connections with everybody else's, every summit I've ever been a part of or went to or attended, I walk away with an actionable pearl of wisdom that I did not have going into it. And that's, you can't replace that value. Every man is a specialist in their own industry. It's that technician that Patrick was talking about. And the knowledge that they have gained by doing what they do for others is irreplaceable.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And they do it in their own way, right? They have a different perspective on it than
Oh,
the next guy
absolutely.
that does the same thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You can tell the person that's actually done it, right? As opposed to
Right.
somebody who's talking about it.
Yeah. Yeah. Patrick, you have thoughts?
Yeah, kind of same as everybody, but I want to emphasize that the relationship portion of this is, to me, is number one. That's the most important part. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but also what I learned from them is that I could have said, "Oh, I'm going to do a course yesterday at 1 o'clock my time," and then not listen to anybody else and just treated it like any
Right.
other kind of webinar class thing that I might do. And I have done thousands of them. So these things, I tend to want to hang out and listen to hear what other people are doing. Right. And then I pick up
Mm-hmm.
stuff from everybody that has a little new thing, either a different spin on what I'm already doing or something fun new that I didn't even know about. And so, or something that I'm reminded that I need to do, like the bug out bag from Mike, or the stuff from Cristal, right? It's like I pick up these things and I go, oh, that's right, cool, right? And so I love that part. But then when you to put on your entrepreneur hat, okay,
Mm-hmm.
I could take the same, I would put the same amount of energy into creating a presentation on my own if I was going to do an event where I was going to do, and again, I do a lot
Mm-hmm.
of whether I'm going to do a webinar or a seminar or a 3-day workshop or whatever. And some of them I sell, some of them I do for free, all those different kinds of things. The energy that I put into creating that, the energy that I use to create the slide decks, the script, and all of that to make sure that I'm bringing value is a lot of work, right?
Mm-hmm.
When I can do it with a group of people, I can reach an audience that I never would have thought to reach. And to me, that's like icing on the cake. It wasn't why I did it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But when you look back at it, you go, well, dude, that was kind of cool. I was going to do a class like that anyway. Or so, like Crystal said, I could say, oh, well, let me practice this class in a safer environment, and I don't have to worry about talking to my computer because nobody signed up for it. And I have taught that class a many a time.
I think we all have. The room
So
of one.
I know it's going to
Yeah,
be a
well,
bumpy
that's
road,
interesting.
but the icing on the
Yeah,
cake is that portion of it. So yeah. And I'm sorry, if I would have
yeah.
known this, I would have worn real clothes today. I didn't know I was going to be on screen.
You look great. Yeah, look great.
Yeah.
We're all RVers or solopreneurs, so we get it. Patrick, though, you just blew my mind because I was going to share from the attendees' perspective, or at least what I imagine the attendees' perspective to be. All of these conversations that we've had over these 2 days, and we still have one more to go with Luca coming up here in just a little bit, have somehow or another created layers of redundancy in some cases, but not but to Christelle's point, you've heard the same points made in several of these different presentations. And the point you just made, which has totally left my brain right now, Patrick, falls into that. The collaborative piece of like this. That's exactly what Sue was talking about with her book presentation is if you don't want to do it, man, on your own, then find some collaborative partners to do it with and share audiences and make sure that it's a good fit, right? Make sure the audience is a good fit. But so there's that. But then some of the stuff that Sarah was talking about with money mindset really lent into what John was talking about yesterday and her talk about purpose and making investments tied in with Christelle. And we've already talked about how Patrick and Sebastian lined up and had alignment. And Mike, I mean, we all just want you to come camp next to us. But
And don't forget to bring
there
that
was
non-existent dog.
right. I'm gonna go out and buy me the biggest dog bowl, I swear. Put it outside of my heartbeat.
It's the simple things.
But anyway, so not only can you get your message across or hear some really interesting messages, but it's all layering on each other. And you don't have to be the expert in anything. As an entrepreneur, especially if you're a plumber, you don't necessarily have to be the expert bookkeeper or the expert branding person or expert in AI and all the promotional things. But it helps to know a little bit about it. And Sarah made this point, and her point was you don't have to be a bookkeeper or a CPA, but you need to understand what you need a bookkeeper and a CPA to do. You need to understand what the branding should look like. You need to understand how to make smart choices when you're buying promotional stuff or when you're taking your show on the road and want to be safe. You need to understand how to find and navigate the death consultants of the world. So I think that's from the attendee perspective what I hope people get is that an understanding of how to navigate all of these bits and pieces of their business or their entrepreneur or their RV life, not necessarily to become an expert in all of them. That's my 2 cents.
I want to just say again that, you're tying together what Sue's doing in her book was what was on the top of my head, and I didn't say that, but that's exactly where I was thinking too, was that this is kind of like the video version of that, if you will, right? In that
Yes.
people can come to the replays of this just like they would go buy the book, and then
Yes.
get there's an overlaying base RV entrepreneurs kind of a thing, but then you have all of these different flavors in there that you can go and check out and then keep coming. So when I buy the book, for example, I might not resonate with this chapter or that chapter, but I did that chapter, this chapter, right? Same thing here. I may
Mm-hmm.
be, and even because we're all growing and changing all of the time. This week, I'm focusing on this
Absolutely.
kind of thing. I'm going to be working with Crystal. And then later on, I can go back to the replays and go, oh, yeah, now what did Mike say about doing this or that? Right. Or what did Sebastian say about the color red? You know, those kind of things, right? And that's what I love about it. I think that's what you brought to the table, and thank you
Yeah.
for putting that all together, because I do not have the strength to do that. I'm really blessed to have you uh, do that for us.
Oh, this has been a ton of fun, and we are not done yet. So I am going to thank all of you for coming to this discussion, kind of impromptu. So this was like, hey, why don't we have this conversation? Um, and I appreciate you showing up for it. I think it was fun, and I think some of the most important nuggets come out of these kind of unexpected conversations. So. Thank you, guys. I'm going to now turn the tables and introduce our next speaker.
So
Guys can jump over to YouTube and watch.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank
Bye.
you. All right, here we go. So, oh wow, that was a great discussion with some of our great speakers from today and yesterday. From the event. So fun times. Thank you guys for hanging in there with us and sharing. If you are watching on YouTube, this is the Anchored in Freedom Summit. You can find us at anchoredinfreedomsummit.com. You have just a little bit longer to jump over there and register for this event, even though we only have about another hour to go. We've got some great door prizes. You can find those listed there as well. So I want you to have an opportunity to jump in there and get in the running to win some of those things. And definitely, hopefully you get value. And I want you to feel like you are valued part of this summit just by attending and being here with us. So thank you so much, whether you're watching the replay or watching live. Thank you so much for spending some of your time. Now, one of the first people I thought of when we first started discussing holding this summit was Heather Ryan over at Tax Queen. She is a nomad herself, and she is the tax queen, and she has branched out. Now, Heather couldn't be with us today, but she has sent us an incredible presenter. Luca is with us today, and Luca's going to be answering questions in the chat on YouTube as we move through this presentation. So if you have anything that you want to know from Luca, please pop your question in the YouTube chat. This presentation has to do with taxes if you're a nomad or an entrepreneur, and there are some unique differences that you need to pay attention to especially if you're running a business. So I'll get to that in a moment, but I want to remind you that Luca is offering to do 3 tax strategy planning sessions, 30 to 60 minutes each. So those are part of our door prizes. Definitely get your name in the ring for that, because that is a valuable contribution. So thank you, Luca and Tax Queen, for that. All right, without further ado, let me get Luca hooked up here, and we will move into the RV tax playbook. Let me make sure that I have this set up correctly here. I'm going to stop this. We all know how to be flexible. Right. Okay, let's try that again. I want to make sure you're able to hear this. Sure, there we go. There we go. Without further ado, Oh no. No. Okay. Okay, bear with me for one moment. Write your question, Luca, in the chat while I figure out the tech. Well, Luca, if you're watching, you could jump in here with me and we can tackle this together. The best laid plans. All right, folks, we are having some technical difficulties, but fortunately, Luke here with us, and he's gonna jump in here and get us going.
Hello. Hi, Kimberly. Nice to see you.
Hey, thanks for being here and being flexible. I'm not sure what's going on, but fortunately, Luke here with.
Okay, I think there's like some feedback there. think this is better now. So I can present live if that's easier because it seems like the recording was not working.
Excellent.
Just give me a second and I will get everything pulled up. Just a minute.
Great. Thank you so much. You've
Okay.
got questions coming in already, so
Okay.
I'll have those for you
Okay.
when,
Yeah,
well,
at the end,
actually, here, let me read this one. I'll save it.
Okay.
And would that be better?
Yeah, that's fine. Doesn't matter. I'm just seeing if you guys have. It's not quite letting me share my screen. Hi, everyone. My name is. Oops,
There you go.
this is weird. Are you able to see my screen or no?
I cannot see your screen, but you are welcome to share your screen.
Yeah, I'm trying to share my screen right now, but it
Hi,
is
everyone. My name is.
it's like not pulling out properly. I apologize for this.
No worries. It's not your.
Everyone.
Yeah,
We are digital nomads. We know how to be flexible,
yeah.
resilient, and all the things.
Okay, let me try something.
I have watched the. I've had the pleasure of pre-watching the presentation is well worth it. So
Okay, I think you guys should be able to see my screen now. Is this good?
there you are.
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
So, apologize for that.
Okay, I'm going to go away and leave you at Luca. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Kimberly. So my name is Luca. I'm a CPA and I'm an enrolled agent, and I work with Tax Queen. So I work with Heather herself. I'm a digital nomad myself. I'm, mostly in Europe, but all around. And I work with lots of RV entrepreneurs and digital nomads on tax strategy and compliance. So today, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through what I call the RV tax playbook. So this is the biggest mistakes that I see in the space, and more importantly, these are where we have real opportunities to save money and stay protected.
Before we get into the framework,
oops,
I want to make sure that this is actually useful for you.
oops, sorry.
It's for.
I have like I'm so sorry about this. The recording for some reason is like playing over this.
Hi, everyone. My name is Luca Pezzali, and I'm a CPA and enrolled.
Okay. I hope if you're able to hear me, if you have an issue. Okay, so
Very good.
sorry about that. Before we get into this, I want to talk about who this is actually for. So if you're running a business and you're living full-time in an RV, it could be that you're, just hit the road. We've been doing this for years. It's built for you. So it could be, a lot of people that I see pick a domicile state because someone in an RV Facebook group will say to. It could be, you're not sure, if your business structure is set up correctly, or maybe you're just, dreading April. This is something that I see all the time with clients. The most important thing today is hopefully to help give you some advice to make some of that anxiety go away. So kind of the type of thing that I see over and over again is that people, it's not necessarily that they're not trying, but the tax rules for the lifestyle are really different. So when you're in, an RV, you're moving around lots of different states. Most of the general advice that you'll see online doesn't really apply. So there's three patterns that I'll see that, are really common. People get taxed in states that they thought that they'd left before. They'll use a business structure that's costing more than what it's actually saving, or they'll, make issues with deductions. So they'll be writing everything off, or on the flip side, they'll be really scared and they won't write anything off. So both of those cause real problems, and we're going to address all three of those today. So I'm going to give you a real example of kind of what this looks like. So I recently had a client who moved from California to Florida about 2 years before we started working together, and they had a mail forwarding address, so like one of those virtual post office boxes, and they'd updated it. They even updated their driver's license, and they thought that that was fine. But we're talking about California. So California and also states like New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, these are high tax states that are very aggressive. They sent them a bill for 2 years of back taxes because they couldn't actually prove that they'd left. They didn't have, a local bank account. They didn't have a lease. They didn't even have a declaration of domicile, which is one of the common things. So here's what we're going to talk about today. There's kind of four pillars that I focus on. The first one is domicile. That's where you're taxed, and that's the foundation. And if you get that wrong, kind of everything else is going to be, built on shaky ground. The next one is structure. That's how you're taxed. It's about making sure that the legal and the tax setup of your business actually makes sense and matches where your income is. And the next one are the deductions. That's what you're claiming. That's what most people are either leaving money on the table from, or they're taking on a lot of extra risk and they're not realizing how dangerous that can be. And then finally, we have systems. That's how you stay compliant. It's really not very fun, but it's what holds everything together. And it's really important because without a system, nothing else matters. So the important thing to think about when we're thinking about these four pillars is that they're not independent. You definitely need all of them, but they all work together. So for example, a bad domicile decision will affect your deductions and a wrong structure will affect how your systems need to work. They're all connected. So what we're going to do is go through each one. and then you'll be able to look at your own situation. So the first one we have domicile. This is the one that, surprises people the most because it seems like it's something simple, but it's not. You think, oh, you just pick a state, but getting it wrong can be really, really expensive. So the most common mistake that I see is people will just pick any random, no income tax state. That could be Florida, Texas, South Dakota, and they won't actually establish the domicile. So, contrary to popular belief, just having a mail forwarding address is not enough. Your old state, will come after you if you don't have proof that you actually left. The second one that I see is people are not thinking about the full tax picture. They think about income tax, which is really important, but there's also sales taxes and there's other state-specific levies like a vehicle excise tax, which is really important for RVs. And then the third thing is that if you're earning income in multiple states, you have different rules about when you owe them tax. So there's actually sometimes non-resident, income tax, and you don't think about that. And every single state has different rules. And then one thing that people don't, know is that California has a specific unit. It's called the Franchise Tax Board. And within there, they have just one specific group of people that's actively auditing people who are leaving the state to actually make sure that they left. And they have a checklist of exactly what they look for. And if you left California or any high tax state and you don't establish your domicile correctly and you don't protect yourself, you might still be on the radar. So, oops. So done right, your domicile planning is really powerful. So the right state can eliminate all of your state income tax legally and permanently. And proper planning can mean less returns instead of, tons of different returns. And that means you have lower CPA bills, you have less complexity, and it's just a lot less stress. And if you build a paper trail now, especially, just after tax season, we still have, 3/4 of the year ahead of us, a declaration of domicile, local ties, and we collect the right documentation, you can have a clear answer if your previous state is ever questioning your move or questioning, what your situation is. And it's not about hiding like some people think. It's about being intentional and doing it properly. So that brings us into the question that I get really often. That's what states are people choosing and what's the right state? So there's three big ones. That would be Florida, South Dakota, and Texas. The main thing that you'll realize, they don't have income tax. Each one, though, has trade-offs. So Florida, it's a bit difficult to establish, but of course, there's no sales taxes on services. And then it has, some pretty rigorous insurance requirements. So that could, increase your cost. South Dakota is another one that's really common. It's easier to establish, and you can even get a driver's license with just one night's receipt from a hotel, motel, campground, or RV park, but it has a 4% motor vehicle excise tax. And then also, one thing that people don't realize is that sales tax applies to most services. The next one is Texas. They have a lower vehicle rate, but the paperwork is more involved. There's a franchise tax for entities that are above a certain threshold. That's, a pretty high threshold, 2.5 million. But we have to be aware of it. And then there's also some services that are subject to sales tax, not professional services, but some other ones. And the right choice is really going to depend on your situation. So for me, that was Texas, but for some other people, it could be other ones like Florida. And so, it's very situation dependent. And this is where, a professional stepping in to help and analyze is very important. So second part, we have business structure. This is where, I see some of the more expensive mistakes, but it's also where we have some really good savings opportunities. So there's two main types of failure that I see. The first one is doing nothing. So people just stay on a Schedule C, they're a sole proprietor, past the point where it makes financial sense. And the reason that that can be an issue is that self-employment tax is 15.3% of your net profit. So once you get to like $60,000, $80,000 or more, that adds up really quickly. And there are some structures that can reduce it. The main one is an S corporation. And this is, what a lot of the bigger people do. The other issue, though, is some people will create an S corp because they think, oh, this must save me a bunch of money when they're, not making that much money, maybe $40,000 or so. That's usually a threshold when we start to look at it. They'll hear on a podcast that that's good, and it does save some tax sometimes, but there's a lot of different compliance costs. So you have payroll, you have additional filings, you have potentially, audits, and that can easily outweigh the savings when you're at a lower income. And one thing that people don't realize is that since you have to run payroll with an S corporation, you end up having, to actually file 4 tax returns or 5 sometimes, for the payroll. And that has really high penalties if you don't get that correctly. And over a third of S corporations with net income are actually not running any payroll, which is like a huge audit, risk. And so that matters because, the IRS is looking for ways to make more money now, especially with AI. And this doesn't even require that much AI. They just look through, who filed an S corporation return, and they see, okay, someone right here has income, they didn't do the payroll. It's obvious because it's a line on the return, and then you're, facing an audit, and then your $8,000 of savings is gone in a second. So the main thing that's good, best here is matching your structure to where you are. So a Schedule C is completely fine if you're small, you're starting out, and you don't need to add complexity that you don't need. But if your income is growing, an S corporation is going to save thousands in self-employment tax. But you have to make sure that, your income is going to support that overhead. And the most important thing that I would say is to revisit it. So what makes sense at $50,000 might not make a lot of sense at $120,000. So the main thing is your structure should evolve as your business evolves as well. State also matters. So New York, for example, it's usually if you're a New York City resident, it's not a good idea to do an S corporation. So you have to balance that as well with what you're doing on the state side. So now going into the third kind of section, we have deductions. This is where, there's often a blurry line between what's a personal and your business life. And that creates a lot of confusion for RV entrepreneurs, and it creates a lot of risk. And also, in an audit, that's always a big target. So the RV, this is a huge one. So I've seen some people that will try to deduct 100% of their RV, and they say, okay, I'm living here, but I need it for my business. And so, I'm just going to deduct it. And the IRS has seen this, and an auditor is going to look at this and automatically deny it. It's a really big flag. On the other side, I'll see some people that'll miss deductions that they're entitled to. Some really common ones will be, self-employed health insurance premiums, sometimes retirement contributions like a SEP IRA, a home office in very certain situations, sometimes, a proportional percentage of your internet. So that could be like Starlink, and that's real deductions that can save you money. And underneath all of it, though, is your documentation. So a deduction without a receipt, a log or a business purpose is going to be a deduction that's not going to be defended. The IRS automatically is just going to get rid of that if you get audited. So what's our goal here? Some people think like, let's maximize all of our deductions, or let's maximize, how safe we can be. That's not the way that I approach it. The way that, I think is best to approach it is maximizing your defensible deductions. So you want to take the right ones and defend every single one of them. But of course, you don't want to leave ones out that you can't defend, or that you can defend, sorry. And so sometimes, for an RV entrepreneur, it could even be like a simple note in your phone or a basic spreadsheet showing what's for business. This is really important because it's contemporaneous. So it holds a bit of weight in an audit, as long as you can prove kind of when you actually wrote that note. So as long as you're, doing that, it's very helpful. However, it's very important to keep those logs so that they're contemporaneous. You have the receipts and you have a little note about what it was, and you're not reconstructing all of your records in March. It takes a couple minutes. You can do it maybe once a month, once a quarter, but it'll save you many hours in the future and a lot of stress. So now we're moving into our final pillar. This is systems. So this is everything that we've kind of talked about. It's our domicile, our structure, and our deductions. I'm putting it into a way that works for you. And the most important thing is that everything we've talked about only is going to work if you have a system to support it. But unlike what a lot of people might think, it doesn't really need to be that complicated. So the mistakes here are almost always the same, and this is the place where people, I would say, make the most mistakes. So they'll have their receipts in a shoebox, or, since you're a digital nomad, you might have it in a little folder on your computer that's called like, I'll deal with it later, or ask my accountant, and that folder never gets dealt with. So another thing that I'll see is missing quarterly estimated tax payments and then getting hit with penalties that were avoidable. We can calculate this at tax time, and we just have to make those payments. Sometimes what I'll see is I'll see no separation between personal and business finances and everything running through one account. And it makes, bookkeeping from my side a nightmare. But what it also does is it creates a real opportunity for an auditor to just disallow a lot of your deductions. So what's the fix? It's simpler than what a lot of people are expecting. You just need, a dedicated business checking account and maybe like one bookkeeping tool. That could be like a basic spreadsheet, and that's a lot. But if you are just getting started and you don't have a lot of money to spend on software, a spreadsheet works. I've done that in the past, um, and it works just fine. You could do QuickBooks if you have a little bit more income. So for estimated taxes, we have 4 dates. I would put those in your calendar. It's April 15th, June 15th, September 15th, and January 15th. And if you just take 15 minutes per quarter to pay what you owe, you won't face that penalty. For people with stable income where we can predict it, you can even set up an IRS online account and you can schedule all the payments in advance all at once. And then finally, we have clean books, and those really pay for themselves because you end up having faster tax preparation, you have a much lower bill from me, and you have no panic when it comes to April. So instead of, wondering what the result of your tax return is going to be, you have a good idea of what's going to happen. So there's kind of a main shift that I want you to leave with today. So we want to be proactive taxpayers, not reactive taxpayers. Reactive is more like scrambling every April. You're guessing on your deductions and hoping that nothing gets flagged. You're finding out about problems after they've already cost you money. Proactive, on the other hand, looks like having clean books year round. So if you ever look, you want to see what's going on in your business, you pull up your system and there's no surprises. There's deductions that you can defend. There's no surprises ever, and there's a structure that fits your life. And it doesn't require being a tax expert. The only thing that really matters here is just having a good plan in place and revisiting it whenever your business is growing, or if it's not growing, but just reevaluating it from time to time. So I want to take a little bit of time to have people think through this. So I want you to think about which column is describing your tax life right now. If it's the left one, it's not a terrible thing. Plenty of people are in your situation, but it just means that you haven't had the right information yet and you haven't made things as good as it could be. Being on the right side is really achievable, and it doesn't require being a tax expert. It just requires a plan. So I kind of want to close with this. If you've made it through, I'm sure you actually care about your business. You care about your lifestyle seriously, and that's really important. So there's a lot of people that we'll see that are just kind of winging it and they hope it works out. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. And then they come to us, when they have an audit. But because you're here today, that means you're not doing that. And that puts you, ahead of a lot of people that we see. So what we do is we sit down with clients and we look at your full picture. We look at your domicile, we look at your structure, we look at your deductions, we look at your systems, and we figure out exactly where the gaps are and what it would actually take or save to fix them. And that conversation usually only takes about an hour, and people will leave with a clear action list, regardless of whether we work together. Of course, that's a more, intensive service. But if you're looking to just see if we might be a good fit, you can always schedule a call. And so what you can do is scan the QR code and we can learn a bit about more each other. We can learn about our stories and see if we might be a good fit. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Luca, and thanks again for jumping in there and being flexible. Oh goodness. We've got questions. So if you're
Okay.
game, I'm gonna shoot them to you.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, first question. If I am offering a service remotely to clients nationwide,
Okay.
should I be paying state tax in the state they live in, state I'm registered, or the state I'm physically in when I render the service?
So there's the legal answer, which is the state you're in when you render the service. That's the legal answer. The reality is that states are pretty aggressive sometimes when it comes to sales taxes. So that's where the state that you're registered in also plays in. Um, so we want to, in a lot of cases, register in a state where we wouldn't have to pay any sales taxes. And then whenever we're in a state physically providing that service, then we just pay in that state. So there's a legal reality, and then there's a better reality of how to make things easier.
Great answer. Great answer. That's why a lot of people do domicile in those no tax states. Okay.
Yeah.
Here's another one. I believe you said staying as a sole proprietor until you get to 40K is best. Does that mean gross or net income?
That's usually our net income. So gross is helpful at looking at how big the business is, but net is kind of how much money you have for compliance. So if you only have $40,000 and it costs an extra, let's say like $1,000 to $3,000 a year, you're spending, maybe like 5 to 7% of your income just on handling the compliance, and that will take out a lot of your savings. Of course, it's not a one size fits all solution. You have to do an analysis of what a fair compensation is. Um, and then, you can see that. But generally, almost everyone under 40,000, it doesn't make sense.
Okay, great. All right. And then if I sell online, wait a second,
Mhm.
I can't read this one. If I sell online, does my I think it says location make a difference. I think you've already answered that, but you can expand. This
Yep.
is for somebody who sells software as a service.
Okay. Software as a service is a little bit different. So it's not an actual service, it's treated more as a product. So a lot of the time that will depend on where the customer is actually located. Again, there's different quotas of how many sales you have to make before you start paying tax in a state. So again, this is, I hate to like say, consult a professional, but this is one of those situations where it
Yeah.
really pays itself. Just to talk to someone, see kind of what works for you.
Okay, cool. Let's see, next one. And this is from, we talk about the home office deduction. And when you're in a home, you have like an office in a
Yeah.
corner or something, it's easy to separate that out. But when you're in an RV, sometimes you're sitting at the dining room table
Yeah.
or setting up in a space that's just for multiple things. How does
Yeah.
that play out as far as a home deduction, office deduction?
Yeah. So this is kind of a thing where I really hate to be the bearer of bad news. But what ends up happening is the law is that if you're not using the space exclusively for your work, it's not deductible for a home office deduction. The way that we can sometimes get around that is sometimes people will have a trailer that they'll bring with them, and that trailer they'll use exclusively, and so we can deduct that portion of it. However, if you're talking about, an RV and you have it and you're using, the table for working and for, living, unfortunately, it just doesn't quite reach that requirement.
Okay, and then finally, how does a business know, and I know, I think I know the answer to this, how does a business know if they need to make those quarterly payments versus
So
just filing at the end?
So there's a way to avoid the penalty always, and that's paying 100 to 110% of your prior year tax or 90% of your current year tax, and you have to pay that throughout the year and a quarter of that in each of the 4 quarters. There's another way that's a little bit more complicated if your income is, coming all in at the end of the year, but in general, that's how we plan it. The way that I usually suggest to clients is depending on their income level, just take, 25% of whatever your taxes were and pay that each quarter. Sometimes it'll be a little bit more. So like, 27.5%. Um, but if you pay that throughout each quarter, then there's no penalty. Of course, if you want to, have that penalty, that's okay. It's only 7% a year. And that would be, if you pay it at tax time.
That's a choice you could make, pay the 7%. Okay. Let's see if I have any other on here. That looks like that is all of our questions. At what, here's one more from me. At what level of business do you feel like somebody needs to sit down and have a consultation with someone like you? If I am baking bread on my RV, do I need to come and talk to you about setting up business plans, or
Yeah.
where does
I
that
mean,
begin?
so there's some different levels. It depends on the type of business you have. So if you're baking bread, that's fine. Some states have like cottage laws where you can, bake bread and there's nothing to worry about. And if you're just doing that, on the side, fine. There's some states that are a little bit more difficult where you might have to have a license. And it really is helpful just to consult with someone. So for example, I have one client and her son right now is starting out as a race car driver. And even though he doesn't have any income, he's just starting to see me. Doesn't have to be anything that's, that intense. We're not even setting up bookkeeping, but just getting these systems in place so that as your business grows, it can keep going. I would say at least like once a year, it's good to consult with someone just to have like a little checkup. Same way you go to a doctor, same thing for your finances. Working, more intensely, that depends on how big your business is. I'd say maybe like 30, 40,000 a year. Um, But if you don't have good records, then maybe before then.
Okay. I've got questions, and we've got more coming in, so I'm going to keep you for a little while longer. Oh gosh, there's a little emoji that is blocking part of the questions. Can I use something like blank to handle my sales tax and feel okay with that as I travel?
So there's some like software.
Stripe.
Yeah. Okay. So
Use
there's some
something like
software that can
Stripe to
handle
handle my
it. Yeah.
taxes.
That's completely fine. If you want to, do it on your own, you can, but most people will use some sort of software. Stripe, I believe, will take care of the vast majority of it. As long as you're making sure that it's making the filings and not just doing the withholdings, then you should be okay. Sometimes, for example, people that will sell on Amazon, Amazon will act as kind of this intermediary. And so then you don't have to actually pay any sales taxes because Amazon will do that whole thing on your behalf. But it's just important to make sure that that's being taken care of properly.
Okay. Yeah, I see. Okay, Stripe. Yeah. Okay, and one more question, payroll question.
Yep.
So as a business owner, I know some business owners just take owner disbursements versus writing themselves a paycheck.
Okay.
What are the ins and outs of that? Pros and
So,
cons.
um, so you can do that. I take, owner's disbursements all the time, and that's awesome. But you have to do payroll as well. So if you're not doing payroll, you're not following the law. And that's, a really good, audit target. The owner's disbursements, the benefit of that is that that's not subject to self-employment tax. And the payroll, of course, is. Of course, it's through a W-2, so it's not, directly called self-employment tax, but comes out to the same amount. Um, you have to pay what's called reasonable compensation as payroll. If you're not paying that, the IRS will, just reclassify it. Whether they actually do that is a different question, but in general, we always have to have reasonable compensation if there is net income and something is coming out of the S corporation. So you have to have payroll.
Is that true for a sole proprietor or an LLC as well?
No. So sole proprietors,
No.
no.
Okay.
An LLC, though, can choose how it wants to be taxed. So an LLC can be taxed as a sole proprietorship, then we don't need that. But if an LLC is taxed as an S
Okay.
corporation, then you have to have that.
Okay. Good to know. Good to know. Are there any other questions that you get commonly asked that we haven't talked about today?
For today, I think the main thing that I always get is what like software should I use? How do I set it up? For me, I don't like Intuit that much. I think QuickBooks is awesome, but I just don't like the company. So I'd say like Xero is great.
Aha.
Wave maybe. But you can even use a spreadsheet. But really, as an accountant, I don't really mind what software you use as long as you're using it regularly. And then when it comes to tax time, everything's organized. That's the most important thing, and that will help an auditor if, God forbid, you are audited to make their job
Mm-hmm.
really easy.
Okay, so it doesn't matter what, just find something and use it.
Find something. Don't like stress over what you're doing, but
Yeah.
just find something that works for you and stick to it. It's just like working out.
Oh, God. You had to bring that into it. Good. All right.
It's the same type of
Way to
thing. It's
end
like
the show.
as long as you're, sticking to
How
it.
many of us are consistent with our workouts?
Yeah.
That's funny. All right. Well, then I'm going to let you go. I think you've answered all of our questions. We had some really good questions. You had some really good answers, and you have proven yourself to be ultimately professional and flexible on the technicalities. So I appreciate that so much and appreciate your time and your door prizes. Do you want to say anything? You were doing the tax strategy planning sessions
Yep.
as door prizes. You want to
Yep.
say
So
anything
for
about that?
Yeah, so for three of you, there's going to be tax strategy included. So that's a 30-minute to a 1 hour session where what I'll do is I'll just review your previous tax returns. I'll look at your systems. If you want to focus on something else, we can focus on something else. But it's just, 30 to 60 minutes of whatever you want, and we'll just, plan. Hopefully, that will have you leaving with a good idea of how to implement things and how to improve things moving forward. If you didn't unfortunately win, then you can scan the QR code on my presentation and you can schedule a 15-minute call. That's kind of a more informal call just to see, if we would be a good fit. But definitely, either way, reach out to me and we can always talk.
Excellent. Luca, thank you. And if you want to reach out to Luca, you can go to anchoredinfreedomsummit.com, find his name, click speaker info, and that there's a link to the 15-minute discovery call and how to get a hold of Luca if you have any other questions, need anything else. So thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you so much.
All
Bye-bye.
right. Have a great rest of your day. Bye. Well, folks, that is the end of our summit. It feels like I don't want to go. I just want to hang out with you all some more. But we had a great session. Luke capped it off perfectly with some of the logistic questions that we have around taxes and the IRS, which could really derail your business if you don't line everything up correctly. So thank you to Luca from Tech Queen for doing that. I'm going to give you just a little longer, another couple of hours to jump onto the website and register if you haven't already. That's anchoredinfreedomsummit.com. Go register, even though the summit's over. You register to some of those door prizes, like the sessions that Luca was just talking about. And I would love to gift one of those to you and some of the other door prizes that we have there as well. Thanks to all of our speakers. We had some incredible sponsors, and let me just mention some of our sponsors. We have My Biz Suite with Patrick Smith, who spoke to us yesterday about AI. We have Christelle Shear, who is with Summit Care Partners, and she spoke to us yesterday about I know it's in my brain, right? Maybe it's because I need it. Advanced directives in life care planning. And then we also have Sarah Jones, Traveling Towards Wealth is one of our sponsors. He spoke to us earlier today about money, and there was a lot of overlap with what she had to share and what Luca had to share, and I think they resonated perfectly. And then we had Brett Jensen, our drone pilot, who was not one of our speakers, but he was a great supporter and sponsor of our event. And I feel like I'm missing somebody, but please get Storyteller Promotions. How could I miss them? We want to thank them for sponsoring the event as well. So, and to go check out the agenda, get the link to the replays and the door prizes, and to register so that you can be in the running for those. We'll draw for those in a couple hours. Anchoredinfreedomsummit.com. I hope we'll see you somewhere down the road. Thanks for being